All right, back at it again. RIC in a place to be. Rick Serritella here for the All Access Football live stream coverage. Day 3 has arrived, April 25th, 2026, a historic weekend in the city of Pittsburgh. My co-host to kick the coverage off is a good friend of the show, Dave Del Cole of the Scouts Honor podcast, carrying that torch, keeping on the legacy of one of the greatest draftniks, Dave T. Thomas. And we shout out him as we kick off day 3, which is where we earn our money, Dave. Buckle up, by the way.
Yes, sir. Great to be on with you for day 3. I always love chatting day 3 prospects with you. So to be able to do it live as they're flying off the board is definitely got
Woo.
my juices flowing this morning.
Yeah, baby, a first. And of course, you had 15 podcasts leading up to the draft, the Scout Honors podcast. Of course, we did several episodes and a big slant on the New York Giants in your coverage and analysis, and we'll save that for when we get to the Giants on the clock. I'm curious to get your take on some of your observations thus far, but we're fast and furious. And hey, Adams Exploits is in the chat room. Hey, let's fire up the chat room today, shall we? We got a slew of guests who I'll get to here in just a minute. It looks like the Buffalo Bills pick is in, and before they announce it, I just want to say, boy, oh boy, Jamard McCoy sitting there for the taking, Dave. They drafted Davison and Bunsen yesterday. You pair those guys. I mean, it seems like a low risk, high reward kind of move at this point.
Yeah, I was talking about it. I was on another show yesterday doing the coverage, and the fact that Jamard McCoy is still sitting there, it's like you got to expect at this point that he's going to be out for the
there he goes
year.
to the Raiders.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I mean, this was about high time for him. Even if you're sitting him out for another year to get the knee plug replaced, that's all well and good. But if you think that after that additional surgery, you're going to be able to get through a rookie contract, the cost at this point in the 4th round by comparison to day 1, day 2, pretty minuscule for somebody with his talent. So, you hope you get a second contract out of him if he can stay healthy. But at this point, even if you just get the first contract out of him and get a contributor for 3 years, he's probably going to be better than a lot of the guys that are still left on the board at the corner position. I mean, there are some good names that are still sitting there at the corner position. So it's just you're betting on the upside and the ceiling if he is able to stay healthy. But they got the medical records, so they know better than us what that is going to entail long term.
Yeah, but you know what? If you're the Las Vegas Raiders, you're not going to compete this season. You have a chance to add a first-round type of talent along with a new franchise quarterback. You got to be feeling pretty excited about that. And let's be honest, Darian Porter, who they drafted as a former wide receiver turned cornerback, he had his struggles. He's slated to start opposite of Eric Stokes right now. So I believe McCoy could come in and actually compete for a starting job. They signed Teron Johnson over from the Buffalo Bills to play the nickelback role. And they have Jeremy Chin, and they drafted Treydon Stukes, who could play safety and corner. So suddenly now you got some pieces here in the secondary that you can work with. They got an all-new linebacker unit with Nakobe Dean, Quay Walker, Kwity Paye, 3 free agent acquisitions. And, of course, Mad Max up front. So, the Raiders are getting back to the defense here. And let's see. I guess the Raiders just traded up with Buffalo then to get to take McCoy. And now they're on the clock again at 102. How about that?
The Bills are on the clock.
On my tracker, it says the Raiders are on the clock. Oh, on the TV, it says the Bills are on the clock. I guess ESPN has a delay on their ticker.
No, it's all good. Yeah, I mean, the thing that's going to interest me is, do you just play McCoy outright and see how long that other knee holds up? Because he participated in his pro day or workout or something, and
he looks good. He said he feels good.
Yeah. Do you just thrust him in there, and then if it bubbles up and becomes a problem, deal with it then?
Well, so I heard somebody talking about it on NFL Network, I think it was, and so they had to take a piece of bone, and plug it into the cartilage.
He had a missing cartilage in his knee that was not the ACL tear knee. The ACL tear knee is okay, but he basically got a plug put in for the cartilage loss in his other knee, and then they're saying that that plug needs to be
Could
replaced
need
with a new plug. Yeah,
could could need
yeah,
another surgery. So to me,
yeah.
it's like we don't need to force the issue. Let's just ride it till the wheels fall off, even if we get a season or two. And listen, I mean, hey, if he makes to the second contract, it's a blessing in disguise. But
Yep.
that's what you do. I mean, that's what you do with the fourth round pick. Now, I do think the recent selections, like Will Johnson, was in a similar situation, not the same
Yep.
injury, but he was injured all rookie season, right? And
Yep.
they used second round pick, so I think that worked against
Hmm.
McCoy. I remember Sidney Rice coming out of Washington,
Hmm.
got hurt at his pro day, was going to be a first round pick, slid all the way to day 3, never to be heard from again.
Yep.
So these things could go one or two ways. Uh, but
Cooper DeJean is the guy that dealt with this not too long. He didn't fall out of the first, but he was
you know,
somebody that could have been a top 10 pick had he been fully healthy and able to participate in the entire pre-draft process. And then he ended up going mid 20s or something like that, I think it was, to the Eagles, and he's been balling out. So yeah, I mean the injury risk, it's when does the value kind of intersect with the upside. And I'm surprised that it took this long for Jamal McCoy. I was expecting him to get his name called last night.
no, I think this is one of the surprises, like a Shador Sanders from a year ago. Nobody expected him to be sitting here on day 3, and so we get the day 3 coverage, pick 101. The Las Vegas Raiders starting it with a bang and a trade up
And then
to
the
grab.
Bills have taken Jude Bowery,
Yep.
offensive tackle, Boston College, and apparently the Jets pick is in as well here.
Yeah, well, Barry's a feisty individual. Pick
Yeah.
102. I know our guy, Big Will Donahue, is hooking us up in the chat room. Is going to be on later in the show. Had a chance to go to the Eagles Pro Day. And this is another individual that Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel was getting handsy with. And, Vrabel was working him out. And he responded, right? And he's a power, blocker. I think that he's going to slide in and probably compete at the tackle position. Now, they lost Ryan Van Denmark of good old Lavalette, New Jersey, who signed with the Minnesota Vikings during the offseason. So Bowery now can kind of come in and play that swingman tackle role. And then 103, the New York Jets. I know you don't like this because you're a big fan of Darrell Jackson Jr. of Florida State.
Oh,
Just came off the board to the building, just the wrong team.
yeah, I mean, it was funny last night when I was on the BBI show and we were talking about it. I was saying if the Giants hadn't traded up and selected Malachi Fields, I was hoping that I would be able to get either Malachi Fields or Darrell Jackson, but those were stretches. So I'm glad that they maneuvered up and got Malachi because I mean, Darrell Jackson, what's not to like about this guy from like a measurables perspective? 6'5", 320 or whatever it is, 11-inch hands, long arms. I mean, he is from a prototypical measurement perspective exactly what you want. And we saw Caleb Banks go early in the first round by comparison to what most people thought he would be, late first or more than likely like top of the second. And I think that had a lot to do with his measurables being what they were because he went off the board before Caden McDonald and some of these other defensive tap, Peter Woods, so Keldrick Falk, depending on if you have him inside or outside. But Darrell Jackson, I always thought was going to be an incredible value and assumed that it would either be late day 2 or early day 3. So, yeah, I mean, at least he's not in a division rival. I don't mind him being on the Jets as much as I would if he were on like the Eagles or the Cowboys or the Commanders, like some of the other players I've liked in this draft who have already gone to those teams.
Yeah, he just brings tremendous size. Dreamy kind of length, man. I mean,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. Is
yeah,
like, does he need some? The interviews were going to be the big thing for him, right? Like, if
yeah.
he went into the interviews and he was astute and coachable, and you thought he could learn all those like the traits are there. So I feel like if you think he's a nice ball of clay that you can mold into something special, the toolkit's there. It's just a matter of getting him to not stand up as much straight out of the jump at the line of scrimmage, learn how to use his hands a little bit better. But there's no denying the fact that he's got a lot of upside, particularly at this point in the draft.
Yeah, and I think I saw yesterday a tweet floating around. 46 of the top 100 selections were transfers. That's the day and age that we're living in.
That's
Darrell
crazy.
Jackson, the double transfer, began at
Yeah.
Maryland, transferred to Miami, eventually Florida State, where, by the way, he won the Bobby Bowden Leadership Award for being a
There
great
you go.
leader on and off the field. So
Yep.
just tremendous power, though. I mean, he's going to be a run stuffing specialist. Not too much of a pass rush attack just quite yet, but
Yeah.
that's okay because remember now, I was a big fan of Tavondre Sweat coming out of Texas, and
Same.
I had a chance to see him down in training camp last year. I know there's some conditioning issues, but he
Hmm.
can stuff the run. Jackson can stuff the run. You got David Bailey now who can get after the quarterback, and of course, Will McDonald the fourth. So the Jets have just remade their entire defensive line unit for Aaron Glenn. And what are your thoughts and impressions about Aaron Glenn? I don't know how he survived such a terrible season. I thought it was filled with terrible coaching decisions. I thought he handled the media atrociously. Um,
Fell
I
asleep at the
don't
combine.
fell asleep. I mean, this guy just really doesn't seem like a leader in my mind. I'm just curious to get your thoughts being in the Northeast here and being familiar with Glenn. Do you like the fact that they kept him around?
I mean, I think you're kind of at a point there where what's a better option for you? Do you did you like a lot of the if you knew that you weren't going to get some of the premier coaching talent from this cycle to come over there, then is it really worth
Well, that was
getting
part of the problem,
disrupted?
though. Like he hired all these guys, and then he fired them after 1 year. It's like, yo, you
Yeah.
handpicked them. You
Yeah.
picked them. Now they
Yep.
stink. It's their
Well,
fault.
I tend to give a little bit of leniency to like first time head coaches because they're not always going to get it right straight out of the gate. Like same with first time GMs, like there's a bit of a
Okay.
learning curve when you take a new job in a much bigger seat than you were accustomed to previously. But does that, give them a pass on the fact that it's not going well? Absolutely not. I think the same thing happened to Brian Daboll, like coordinators didn't work out. I mean,
Yeah, but
Kafka.
I mean, I never thought I was gonna live to see another Rich Kotite type of season, and this was bad.
Yeah, I mean, where are the Jets at right now? Not much better than they were last year. So, as far as I'm concerned, it's like if they have a good bit of draft capital next year, I believe as well. I know they had a lot
Yeah,
this
three
year.
picks in the first round.
Exactly. So, I think if I'm Jets ownership, I'm like, screw it. Let's like build as much as we can this year, get some good players in to add some depth, ride the wave again with Aaron Glenn. It's going to be like a down season. Like, dare I say, they want to tank for a quarterback next year. Get a premier guy. Having all that ammo, you're going to be able to lure in theory, better head coach than you might have been able to this year. So, is Aaron Glenn walking the plank and it's just a matter of time? Probably. But that's how it goes in the NFL cycle sometimes.
Not for long, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
All right, Dave
NFL,
Delco,
yeah.
Rick Serritella here, breaking it down. Round 4 on the day 3 live stream, and Dave, I was down there at the Frisco, Texas Star, watching the one-on-one trench warfare at the East-West Shrine Bowl, and showed up, got the roster sheet, looked down. FCS kid, 6'2", 290-pound tackle. What's he really gonna do? And then boom, boom, boom. Caleb Proctor out of Southeastern Louisiana was just popping, man. And like he was putting spin moves on. He was showing arm rips and dips and just lightning quick first step. And he won probably the majority of those one-on-one pass reps. And we put here in the draft Bible a potential sneaky top 100 selection. He goes 104 to the Arizona Cardinals. 33-inch arms, 4.79. 4 yard, 4.79, 40-yard dash for a defensive tackle, 1.69, 10-yard split, 33 inches, 9'5" broad, 4.71 short shuttle. But I thought he stepped up well against the level of competition down at the East-West Shrine Bowl.
Yeah, you're getting into pick your flavor part of the defensive line segment of the draft here, which is why, like, I'm not surprised that the Jets went Darrell Jackson, and then you end up with, I'm looking at like some of the other names here. Xavier Harris, a lot of red flags there. You got Grayson Holton, Demontre Capehart, Rashawn Benny. But you're starting to get into the void a bit where you've got guys with things to like, but maybe you don't love them as immediate impact guys, more rotational players. So, yeah, sometimes these kids from the small schools stand out at this point when it comes to the traits that they have that you're looking to exploit.
Thanks for reminding me, by the way, over at allaccessfootball.com for the day 3 live stream link. I did go through our big board at NFL Draft Bible and post the top 5 best available players at each position. If you want to kind of glance at that, it's a great tool, especially for this 4th round. And the top 5 tackles on the board: Grayson Halton from Oklahoma, Darrell Jackson Jr. from Florida State, who just went to the New York Jets, Zane Durant from Penn State, who is similar to Caleb Proctor of Southeastern Louisiana, who just came off the board to the Arizona Cardinals. And then you mentioned Xavier Harris, who I think is a top 100 talent. Love the size, love his ability, just as you alluded to, a lot of off the field issues there. All right, pick 105 is in. And the Los Angeles Chargers, with the 5th pick in the 3rd round, select the speed burner, Brennan Thompson, Mississippi State, famous for his 4.30 40-yard dash. And they got the other dynamite receiver and lad over there. Now they add Brennan Thompson to the fold, Dave.
I was curious to see who was going to come off the board first between him and Deion Burks. Both pretty similar in terms of like the small, shifty burner guys. Incredibly small, Brennan Thompson is, but there's no denying that he's a really dynamic after the catch player. You know, if you don't catch him when he first gets that ball, good luck trying to catch him down the field, because he's going to hit you with some elusive maneuvers and some speed that's just going to absolutely roast you.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, too, because you got Ladd McConkey could kind of work inside, outside. Remember, they drafted Trey Harris in the 2nd round a year ago out of Ole Miss, and he's more of that boundary, physical, go up and get it type of receiver. Now you slide in, and Quentin Johnson is more of a big vertical guy, right? So now you slide in Brennan Thompson, let him take the top off of a defense, and Justin Herbert throws as pretty of a deep ball just about as anybody. I remember being at an Oregon game one time at pregame warmups, and this guy was just putting from his own 40, just dropping it in the bucket right in the end zone. I could just imagine the pitch and catch field day he's going to have with the Brennan Thompson, man, making dynamite plays. And I really like the selection of Jake Slaughter. I think that completes the defensive line and makes it whole. And then they also drafted Akeem Messidor now to pair there with Tuli Tuapolo. And so the Chargers, I mean, this is good. And they don't now remember, now they're going to be getting the Omarion Hampton back, Dave. They're going to be getting Joe Alt back. And this was a highly competitive organization a year ago.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. The other Harbaugh doing good work for them out in LA. And yeah, they got bit with the injury bug, unfortunately, but shoring up some of these positions. I wouldn't be surprised. They got a ton of capital on day 3 here. I'm looking at it. Even after this pick they just made, still 2 more 4th rounders, a 5th and 3 6th. So in a draft that is pretty heavy on offensive line, particularly interior offensive line talent, I would not be surprised to see a couple more investments made on day 3 for the Chargers in the trenches there.
Yeah, and that's what you want to get. You want to get these role players that can make an impact. I mean, let's be honest, Brennan Thompson isn't going to really see the field for more than 15, 20 reps on a game, but when he's in there, you got to be accounted for that kind of speed. So, all right, 106, the Houston Texans, Dave. And I know a lot of people are going to start criticizing some of these Texans selections. However, you know, Fabici, I had to pull out the pronunciation guide for this one.
Wee-woo.
Fabechi Wee
Yep.
Fabechi Woo. Fabechi
Yep.
Woo. I like.
Love this kid. Like him a good bit. Yeah, I mean, look, the Texans, I get people might like harp on Keelan Rutledge being a stretch in the first round. He was kind of all over the place. I think the demeanor of Rutledge really factored into making that selection earlier on. I know people might be upset that he went ahead of like Basantis, a lot of Pregnon lovers out there, but I'm not like completely thrown off by the Rutledge pick. Caden McDonald, I'm trading up one spot ahead of the Giants, who needed defensive tackle help, although the Giants claimed that Colton Hood was the number one guy on their board. So they
What
wouldn't
about
have gone.
Marlon Klein? Was that a reach for you?
That was the one that I'm like scratching my head a little bit, dude. Marlon Klein was, we're really doing that in the second round, like that. But there was the run on tight ends, and you know, Eli Raridan went a little later to the Pats. I liked Eli Raridan to give it Sam route, but like Eli
Yeah,
Raridan's got the knee issues out the wazoo. Michigan's had a lot of good tight ends coming out in the last,
I
call
have.
it,
Yeah.
5 or so years, whatever it's been. So I'm not like completely put off by it, but I mean, Will Kazmarek went earlier than I thought he was going to go.
Oh yeah, that was a little bit against the grain. I understood it.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
I like him as a prospect, but
well,
yeah,
how
some of
about
these
with
tight
how
ends,
about you mentioned Roush? What the Bears are doing in that tight end room? Cole Kmet,
yeah,
Joseph
they're
Loveland. I mean,
cooking.
how many
Yeah,
different ways you want me to come at you with that, man?
yeah,
Uh,
yep. And then they shored up their issues on the offensive line with Logan Jones, the center out of
yeah,
Iowa,
I like
which,
it. I
yeah,
mean, I
no,
don't
me
like
too,
the
man.
medical, but I
Yeah,
like the
yeah,
pick.
yep. Pedigree talent coming out of that program with the Hawkeyes. So,
All right, let's take a look at these San Francisco 49ers who are currently on the clock, I believe, right, with pick 107.
yep, the
And
pick is
so
in.
the pick is in, and I think they've only had two selections, if I believe. Now, a lot of people criticizing the Deshaun Stribling selection at wide receiver. They
Yep.
also took the first undrafted or first non-combine invite
Combine
player,
snub. Yep.
Kalen Black, at the running back, and then Romello Height
Mellow height. Yep.
also added to the equation here. So, what's your thoughts and impressions on the 49ers draft thus far?
Yeah, I mean, talk about some reaches. If you're looking at like a lot of the consensus stuff in Stribling and Black, I think Romello Height, that was about where you would expect him to go. But when you got Mike Washington and Emmett Johnson, like some of these other running backs that are staring you in the face, now there's a lot to like about Black. And was he just kind of hosed by the pre-draft process and getting snubbed from the combine and his
Well, we
stock
went
could?
back and looked at the Midwest Scout for the combine, and we identified about 10 to 12 players who have a good chance of getting drafted that were not
Yeah.
invited to the combine. So I don't mean to call anybody out, but the anonymous angry scout guy pointed it out to me on Twitter.
Mm.
And I went back and he said some of these regional scouts are terrible. And it just popped in my head. Well, Indiana, we missed Cincinnati. Well, just the list
Hmm.
went on and on. So I think Jeff Foster, if you're listening over there at the Blesto organization there in Indianapolis, why don't you get on the horn? And I hate to call for somebody's job, but like you're doing everybody a disservice, the football community, the NFL organizations. You can't be missing guys like Kalen Black. Somebody thought he was a top 100 selection. He doesn't even get
Yeah.
invited. I mean, they invite 360 guys to Indy. Only 250 get drafted. Nobody knew about Kalen Black. Did they tune into the national championship?
Yeah,
Did they
right,
know
exactly.
we led the
Yeah.
team? I mean, are they kidding me or what?
Yeah, that was
Uh,
a weird snub. I'm higher on Stribling than a lot of other
yeah.
folks.
Well,
So
his
I'm
his
not.
traits translate to the pros.
Yeah, exactly. And another um productive unit out of a consistently solid school and offense there at Ole Miss. He's got the big body size,
Got the Brandon
6'10".
Ayuk skill set.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm like, was that a lot richer, particularly if you look at who else was available at the wide receiver position that he went ahead of. But if they really were adamant that he is the guy and he's better than everybody else, the crazy thing to me about that selection was your phone had to be ringing being the first pick at the top of the second round.
Mm,
And you could have traded down somewhere and still
yeah,
got Stribling. I don't think anybody is jumping at the
good
phone
point.
to.
I agree.
So, was that really like a great value for them when they could have taken a step back and still gotten their guy? I don't know, because that's a really coveted position to be in, that first pick in the second round. We just saw a trade happen at the first pick to start day 3 here, So I think they could have gotten a little more juice out of that, but it is what it is.
All right, well, the 49ers have made their pick, and we just mentioned them a minute ago as our top defensive tackle heading into day 3 here. Oklahoma defensive tackle Grayson Halton, and he's got some nice hands to him. He can get after the quarterback. One of the very few defensive tackles in this draft class that have legitimate production and a skill set to be able to rush the passer. And Halton comes in at 6'2.5", 293 pounds, 31 and 2/8 inch arms, 4.82 40-yard dash, 170 10-yard split, 36.5 vert, 9.6 broad, 4.79 short shuttle. A team captain, all SEC second team, 46 games, all at Oklahoma, a former 4-star recruit with 33 tackles, 7 tackles for loss, 3.5 sacks this past season, 8.5 sacks for his career, Dave. So the hands, very active. He gets a lot of batted balls, gets after the quarterback, has some athleticism, instincts, and strength to him.
It looks like the defensive tackle run is ripping. We've already got 3 off the board to start
Yeah.
the 4th round here. And this was always kind of, every time I did simulators, a sweet spot of like, if you need a defensive tackle, top of the 4th round is pretty much where you got to figure it out, because it starts to, the well runs dry sooner rather than later. Not to say that there isn't like some good rotational talent later on in this draft. I do like some of the guys later on in this draft, but if you want to get somebody that can compete to start potentially within the next year or two, I think you really got to go up and grab your guy here in the 4th round, because they're going to start flying.
Well, I like this defensive rotation that the 49ers have assembled on their defensive line with Nick Bosa. They signed Osa Odigweezy from Double O, from the Dallas Cowboys, big money free agent ticket. Alfred Collins is a freaking refrigerator there in the middle of the defense, and they got a couple
Another
of
Texas product.
former first round picks, Michael Williams and Keon White. So
Yep.
now you throw Grayson Halton into the equation, and that's going to be a pretty deep defensive line rotation right there.
Yep. And then looks like the Broncos just took Jonah Coleman, the running back out of Washington.
Pretty good fit
Which,
there.
yeah, no, it certainly makes sense. Pair him up with who's the kid they took out of RJ
RJ
Harvey.
Harvey, yeah,
Yeah.
and
Yep.
J.K. Dobbins is there, but he's always hurt. So,
Interesting that Coleman and Black have gone ahead of Mike Washington and Emmett Johnson.
well, Dave, and we had Brian Baldinger on day 1, and he loves Mike Washington, but
Yep.
when you put the ball on the carpet, that's how you lose football games.
Yep.
And I forget what it is, 12 career fumbles, maybe even more
Oh,
than
is it
that.
that bad?
Oh,
Wow.
it's horrible. I mean, 16, 18. He has so many fumbles, and then also he can't catch. I mean, this guy's got stone hands. So you can't catch the ball. You can't hold on to the ball. Great. You're 6'2", 220 pounds, and run a 4.3 40. But I mean, when you turn the ball over, how do you win with that? It's just hard to justify, in my opinion. Now,
Yep.
with that being said, our number 2 ranked quarterback on day 3 is Mike Washington Jr. from Arkansas. But, Jonah Coleman was 3. Katron Allen of Penn State, Nicholas Singleton also from the Nittany Lions, and then one of my favorite under the radar prospects, Jaden Ott out of Oklahoma. If I had to bet on a day 3 running back who was going to emerge as a starter, Jonah Coleman's a good candidate, but give me Jaden Ott. This guy is shifty, man.
Yeah. The 2 Penn State running backs, Allen and Singleton, expect their names to get called here not too far. A lot of people like the kid Claiborne out of Wake Forest. I like Jam Miller, Jamari Taylor. Then later on, Trip Tranum is a guy out of Toledo that I really like.
Well, what's your
CJ
thoughts and
Donaldson.
impressions on Coleman? Any thoughts on him?
Yeah, I think he's good. He wasn't like kind of top of my list. He's a big guy for being as short as he is, so the center of
Really
gravity has
compact.
got to be really, yeah, you know. So I think it was Baldy was on the NFL Network pregame show, and I think he shared a story about Jonah Coleman where somebody asked him in an interview, what comes when you say ball security, what comes after that, and he goes job security. So love that. That thought process out of a running back,
Yeah. Well,
particularly
we
as we're
just
talking
spoke
into.
about it, right?
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
All right. Well, the 49ers, I'm sorry, the Kansas City Chiefs have chosen another defensive back. Obviously, they got your boy Mansour Delane with the
Yep.
trade up in round one. Now they take Jadon Kennedy from Oregon, versatile safety at 5'10" and 4/8, 181 pounds. Did not test prior to the draft, but very cerebral, very smart from what I understand, Dave. He lined up everywhere, nickel, corner, safety. That speaks to his instincts and smarts. Leaner frame, could struggle against some of the bigger receivers, but he did have an ACL injury back in 2022. And he previously was at Tulane and then Ole Miss. So another double transfer, has a track and field background, 39 tackles and 6 pass deflections, 2 interceptions this past season.
Yeah, pretty small for my liking, particularly if you're going to keep him at the safety position. If you're going to move him into the slot corner spot, that's a different conversation. But if you're drafting him as a safety, when you got guys like Kilgore and Wheatley, Kamari Ramsey, VJ Payne, I'd much rather a big body safety. But that's my personal preference. So I don't love the
Now, there's
pick,
some good
but
value there. I mean, Zakee Wheatley, Jalen Kilgore, Robert Spears Jennings, VJ Payne. I mean, there is
yeah.
some loaded
Yeah,
safety.
that's a questionable safety selection. Again, unless they're gonna move him into
If they're
nickel
gonna have him
corner.
play the nickel, I mean, Keith
Yeah,
Abney out of Arizona State was there for the taking as well.
yeah,
So
yeah. Kind of a questionable move here by
yeah,
the Chiefs, but
well, if anybody's gonna maximize his strengths, it's gonna be
yeah,
Steve
Spags.
Spagnuolo. So all
Yeah,
right, we're approaching the 10th pick of the third round, which is going to be the New York Jets. Dave here. We'll take a quick break, reset, come back, and talk about it with the Jets, Broncos, Cowboys. Next up on the clock, you're watching the All Access Football NFL Draft Coverage Day 3 live stream. Thank you so much for being here. We're in for the duration, so buckle up, hunker down. We'll be back right after this.
Buckle up and hunker down. Rick Serritella of All Access Football here. Thanks for tuning in to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. For the past 25 years, we've been bringing you the names you need to know with independent scouting analysis on location across the nation with boots on the ground coverage from training camp to in-season visits, the All-Star Game circuit, and Indianapolis for the NFL Scouting Combine, plus the Pro Day trails and more, capturing the path to the draft with snapshots of hundreds of NFL draft prospects. Be sure to visit allaccessfootball.com for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and subscribe right now to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible featuring nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, our exclusive insider intel, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft. Become a disciple today and visit allaccessfootball.com. The NFL Draft Bible, the Bible of the draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft. Rick Serritella here for All Access Football. It's not too late to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible, jam-packed with nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, insider intel on character, medical, and background reports, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft, plus the NFL International Pathway Program prospects. We got it all covered in the NFL Draft Bible, celebrating 25 years of independent scouting analysis. Follow along in all the action. Be the most prepared person in the room with the most accurate projections available on the planet. Go get your copy now over at allaccessfootball.com, your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you for your support of independent media. Now back to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Hey, Rick Serritella here for allaccessfootball.com. Thanks for watching our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Just a quick programming reminder, the All Access Football Draft Watch show airs every Saturday morning live at 10 a.m. Eastern with yours truly, along with my co-host, Russ Landy, who brings 30 years of NFL, CFL, and XFL scouting experience each and every week. We count you down with hard-hitting analysis, the prospects, the names you need to know. The countdown is on. Destination Washington, D.C. begins now. Make sure you tune in every Saturday morning, live, 10 a.m. Eastern, as we count you down to the nation's capital for the 2027 NFL Draft. Your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002. It's what we do. Make sure you follow along with the NFL Draft Bible, the official Bible of the Draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you so much for supporting independent media. Now, back to our 2026 live stream coverage of the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh. Buckle up!
All right, we're back at it again. RIC in the place to be. Rick Serritella, along with the fourth round co-host, ringing in our day 3 coverage of the draft here, Dave Del Cole of the Scout Honors podcast. And the New York Jets have themselves a quarterback with the 110th selection. It is Cade Klubnik out of Clemson. Your thoughts?
Interesting that Nussmeier is trickling down. A lot of people liked him coming out of Mobile in the Senior Bowl.
I'm fascinated by that.
Yeah, very interesting. Cade Klubnik, not the biggest guy in the world either, so
can extend plays, mobile, can throw on the run, but we talked about it yesterday with his duress under pressure. He just breaks down, can't handle the rush, and panics and makes bad passes that often lead to interceptions. But that's something the Jets, I think, look to identify in their quarterbacks. Geno Smith, I believe, led the league in interceptions. And Browning Nagel, once upon a time, I think, had 19 of them in a single season. But listen, Brady Cook, not the long-term answer. I don't know that Cade Klubnik is either. Bailey Zappe's still on the roster. I don't know. This feels like a wasted selection. If I'm the Jets, this is not my quarterback of the future. I want to add pieces around my quarterback. And to me, this was a failed opportunity here in the beginning of day 3.
Yeah, I mean, it reads to me like they're buying themselves time. They know that they're really prioritizing quarterback next year, but they had to do something. Geno Smith, is he going to make it through a full season without the fans heckling for him to get benched? Highly doubt it. So then at least you can pivot to a rookie if you think he's ready to throw him out there and give the fan base a little bit of hope for a week or two before they realize he might not be the guy unless they strike lightning in a bottle with him. But, just kind of.
I don't know if he was ready for the ACC, Dave. Never mind.
In theory, it holds up barbarians at the gate for a couple extra weeks if your Jets ownership gives you something to like. They had to do something with that quarterback depth chart that you just rattle off, even if they are going to really wait to prioritize it next year. And this is pretty much the spot, whether you take Nussmeier or Klubnik. I mean, after that, you're going after what? Taylon Green, is he even really a quarterback long term? Are they going to convert him to tight end? You want the lefty Cole Payton After that, it pretty much like bottoms out unless you're really a Pavia guy or something like that. So,
Yeah,
uh,
Garrett Nussmeier situation is interesting. I don't think that is related to the cyst on his nerve because cysts heal. And the other player to me, like I can't believe Kyle Lewis from Pittsburgh is hanging out. Like
yep.
that is interesting to me.
I
But
can't believe Keontae Scott is still sitting here.
true that. Uh, Cage Casey, though, you mentioned Mobile. One player who hurt his draft stock down at the Senior Bowl was the Boise State offensive lineman. There was some buzz at one point during the season that maybe he could be a dark horse first round candidate. He went down to Mobile, really struggled as a pass protector, and the speed rush just gives him so many issues. And he was another guy that kicked inside during practice, looked a lot more comfortable on the interior, especially during those one-on-ones. He's going to need some help. And listen, Denver needs some help on the offensive line. This is a big body you can inject in there. He can come in, compete right away, maybe be even a utility guy. So this is the first time really all offseason that Denver has addressed the offensive line, and they did not sign anybody in free agency. So Cage Casey to the Broncos, Dave.
Yeah, a guy that I wanted to like going into the process and just for whatever reason never really fell in love with him. The size is there, but just a lot of holes in the game that I couldn't really overcome. When you're looking at other offensive tackles at this point, it's not like you've got a ton of talent that you're really pegging as being, light years ahead of him by any means. So I think you're looking at the pedigree and the upside with him, hoping you can develop a guy that, has a decent ceiling if you can get everything out of him. I always kind of looked at him as somebody that might end up kicking inside to guard, and could potentially be more successful there. So we'll see how that plays out for him, but about where I would have expected Cage Casey to go at this point.
All right, moving right along, sticking to the offensive line theme here. Drew Shelton, the offensive tackle from Penn State, goes to the Dallas Cowboys with the 112th overall selection. 6'5", 313 pounds, 33 and 5/8 inch arms, 5.16 40-yard dash, 31-inch vert, 9.4 broad, 179 in the 10-yard split. So not overly explosive or quick, but you're talking about a very smart, polished 4-year starter out of Penn State, where they do a great job of developing their offensive lineman. Fires out of his stance, fits well, I think, into the Dallas run game there. And spring in 2024, he had offseason surgery for an undisclosed injury, but a former 4-star recruit with a little bit of a basketball background. So, the footwork is probably above average there. And this is somebody I did like. And really, he didn't get a whole heck of a lot of love during the pre-draft process, but we slapped a day 2 grade on him. He goes pick number 112 to the Dallas Cowboys.
A guy I think can stay outside at tackle at the next level. I like him a good bit. And yeah, the Penn State offensive lineman, there's Nolan Rucci, there's Nick Dawkins, I believe, is the center prospect. So yeah, I expect a couple of these Nittany Lion interior offensive linemen to follow up here later on day 3. But like Drew Shelton a bit, like him more than Cage Casey for that matter.
Yeah, and Terrence Steele is there. He's good,
Yeah.
not great. But another piece for that offensive line with Tyler Guyton, Tyler Smith, Cooper Beebe stepped in at center, Tyler Booker, and now Drew Shelton with the Dallas Cowboys trying to keep Dak Prescott upright. All right, let's see what the next pick holds for us. And guess what? Could you guess what position we're going? Offensive line again. Jalen Farmer, the big body mauler out of Kentucky, goes 113 to the Indianapolis Colts.
Now we're talking. Yeah, Jalen. I mean, talk about another interior offensive line that's going to see a lot of action here on day 3. It's the Kentucky boys. They're going to be flying off the board here before we know it, I'm sure. But yeah, Farmer's a guy that I feel like started the process rather low in day 3 and has consistently kind of worked his way up. huge guy. Some people projected him even going in the third. So really good value here in the middle of the top middle of the fourth round. Like him a good bit, and I think he's a good value. I would expect a lot of these interior offensive linemen to start flying off the board at this point because you've got probably anywhere from 6 to 8 names that you might really like in this next pack. And then it'll start to thin out a little bit. Do we start to see some of the centers flying off the board as well? I could see that happening, but I would not be shocked to see continued run on offensive line talent here to round out the fourth round.
Yeah, and I'm surprised, Farmer, I don't know how he got out of the Bulldog site, but he's from Georgia, 6'5", 320 pounds, 34 and 2/8 inch arms, 4.93 40-yard dash, and 37 bench press reps for good measure. I mean,
Hey now.
this is a power. I mean, this guy, man, and I mean, he's throwing dudes out of the club, ragdolling them, and he's a transfer from Florida. He actually does have some experience at tackle. So when you talk about, a utility backup offensive lineman can play inside, outside, I think that's a good move there for the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, I mean they got Matt Gonclaves, who was he a Syracuse guy a few
Pittsburgh.
years back? Pittsburgh, that's what it was, right? And yeah, opposite side of Quentin Nelson there, but other backup interior offensive lineman Dalton Tucker, Bill Murray, Jack Wilson. So definitely need some depth on the interior, particularly with a injury-prone Daniel Jones at the helm at quarterback there in Indianapolis.
Well, speaking of injury prone, that leads us perfectly into the next selection, Dave. Devin Moore, the Florida cornerback, goes to the Dallas Cowboys with the 114th overall selection. And, he had shoulder surgery in 2022, limited him to 5 games, back injury and concussion also limited him to, that was 2022. Back injury and concussion limited him to 8 games in 2023. Missed 7 games in 2024 with the shoulder injury, and then finally started for the first time this past season. A 4-star recruit, and I remember in season Mel Kiper called Devin Moore the best cornerback in the nation, and I remember saying, well, let me go find out about this young man at 6'3", 200 pounds, ran a 4.50 40-yard dash. Now, despite the size, he's got some hip fluidity. And he can make plays. He was impressive in the press man technique coverage there when he was on the field. But I guess, on the 4th round, you try to find the traits that you like and kind of live. This is what you call a risk reward. But on round 4, this is the kind of prospects I guess you want to identify, Dave.
Yeah, sticky in coverage, really good size. If you can get over the shoulder injury concerns, I think he's a really solid value here. Granted, I am still flabbergasted that we are passing up on Keontae Scott. I don't know what is wrong with him as a prospect that, which I get, he might not be viewed necessarily as an outside boundary corner. And you could look at Devin Moore more like that, but
you know what I think it is? There's a stigma against 0-star recruits. There really is. And I just happened to flip through his profile. 0-star recruit, began at JUCO. Teams are usually hesitant about those players, but I agree with you. I mean, we had him as a top 6, top 7 corner. I do believe.
I mean, Malik Muhammad is another one that, I had both those guys ahead of Devin Moore, and I like Devin Moore a good bit. So I'm not totally shocked by it, but just interesting to see Keontae Scott, Malik Muhammad, and Keith Abney, for that matter, still sitting on the board and some of these other corners going ahead of them.
All right, well, we have another Hoosier off the board. I mean, we have to have set a record by now for the most Indiana players drafted in a single draft. But Elijah Surratt, the wide receiver from Indiana, big-bodied, physical, strong hands, goes to the Baltimore Ravens, and they've got quite a few of those big-bodied targets now. Fernando Mendoza, we have a quote in the Bible, fantastic on Elijah Surratt. And when he has those one-on-one matchups, he's like they call him Waffle House. All right there, Fernando Mendoza.
Always open, baby. I mean, that's how you know that Mendoza's a Florida guy. Shouting out the Waffle House. Yeah, I mean, Elijah Surratt is a guy I love, and the Ravens talking about big body guys, starting with Jacoby Lane and then adding Elijah Surratt. I mean, they can pretty much just turn around and throw the ball with their eyes closed down the field, and one of
Yeah,
those
Mark
guys will be able to.
Andrews, Isaiah. Well, likely he's gone, but Andrews is
Yep.
still there. Yeah,
Yep. Yeah. So, I mean, that is
Bateman's
great
a big
value.
body.
Yeah. Right. But Devon Tez Walker, one of their
Yeah.
other starting receivers other than Zay Flowers. So you bring in Jacoby Lane, Elijah Surratt, and one of them is definitely going to be competing for a day one starting job. I like both those big body guys. They were, if the Giants hadn't traded up, whenever I was running simulators and I was looking for a big body guy, it was always like the Malachi Fields, Jacoby Lane, Elijah Surratt. At the top of the fourth. So to get him here, I think it's a really good value and double dipping on the wide receiver. I mean, they needed it, so I'm glad to see it for him, particularly big body guys.
Well, your guy is off the board. We're talking him up.
About time. Keep him in Florida, baby. Fire the cannons.
Yeah, and how about this? I mean, he also joins his teammate Ruben Bain, who people were questioning.
Yeah. Yep.
Right. And
Zelda
so
15.
Tampa Bay's pulling the trigger, and they should know a thing or two. I mean, they got their scouts, I'm sure, circling the Hurricanes campus. So
I love that pick for the Bucks. Depleted secondary. They really did need some help there. I've been okay with their draft. I thought Ruben Bain, really good value for them. There at 15, he falls because of the short arms. Josiah Trotter in the second was a little rich for me, but I understand it. I'm not like completely put off by it, but ahead of Anthony Hill, I like Anthony Hill a good bit. Was surprised to see him slide, and then they added Ted Hurst, which one of the highest stock risers in this pre-draft process at a Georgia State. I was not buying the hype around Ted Hurst, but a lot of people like him. So they needed to add to this secondary, and absolutely incredible value as far as I'd be concerned, all the way here on day 3 for Keontae Scott.
yeah, and what I like about him too is he can blitz. He had 5 sacks this past season.
Yeah.
So I think Todd Bowles is going to get a little bit creative with him. Versatile guy. And they've got, a relatively young secondary when you're talking about guys like Jacob Parrish and Benjamin Morrison, who they both drafted just a year ago.
Yep.
Tyke Smith from 2 years ago, the safety. And now you add a Keontae Scott, so a young nucleus. I know they got hit hard at the cornerback position, but they've kind of replenished the well, so to speak.
Yeah, they lost Jamil Dean through free agency, so pretty much trying to replace him with Keontae Scott. I like the tenacity that Keontae Scott plays with. He brings a lot of energy and enthusiasm in the secondary, so I think that kind of goes back to old school Bucks mentality. I'm sure Todd Bowles happy about it.
Well, I can sense his enthusiasm in the quote. I feel like it's a key to defenses. He's speaking to his versatility. At times, being able to keep your nickel on the field and staying too high safety, being able to disguise more as a defense is something that you got to key into. And then being able to do that when teams get into 12, 13 personnel, you got to have a guy that can still be able to fit the run and do different things, get off blocks, set the edge, and certain things like that. And Keontae Scott, I have witnessed, can certainly lay the lumber.
Yep.
All right. Well, moving and grooving right along. The offensive line has been a huge theme here in the 4th round. And here's another fast riser, Travis Burke out of Memphis, who was just making the rounds with the 30 visits. I mean, this guy was
might have had the most.
Yeah, I mean, he was a hot commodity, man. A little bit of an older prospect from what I remember, had a little bit of injury in the background, incredible length, good run mauler, but not so reliable from pass protection from what I recall.
Yep. Definitely been skyrocketing. Was not expecting him to go in the 4th, but like
Yeah.
you said about the 30 visits, somebody that at least half the league, if not more, had this kid in. So there must be something to really like about him. We talked about this not that long ago when they made the Brendan Thompson pick, that they got holes on the offensive line and a ton of picks. So expect them to address it. And here they are taking Travis Burke in the middle of 4th round. Big body guy. Seems like the league likes him a lot. So
A
good
late
value.
bloomer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so I was gonna say, it says here because he's 6'9".
Yeah. Big boy.
325 pounds, 34 2/8-inch arms, ran a 5'1", 740, 24 bench press reps, 27-inch vert, 8'11" broad. But he said, I was 5'9" my freshman year of high school. And then my senior years when I hit 6'6", 6'7", I just kept growing. So hence why he wasn't heavily recruited out of South Broward High School in Hollywood, Florida. So he began at Gardner Webb, transferred up to FIU, transferred up to Memphis, and now he's transferring up to Jim Harbaugh and the LA.
Yeah, I mean, for a team that really got bit hard on the tackle front with the injury bug last year, losing Joe Walt and Rashawn Slater, they need. I wouldn't be surprised if they took another offensive tackle here before they really start flying off the board.
Yeah, and I thought they did. I mean, didn't they just take a lineman? I thought
they took Jake Slaughter earlier.
Yeah, well, there you go. They just
center.
building up
Right.
those
They need
teams.
it. They need it.
Yeah. All right. So the Chargers take Travis Burke at 117, and then we got Michigan linebacker Jimmy Rolder coming off the board here for the Detroit Lions. 6'2.5", 238 pounds, 36-inch vert, 9'11" broad. Did not run a 40, but did have a 4.26 shuttle and a 7.003 cone. 12 games played, 73 tackles, 2 sacks this past year, and of course a former national champion with those Michigan Wolverines. So probably a good rotational guy. Could play a little special teams there for the Lions, and I think he'll be a depth piece for Detroit.
Yeah, if you want the big body, old school, stop the run inside linebackers, look no further than Jimmy Rolder. And I expect some of these guys to start coming off the board as well. You've got a lot of undersized linebackers, like you talked about before, Kyle Lewis, if you think he's a linebacker versus a safety. But Caleb Elam's Orr is a big guy. Lander Barton's a big guy. I'm a huge Jack Kelly fan, another big guy. But Jimmy Rolder, kind of forgotten man with all the love around Jay-Sean Barham out of that program. Is he an edge? Is he a linebacker? Who really knows? He was definitely a bigger catalyst on that defense for the Wolverines this past year. And Jimmy Rolder, a guy that might have been lost in the shuffle a little bit. A lot of people had him pegged later on day 3, but I love the size. I love the demeanor. I love the pedigree. I think it's a solid pick for the Detroit Lions, who have now scored 2 Michigan Wolverines after selecting Derek Moore earlier in this draft. So keeping the homegrown talent in Michigan.
Yeah, I like it. All right, well, we got, if it's not an offensive lineman, chances are it's going to be on the defensive side of the ball. And Jacksonville Jaguars go Wesley Williams, the defensive end edge rusher out of Duke University, 6'3" and 6/8 inches, 256 pounds, 4.89 40-yard dash, 35.5-inch vert, 10-foot broad. Very good testing numbers. Was a East-West Shrine Bowl invite. Has a good pass rush arsenal. Flashes the rip, the swim, the chop. And he's an edge setter. You know, he can set the edge against the run. Now, he does get pressure to the quarterback, but he has to learn how to finish. I think he had just 2 sacks here just this past season. But you're talking about high character, special teams experience, 5 career blocked kicks. And I think that's where you see a lot of value in the Duke Blue Devil team captain, Wesley Williams.
Yeah, not as familiar with Wesley Williams. I didn't think he was going to be going this early. A lot of people like Vinny Anthony out of that program on the defensive line for Duke. I know they got a few guys coming out. They had one guy Oh man, his name is slipping my mind. Undersized defensive lineman. He's probably like more of a UDFA, but he put up like an incredible amount on the bench. Aaron Hall, that's who I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Um, More of an interior guy, but they got some good talent on that defensive front in Duke. So and I'm not surprised by the Jags reaching on somebody. Pretty standard for them. So,
Well, I know the
but you
next pick. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I don't know if you like Wesley Williams, maybe more. I haven't studied him a
Well, I
ton.
like him for the special teams value. You know, anytime you can plug a guy in with 5 blocked kicks, that's a special talent. And I'm a big believer in special teams. You know, a lot of quality teams place a greater emphasis on special teams. We did that in Edmonton as well. And, listen, I'm not going to have any qualms about drafting a special teams player on day 3. I think it's a vastly overlooked aspect by many organizations. So
Yeah, I just think with some of the other talent that was available, and the next guy, one of my favorites that just came off the board, Danny Dennis Sutton to the Packers.
I was just gonna say we're both going to agree this is tremendous value at pick 120.
Insane value. But even beyond that, like Joshua Josephs out of Tennessee is another guy that a lot of people are really high on. So to see Wesley Williams kind of come on, I'm a huge Mason Rieger guy. I love Caden Curry as well out of Ohio State. I think he's one of the most underrated prospects at his position in this draft. But yeah, Danny Dennis Sutton this late is got to be one of the steals of the draft, in my opinion.
Yeah, and they signed Javon Hargrave over from the Vikings, so you got 2 big bodies now to mix and match. We talked about Chris McClellan yesterday out of Missouri. I know somebody who you were pretty impressed with as well. Can bring some pass rush ability from the inside, and Danny Dennis Sutton can probably help bring it from the outside there, along with the Lucas Van Ness, 2 tons of bricks coming at you on the outside.
And Lucas Van Ness is former teammate Max Llewellyn, expecting his name to get called here in day 3 as well. So we'll see where he goes.
We got a Hawkeye off the board, and it's one of my favorite players of the draft. And we just talked about the value of special teams. Day 3 is where it's at, and I give the Steelers a lot of credit for plucking Caden Weegan out of Iowa. And honestly, Dave, in 25 years of doing this, I don't know if I've evaluated a more impressive return man. This guy, I think, has got 9 kicks and punt returns for his career. And then, he shows up to the Shrine Bowl. Nobody can cover him. I mean, if he took 20 reps one-on-one, he won every single one of them. And by a far margin, this guy created so much separation. I start thinking to myself, like, what are we doing, Kirk Ferentz? Like, we can't find a way to incorporate this dude into the offense. So I don't know how much he'll have in terms of a wide receiving role, but special teams value alone. This is a player, I think he goes where he deserves to. But if you took Caden Weegan in the 2nd round, I'd have no problem with it because he's that much of a dynamic impact return man.
Yeah, an explosive talent brings a dynamic to the Steelers that they don't really have. They took Jeremy Bernard earlier, and they got like Ben Skoranek. But yeah, I agree.
Roman Wilson has some promise,
Yeah, for sure. If they can get something out of him, a 3rd round selection.
Well, a second receiver was a problem, so they went out and signed Michael Pittman. They drafted Jeremy Bernard, and it doesn't hurt to have Caden Weegan in the mix just in case, right?
I think a lot of people are going to be surprised when you still had Skylar Bell, Deion Burks, some of these more highly touted, you could say, smaller receivers.
Kevin Coleman Jr. from Missouri also.
Yeah, another one. Yeah, right, exactly. So interesting that Weegan went ahead of all those guys, but
it's what are you looking for them to do, right? Yeah, I don't think they're drafting Weegan to be a wideout, but well, that's an exhilarating moment for myself. I need a moment to cool down. How about you, Dave? Let's take a quick commercial break, and we'll come back and chop it up in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Cool up and hunker down. Rick Serritella of All Access Football here. Thanks for tuning in to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. For the past 25 years, we've been bringing you the names you need to know with independent scouting analysis, on location, across the nation with boots on the ground coverage from training camp to in-season visits, the All-Star Game circuit, and Indianapolis for the NFL Scouting Combine, plus the Pro Day trails and more, capturing the path to the draft with snapshots of hundreds of NFL draft prospects. Be sure to visit allaccessfootball.com for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and subscribe right now to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible featuring nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, our exclusive insider intel, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft. Become a disciple today and visit allaccessfootball.com. The NFL Draft Bible, the Bible of the draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft. Rick Serritella here for All Access Football. It's not too late to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible, jam-packed with nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, insider intel on character, medical, and background reports, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft, plus the NFL International Pathway Program prospects. We got it all covered in the NFL Draft Bible, celebrating 25 years of independent scouting analysis. Follow along in all the action. Be the most prepared person in the room with the most accurate projections available on the planet. Go get your copy now over at allaccessfootball.com. Your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you for your support of independent media. Now back to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft.
All right, we're back at it again. RIC in the place to be. Rick Serritella telling it like it is. When it comes
Rick Serritella here for All
Hey, let's pipe her down there with the promos, Rick. We got Dave Del Cole with the fourth round analysis. And, we were so excited with the Caden Weegan pick. We had to take a quick commercial break, but I alluded to it on social media a second ago. Some tremendous value here in the fourth round, including the last two selections. Caden Weegan, the kick return extraordinaire to the Steelers. Danny Dennis Sutton, the edge rusher now, opposite of Lucas Van Ness in Green Bay. We talked about Keontae Scott. Tampa Bay strikes a gun again with some value. Devin Moore, Florida, roll of the dice by the Cowboys. Upside, Elijah Surratt from your national champion Hoosiers goes to the Ravens. Jonah Coleman, who some people were very high on, goes to the Denver Broncos. We got another running back off the board. Caleb Proctor out of southeastern Louisiana. And then Darrell Jackson, Jude Bowery, Jamard McCoy at the top of the draft, with Darrell Jackson Jr., the defensive tackle, and Jamard McCoy to the Las Vegas Raiders, and Bowery to the Bills, Jackson to the Jets. Just a little synopsis there. As we get to the 22nd pick, also maybe, possibly a little bit of value. And again, we talked about the Raiders' last selection, maybe not capitalizing on opportunities. You drafted Ashton Genty with the 6th overall pick. Doesn't come off the field quite often. And they back him up with a Mike Washington Jr. out of Arkansas. The running back goes to the Las Vegas Raiders with the 122nd selection, Dave.
Again, incredible value. I feel like we're going to be saying this a lot throughout this round, what you do kind of every year after some of these guys fall out of day two. But highly touted prospect that a lot of people had as even as high up as the second best running back in this year's class, sans the fumbling issues that you alluded to earlier with this kid. But great size to him. I think solid addition to a team that, doesn't have much if I recall correctly, in the way of firepower backing up Aston Genty. Yeah, Dylan Laub and Chris Collier, they really needed to add to their running back room quite a bit there in Vegas, and takes a little bit more pressure off of new franchise quarterback Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah, we mentioned the 12 career fumbles, struggling catching the ball out of the backfield, and really a liability in pass protection. So I guess, I don't know how much of a third down role he's going to play, but I guess he's just an insurance policy at 6'1", 223 pounds. Had that 4.33 40-yard dash, 39-inch vert, and then you wonder why did Arkansas just hand the guy 167 carries? Now, he did have 1,000 yards rushing, but you would think that you would want to get a guy like that a little bit more work. But double transfer from New Mexico State via Buffalo, 2-star recruit, and he now will have plenty of time to think about his next rep as he waits for some playing time behind the Ashton Genty.
Yeah, I think he's a good change of pace guy. When Genty gets winded, if they're on a long drive, you bring him in. You need some tough yards.
Just told your brother.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, it's like you can't run Ashton Genty into the ground. Particularly when you just get your franchise quarterback. You need running backs. Talk about not for long. You wear them down too quick, and then they're gonna start to run into the injury bug themselves, and then you're put in quite a predicament after allocating pretty high draft capital to get Genty onto the roster. So I don't think it is detriment at all to bring in a bigger body guy to take on some of those tough yards when you need them.
All right, well, the Houston Texans have made their selection at pick number 123. And, we've debated some of their draft selections, and I'm curious to get your take on the value of Wade Woodaz out of Clemson here. Athletic off-ball linebacker, also has some safety experience. I know Dabo Swinney speaks very highly about he does everything the right way, goes about his practice the right way, high motor, 30 games of starting experience, 6'3" and 3/8 inches, 234 pounds, 4.56 40-yard dash with a 1.55 split, 9.9 broad jump is Wade Wood is from Clemson there, Dave.
I'm a big fan of Wade Woodaz. I've been hyping him up on my show for a while. I didn't really foresee him going this early, but I like the pick a lot. I like the player a lot. I think that he is very underrated in a loaded linebacker class, but a guy that, was able to produce at a big time school. He's got big time size. I think that, is he going to excel at every aspect of being a linebacker? No, but does he have a lot of upside? And is he smart between the ears? Absolutely, yes. I liked a lot of what I saw out of Wade Woodaz, and I'm not shocked to see him go this early on day 3.
All right, Doug Dorner, good to see him in the chat room. Says 20 wide receivers taken so far into the 4th round, including 17 on the first day. We did see a lot, I think 7 or 9 tight ends as well. A lot of pass catchers, and we mentioned Kevin Coleman Jr., Deion Burke, Skylar Bell, Bryce Lance, all still on the board there. So we talk about value.
There was a run on them.
And speaking of value, we're going to say it again. Skylar Bell actually just came off the board. We'll get to him in a second. But first, your guy, Malik Muhammad, the cornerback. I really like what the Chicago Bears are doing in the draft, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, Malik Muhammad, big body guy, plays with a lot of toughness on the outside. Thought he was going to be more of a day 2 pick based off of just the tape. Good in zone and man. Thought he really held his own as the premier corner there after the Longhorns lost Jahdae Barron, who was a first-round pick in the draft last year. So, like Malik Muhammad as a prospect, and yeah, another steal value-wise. The cornerbacks starting to get depleted, which is about what we expected. Thought the defensive tackle and cornerback and wide receiver were going to be three areas that were going to start to dry up after the fourth round. So not shocking to see those really getting hammered here.
Yeah, he's got some NFL bloodlines to him as well. He's the cousin of Jabbar Muhammad, who's out of Oregon, plays for the Jaguars. Also, his cousin AJ Green, not the wide receiver, but the defensive back out of Oklahoma State, currently with the Miami Dolphins. 4-star recruit, sticky man-to-man coverage, can be a little bit too physical and aggressive. You got to reel him in a little bit, but you like what they're doing now, especially in the secondary with Dylan Thieneman. On day one, they signed Kobe Bryant from the Seahawks. Now they add Malik Muhammad, 97 tackles this past season, speaking to his physicality, 19 pass deflections, and good to see 3 interceptions for Malik Muhammad because he had none. I think he's a fifth-year senior, had 0 interceptions. That was one of my concern with him coming into the year, so he plucked 3, and you always like to see that. All right, Dave Del Cole, Rick Serritella moving and grooving here in the 4th round. We mentioned Skylar Bell, not traveling too far, to a little bit to his west. The Yukon slot jitterbug route runner goes to the Buffalo Bills. And this is almost like a Khalil Shakir clone for the Buffalo Bills, who's trying to remake that wide receiver corps. They traded for DJ Moore. And now they add a Skylar Bell to pair with Shakir and Joshua Palmer. And don't forget about Keon Coleman.
Yeah, that's Florida State product. I mean, I'm not a huge Skylar Bell guy.
Small.
He's gotten a lot of love in this process. A lot of people really into him as a prospect, but I am not one of them. I'd rather take a chance on a Bryce Lance at this point. I like the bigger body guys that are available, the Jeff Caldwells, the Josh Camerons, the J. Michael Sturdivants, Reggie Virgil out of Texas Tech. I was surprised to see his running mate Caleb Douglas go as early as he did.
I thought that was a big reach, yeah.
But I like him as a prospect. So if you're really into him, sure. But yeah, when you're looking at the Bills depth chart and the other receivers that they have right now and Skylar Bell, I'm not like completely shocked that they went Skylar Bell. It does feel like a Buffalo Bills kind of pick, but when you got all these big body guys sitting there and you got the uncertainty of Keon Coleman kind of staring in your face, I would have picked size more than Skylar Bell if it were up to me.
Well, he did have a record-setting season there. I think he set the single-season records for receiving yards, touchdowns. He can certainly create separation coming in and out of his breaks. And, I mean, listen, the more targets to go around for Josh Allen, I understand the thought, logic, and process. And the Buffalo Bills actually made consecutive picks here, Dave, at pick 126. They select Caleb Elam's Orr out of TCU, 6'1" and 5/8 inches, 233 pounds. Just a downhill physical tackling machine that has a pretty well-rounded skill set. I think this will add some very, very good depth at the backup spot for a linebacker.
Yeah, but I mean, one of the more productive linebackers in this class. I think it was back-to-back years, like 120 tackles or something like that. Guy's just an absolute unit. I remember talking to you about him in the first show that we did together way back, and he was 7th-round guy at that point. And then, his stock continued to climb. Expected him to go somewhere in the 4th, 5th round area. So I think he is a stout defender that offers some good versatility, a lot of tools in the toolbox for Caleb Elam's Orr and the productivity to prove it. So I like that pick for the Bills.
Yeah, 130 tackles this past season, 276 tackles for his career. He did miss the 2021 season due to injury when he was at Cal. He spent 3 seasons at Cal, 2 seasons at TCU. Productive as any player in college football. What makes you a good player is that you produce. His numbers are going to be as good as anybody. He's a great leader. He doesn't say a word. He's a guy that just works hard all week. I would put his production up against anybody. His impact on our defense has been substantial. That was the one. Sonny Sykes, the TCU Horned Frogs head coach on Caleb Elam's Orr. And the San Francisco 49ers are now on the clock, but let's just take a look at what the Buffalo Bills have done. They also added Jude Bowery earlier in the 4th round. And then, of course, on day 2, the selection of TJ Parker gives them a pass rusher, doubling down with their acquisition of Bradley Chubb to pair with Gregory Rousseau. And then Davison Igbunson now, who I expect to kind of take the outside boundary spot opposite of Christian Benford, and then maybe kick a Maxwell Hairston into the nickelback role.
Yep, I think that makes a ton of sense for them. And the linebacker acquisition here makes sense. They lost Matt Milano. Was that this past year?
Well, he was hurt. I know that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much gas he has left in the tank.
Is he a free agent?
I know the last 2 or 3 seasons he hasn't been able to stay healthy.
Yeah. I think he was a free agent. If they're not re-signing him, I don't think I saw that he got signed by anybody.
He's still on the Bills, it says here. So
is he? Okay.
Maybe not.
I thought they were a team to lose him.
Still a free agent, actually. He's still a free agent.
Yeah. So if you're not planning on bringing him back, and then you're looking at Terrell Bernard, Dorian Williams, Joe Andreessen, Keonta Jenkins, they definitely needed some productivity there at the inside linebacker position, and few with more production last year than Caleb Elam's Orr. So not a bad selection for the Bills.
Yeah, the San Francisco 49ers have made their pick at number 127. And, I'm surprised because coming into it, offensive tackle was quite a significant need for them. I'm surprised they waited until this long to address it. But Carver Willis out of Washington, again, I like the value here. He's a pretty polished guy. I'm trying to remember. I think he was a Senior Bowl guy. 6'5", 303, ran a 5'11", 40, 185, 10-yard split. That's pretty rough. 26.5-inch vert, 9-foot broad, 23 bench press reps. Now he packed on 20 pounds this past season as he switched from right tackle to left tackle. Quick feet. Excels in pass protection, was overpowered at times during the Senior Bowl, so he may have to kick inside and play guard. We'll keep an eye on that, but he needs to get stronger for sure. This is a swingman selection, can move around, play different parts. So had a torn ACL, missed 3 games in 2025. It was a complete tear, but the ACL was intact, which made it manageable without surgery. He also has multiple concussions.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this selection, particularly at this point in the draft. I get that they have a need at offensive tackle, and that position is starting to thin out. So if you want somebody, you got to go get somebody. But with the likes of Demetrius Crownover, Isaiah World, which another injury, situation with him, Diego Pounds, Falili Famo from Wake Forest, Enrique Cruz, and Emil Wagner, 2 guys that I really like. Did you have to force the tackle selection with Carver Willis there? I don't know, but that seems to be a theme for the 49ers this draft.
Yeah, well, it's just like you read the background and the medical. It's like Humpty Dumpty. You got to piece them and patch them together. It's just
I don't like it, but the 49ers are not putting together a good draft as far as I'd be concerned.
Yeah, you mentioned Demetrius Crownover. So all right. Well,
they got Colton McKevitz and Trent Williams. There's a ton of incredible value at the offensive guard and center position right now that they forego to reach on a tackle. When I'm looking at, Dominic Pooney is a solid guard prospect. Connor Colby, a 7th round guy out of Iowa a few years back, and Jake Brendel being their starting center. I would have gone interior offensive line by a country mile there if I was the 49ers.
All right. Well, the next selection, our scouting department was not too high on this player, and that is Connor Lew out of Auburn. A lot of people considered him the best center in the draft. He goes 128th to the Cincinnati Bengals to give snaps to Joe Burrow. He had a ACL tear this past season, missed 7 games. Team captain, adequate movement skills, can get to the second level, but he does struggle in pass protection a little bit, and he might actually be better suited at guard according to our staff. But fits a pro style offense with gap schemes. Connor Lew to the Bengals. Any thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like you. I'm not really enamored with Connor Lew. I would have rather go like Sam Heck if I or Jagged
Yeah, now we're
Burton,
talking. Yeah.
it's just if I need a center there, which they're rocking Ted Karras right now as their starter there in Cincinnati, so I can appreciate needing somebody, but there's some depth in this center class, and again, their offensive guards, Dylan Fairchild, Dalton Reisner. Could you have gone with a guard there and tried to pick up a Pat Coogan or a Jagger Burton later on? I think that probably would have been more of a play for me, particularly because they've got another pick coming up here at the end of the 4th round. So Connor Lew, I guess it makes sense. A lot of people had him as like the second best center in this class, but wouldn't have been a guy that I would have been sprinting to the podium for.
I'm with you. All right, moving to the Carolina Panthers at 129. Will Lee, the third out of Texas A&M. Great combination of size and speed. 6'1.5", 189 pounds, 4.52 40-yard dash, 42-inch vert, 11-foot broad at that size. Nicknamed the Blanket for his sticky coverage and physicality. Boundary cornerback, can get a little bit too grabby, and he did have now this past season 50 tackles, 8 pass deflections, and 4 career interceptions. Started off at Western Community College, eventually to Kansas State, and then a 2-year starter at Texas A&M. He lands with the Panthers.
Yeah, I mean, this cornerback crop is really starting to dry up as far as I'm concerned here. So if you want one, you better take one, man. And Will Lee, good size to him. Definitely way more handsy than I would like to see out of a cornerback when you throw on his tape, but still good size, good blend of tools in his toolkit. So not somebody that I would be bashful about taking if I need a corner. At this point in the 4th round.
All right, the Miami Dolphins have had a good draft, and they select Trey Moore out of Texas. Another versatile guy. Some people like him as an off ball. Some people like him as a pass rusher. He's 6'1.5" at his pro day, 6'2 1/8" at the combine, 243 pounds. Ran a 4.54 40-yard dash, 38.5-inch vert. Instinctive, quick closing speed, awareness, wrap-up tackler. Needs to get a little bit better in pass coverage if he is going to play off ball, but he does show great leadership, calls out coverages, and again, a versatile guy who could line up in any kind of scheme here, Dave. And the Dolphins are looking to have some added flexibility on their defense with Trey Moore, 130th overall.
Yeah, this is another questionable one for me. I saw Trey Moore as more of a late day 3 guy, if not like a high priority free agent. Depends if you're standing him up at linebacker, if you're using him as an edge. But again, when I'm looking at the Joshua Josephs, the Caden Currys, the Mason Riegers, sitting there in the edge group, and then even some of these linebackers that we've harped on that are still available, Trey Moore would not have been high up on my list to take at this point in the 4th round. But
yeah, short arms, I think he's going to have to play off ball.
Yeah, even still, like, I don't know. Wouldn't have been God that I actually like Ethan Burke out of that program at Texas a good bit more than Trey Moore.
Yeah, well, I had a chance to get to know Ethan Burke. He's a good kid, great size. He gets it.
Yep.
And,
Yep.
he's physical at Ethan Burke. And the next selection is not so physical. That would be Genesis Smith out of Arizona. The safety there goes to the Chargers. Uncharacteristic because this guy's allergic to contact. I get it. He's got a nose for the football. He makes a lot of plays. He can match up against wideouts and tight ends and running backs. And he does a lot of things well, has prototype size, 6'2", 202 pounds, great athleticism with a 42.5-inch vert, 10.8 broad, 4.18 shuttle, pretty good there. Plays very aggressive, but he can allow a lot of big time plays for being over aggressive, and then you get him one-on-one in the open field, and opponents are going to have a field day just lowering the shoulder on this guy.
Yeah, again, would not have been a guy I would have gone with at that position at this point in the draft. We talked about it earlier: Kilgore, Wheatley, Payne, Kamari Ramsey, if you like him, out of USC. But those first three, I have all them ahead of this kid, Genesis Smith, out of Arizona. And I mean, hell, Cole Wisniewski even sitting there. You want to take a reach on a guy?
Yeah.
I'd rather him than Genesis Smith. So good luck to the kid. Don't want to beat him up too much here, but I don't really like it.
Yeah, there was some good value on the board at safety. We got 9 more picks to go here in the 4th round. Dave Del Cole is going to bring us on home until we get to the top of the 5th. So we'll take another quick break and we'll come back and wrap up the 4th round of the 2026 NFL Draft. Live stream coverage. Don't go anywhere.
Pull up and hunker down. Rick Serritella of All Access Football here. Thanks for tuning in to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. For the past 25 years, we've been bringing you the names you need to know with independent scouting analysis on location across the nation with boots on the ground coverage from training camp to in-season visits, the All-Star Game circuit, and Indianapolis for the NFL Scouting Combine, plus the Pro Day trails and more, capturing the path to the draft with snapshots of hundreds of NFL draft prospects. Be sure to visit allaccessfootball.com for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and subscribe right now to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible featuring nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, our exclusive insider intel, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft. Become a disciple today and visit allaccessfootball.com. The NFL Draft Bible, the Bible of the draft used by all 32 NFL teams. Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft. Rick Serritella here for All Access Football. It's not too late to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible, jam-packed with nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, insider intel on character, medical, and background reports, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft, plus the NFL International Pathway Program prospects. We got it all covered in the NFL Draft Bible, celebrating 25 years of independent scouting analysis. Follow along in all the action. Be the most prepared person in the room with the most accurate projections available on the planet. Go get your copy now over at allaccessfootball.com. Your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you for your support of independent media. Now back to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft.
We are back here in the 4th round of the 2026 NFL Draft live stream coverage. Thanks for tuning in. Buckle up, hunker down. We're almost winding down to the 4th round conclusion, and we're here for the duration. So please like it, share it, subscribe it. We appreciate all the love and support. While we were gone, Dave Del Cole here to bring it home with Rick Serritella. Jeremy Wright, the Auburn offensive guard chosen by the New Orleans Saints with the 132nd selection, a mammoth 6'5", 340-pound Galuth, fires off the football, big run mauler, stout at the point of attack, thick hips, wide base, demonstrates pulling ability, can finish, and he's a family man. He's got a son. He's been known to bring his nephews around the Tiger Walks, and then went through a slew of different head coach changes down there at Auburn.
Having audio issues, Rick.
Oh, we can hear you. You're all good.
I'm going to leave and try to come back in.
Yeah, you're all good. All right, so Jeremiah Wright to the New Orleans Saints. And, they've done a good job of building up around Tyler Shuck and trying to create him into a franchise quarterback. I think, they probably see the upside more than I do with the Tyler Shuck, but we're going to give the experiment a little bit of a whirl and see how it goes. Adding guys like a Jordan Tyson. They traded for Devon Bailey and now Chris Lave. I like Mason Tipton out of Yale. So the wide receiver corps is there. They added a tight end, I believe, at some point with Oscar Delp to go with Jawan Johnson. And now they add a little bit of protection with the one Jeremiah Wright. Any thoughts there, Dave Del Cole?
Now we're cooking with gas, dude. I love this pick. About damn time. There's such good value right now with these offensive guards, and I'm pretty shocked that we haven't seen them start to fly off the board here. Who doesn't need a good guard? But Jeremiah Wright, huge guy. Loved him at the Senior Bowl. Starting at the Senior Bowl next to Max Iannicore at that right guard spot, and thought he had a great week down in Mobile. Another guy that was kind of hovering around like 6th round pick earlier on in this process and has gone up. You got to love his size, his production in the SEC. I really like him as a prospect and think that's a hell of a selection by the Saints. One of my favorite picks here, and I'd call it the last 10 or so selections.
All right. Yeah, he got a lot of buzz leading up to the draft. Some people thought he might even sneak into the day 2 equation. So again, I mean, I don't know the official tally, but I would say maybe half of the selections in the 4th round feel like it's been on the offensive line. Now, the Baltimore Ravens, who selected my favorite number 1 offensive lineman in Vega Ione on day 1, they come back here in round 4 and take a tight end. We mentioned they lost Isaiah Likely. They plug in Matthew Hibner out of SMU, 6'4", 251 pounds, ran a 4.57 40-yard dash with a 37-inch vert, 9'8" broad. Multi-dimensional skill set, can definitely make plays in the offense. He did have 436 receiving yards and 4 touchdowns this past season. So he can do a little bit in the pass game, a little bit in the block game. Willing blocker, does get overpowered at times. But I think here where the real value lies is he has experience on all 4 special teams units, and that's exactly what you want from a backup tight end.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with Hibner. I know that a lot of people like the kid Triggs at a Baylor, Daquan Ray at a Ole Miss. There's a good little batch of tight ends here that I guess they just felt like Hibner was the right flavor for him. I guess particularly if he's more developed as a pass catcher, trying to back up Mark Andrews and replace Isaiah Likely, because they only got Durham Smythe as the other guy on their roster at the position. So they must see something to like with this kid Hibner.
I would have liked to see them have plucked Tanner Koziel from Houston, and imagine him and Andrews in that 12 personnel package. But beauty's in the eye of the beholder. They go Matthew Hibner, who I heard from his agent actually just yesterday. Keep a lookout, Hibner. I'm hearing a buzz, and he was right. He was hearing more of a buzz in his ears than I was. All right, the Atlanta Falcons with the 134th overall pick in the 4th round take Kendall Daniels out of Oklahoma.
Oh,
6'5", 242, 32 and 4/8 inch arms, 4'7", 40, 29.5 inch vertical. Dave, jack of all trades.
yeah. I think you got me with this kid last time we did a show together. I had not really spent a ton of time on Kendall Daniels, and then I went back and looked at him, and don't know why I overlooked him. Incredibly productive, incredible size, coming out of a big program there at Oklahoma. Shout out to our guy Jim Nagy down there
Yeah.
with the Sooners. And yeah, Kendall Daniels, really solid talent. Was not expecting him to go in the fourth round, but not shocked to see it either.
All right. Well, our next selection has been kind of another theme we've seen here in the fourth round, and that's special teams. And Bryce Bocher from Oregon, another one of these guys who plays all four special teams. He runs around the field with his hot hair on fire all over the place. He's going to be a little bit of a limited athlete, but he shows up around the football. All he does is seem to make plays, Dave.
Yeah, another guy that really elevated his stock down in Mobile. I forget, he got in a fight with somebody down there one of the days of practice. It got a little chippy, and love to see that, in terms of like the demeanor of a linebacker. Even though he is a little bit on the short size, plays like he's bigger than he is. And yeah, a guy that can easily contribute on special teams, can come in as a rotational guy, good leader, good locker room guy. I think he definitely helps with adding identity to a defense. So yeah, a little bit undersized, but about where you would expect somebody like him to go. There are quite a few of these like more undersized linebackers that I wouldn't be surprised if they start coming off the board a little bit. Like an Aiden Fisher is another one that people really like out of Indiana. If we're keeping up with the Hoosiers, Harold Perkins is another guy out of LSU that's been getting a lot of love lately. Your boy Kyle Lewis still hanging around.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
Well, Betcher, it's pronounced Betcher, by the way. 6'1", 230 pounds, 4'6", 40-yard dash. What's interesting is he was actually selected in the Major League Baseball draft by the Houston Astros.
Oh, cool.
And they asked him about it. I guess we have a quote here. Said it's kind of up in the air right now. It just depends on the NFL draft and how that goes. I want to pursue football right now, given where my career has been this past year. I feel like I got a solid start and a bright future in that. Baseball's still on the table. I don't want to say I'm never going to play baseball again, but I still love baseball. But I'm focused on football. So, little interesting twist.
Yeah, and particularly after taking CJ Allen in the second round here for the Colts, adding another linebacker in a depleted room. I mean, I'm looking at their depth chart, and Akeem Davis Gaither, Jalen. I mean, I don't even know some of these guys, and I know quite a few prospects. So the lack of talent.
Austin Ike.
You know what I mean? I'm like, dude, what is going on here? So not surprised to see second linebacker, the Colts double dipping at that position after selecting CJ Allen earlier on.
All right, so now that brings us up to the 136th pick in the fourth round. The New Orleans Saints are on the clock, Dave, and they've added some pieces here with Jeremiah Wright just a couple picks ago, or obviously Jordan Tyson on day one, Oscar Delp in round 3, Christian Miller in round 2. What do you make so far of this New Orleans Saints rookie class?
Yeah, I mean, you had to get a weapon for Tyler Shuck. Seems like they really like him. I liked him a good bit as a pure pocket passer coming out of the draft last year. Had the Giants not traded up back into the first round for Jackson Dart. Shuck was a guy that I was thinking they could take a flyer on in the second round. So getting a weapon there in Jordan Tyson, and then another weapon in Oscar Delp certainly doesn't hurt them. Adding a protector like a big body Jeremiah Wright makes a ton of sense. And then Christian Miller, and the defensive line, they certainly need that. I would not be surprised to see a linebacker here. I think need meets value on that front. I'm looking at their linebackers. They got Danny Stutzman, the kid that I liked out of Oklahoma a couple years ago, Caden Ellis, Pete Werner, and then some guys that I'm not super familiar with. So would not be surprised, or one of these edge guys as well. I mean, we're still looking at the Josiah Joseph is on the board out of Tennessee. Some of these other guys that I've mentioned
LT
previously.
Overton. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Well,
I
I
think
tell you what, you mentioned linebacker though. I mean, Harold Perkins wouldn't have to travel too far if they want to roll
no,
the dice on
yeah,
it.
exactly. I think I'm looking at their depth chart. And I think that that's a good intersection of value meets need for their roster right now. Could they go with one of these safeties as well that we've been talking about that are still hanging around? Your boy Kyle Lewis might be a really good pick for them right now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can't figure it out. And I haven't heard anything as to why he's fallen. I mean, this is an incredible ball player, tremendously productive, big school pedigree, multiple year starter, flexibility, good tester. I mean, I just don't get it. I'm curious to hear what the reason will be, and I'm sure there's something to Garrett Nussmeier as well. Um, you know, Cam Jordan is a guy who's
Wow, they
kind of
went
on.
Bryce Lance.
Oh wow!
All right, more firepower for Tyler Shuck. Let's go, baby.
They're trying, like I said, they're trying to make him into a franchise quarterback.
Yep.
So you got playmaker and Tyson. And let's be honest, Bryce Lance was a playmaker at the FCS division with North Dakota
great
State.
Size, great speed,
yards after catch.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was somebody you expected to go in the 4th round. This is good value for him. Lot to like about him if he can handle the step up in competition, coming out of the smaller program there at NDSU. But yeah, I like that. Chris Olave, often injured. Jordan Tyson, ton of injuries. Doesn't hurt to hedge those investments with an additional wide receiver at this point to get them a more high octane receiving room.
Is that our first FCS player off the board? He might be.
I want to say that it is, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, 6'3", 204 pounds, ran a 4.34 40-yard dash with a 1.49 split, 41 and a half inch vert, 11.11 broad. Whew.
Is Southeast Louisiana FCS?
Oh yeah, Southeast Louisiana. So we've had 2 FCS players chosen here in round number 4 as we count you down. But Tyler Shuck, it's on him now. He has no excuse.
Yeah, I mean, you got the gas, bro. So turn it up.
So New Orleans moving and shaking here in the NFL draft. That brings us to the Dallas Cowboys, who are now on the clock. And Dallas has had some good, they had some bad. Obviously, Caleb Downs, I'm a big fan of. I thought it was the best value pick of the entire draft so far. But I was not a fan of the Malachi Lawrence selection. I thought that was a reach.
Yeah, big time.
You mentioned Barham, the Michigan linebacker. They plucked Devin Moore, the cornerback from Florida earlier this round. Drew Shelton also earlier this round. What do you make of the Cowboys draft class?
Yeah, I mean, they were elated to have Caleb Downs fall right in their lap. I agree with you on Malachi Lawrence. I would Cassius Howell. If I really wanted like an edge guy there, I like his production and his upside a little bit more than Malachi Lawrence. So that was a bit of a shocker. I mean, Lawrence is a guy that has gone up draft boards. I didn't think high up enough to go in the 1st round. But these other picks that they've had are, pretty on point. But I would say that the Cowboys haven't come away with incredible overall draft, which as a Giants fan, I am thrilled about. They've got another pick coming up here, and then they don't pick again until the 7th round. So they better make haste and get somebody in here to fill one of these additional needs.
I would have liked to have seen them add an offensive weapon like a Jaden Ott, but they're not going to do that because the selection is in, and it's LT Overton from Alabama. So there you go. Another guy, inside, outside versatility. Didn't have quite the season that was anticipated this past season. But you look along this defensive line with pieces like Rashawn Gary, Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark. Now you throw LT Overton into the fold. He's a versatile guy who could back up any one of those players.
Yeah, it's an interesting selection. I think they've got bigger needs on this team by comparison that I might have addressed. But yeah, you could argue that the value of LT Overton, a lot of people had him as even a third round selection. So to get him at the tail end of the fourth is pretty good value at this point in a position that is starting to really run out of gas. I think it's a good selection for them, but there are some other players where value meets need that I might have prioritized a little bit more if I was the Cowboys.
42 tackles this past season, 6 tackles for loss, 4 sacks, 7 sacks for his career at 6'3". 274 at the combine, added 13 pounds at his pro day, came in at 287 there, 487, 40-yard dash, 26 bench press reps for LT Overton. And, he took on a lot of double team coverage there at Alabama. Can take advantage of one-on-one matchups, relentless motor, and a little bit inconsistent. That was the issue this past season. Coming into the year, his Blesto and national grades told us he could be a potential first-round pick. Season did not go according to plan. I do remember he had this undisclosed illness. It turned out to be a respiratory issue early on in the year, and he actually missed 2 games because of that. Then he also left the Wisconsin game early due to a lower leg injury that occurred in the first week of the season. It kind of lingered throughout the year. Former 5-star recruit. And just a little side note, his father, Milton, is actually the athletic director over at Kennesaw State, speaking of the FCS. So there's your little background on LT Overton. And, the last couple selections I haven't loved so much for the Miami Dolphins, who are on the clock with the 138th pick in the 4th round, Dave. But I do like some of the culture-defining pieces that they're adding in the draft. And I'm a big fan of Chris Bell out of Louisville. I think that was one of the best value selections. So maybe they made up for their boneheaded pick of Caleb Douglas.
You're a big Jacob Rodriguez guy.
Jacob Rodriguez, I love. And Chris Johnson from San Diego State, I'm a big fan of. I think those are going to be 3 big key pieces. Now, Trey Moore, I'm with you. I could take it or leave it. I thought they did reach for Kasmarek, who arguably is the best blocking tight end in the draft. But, he won't hurt you in the passing game, but he's not exactly going to be somebody that keeps defensive coordinators up late at night. We mentioned, or we haven't mentioned Caden Proctor. That's another big piece of the puzzle. Now, if Malik Willis hits, this is a team that could maybe turn it around rather quickly here.
Yeah, they got a lot of ammo left in the chamber here. 3 5th round, 2 7th round, and I think they got a boatload of picks next year as well. So they're making good use of their draft capital, spreading it across a variety of positions. And after trading away Jalen Waddle, adding a couple of weapons there, and Caleb Douglas and Chris Bell, makes a ton of sense to give Malik Willis somebody to throw to. But yeah, I would say out of all their selections, the Trey Moore one is the most puzzling to me. I like Kasmarek. Granted, it was rich to take him at that point, but I do think he has a ton of upside. So I still like that more than Trey Moore. But Dolphins are having a pretty decent draft with all the picks they have.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing them double down on another cornerback. Their cornerback depth looks extremely thin to me as I scroll over their depth chart here, and I see guys like Keith Abney from Arizona State, FCN's Prysock out of Washington, whose counterpart to Cario Davis went on yesterday's draft. But to me, Prysock or Abney would make a whole heck of a lot of sense for the Dolphins.
Yeah, one of the safeties, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Storm Duck is, I guess, a safety / corner there. They do have
And
Dante.
Kyle Lewis, dude.
Oh, man. Lewis and J-Rod? No way. Man, I'm gonna just become a Miami Dolphins fan. Like, let's go,
Bell. I mean, literally, they
all my favorites, man.
They must be reading.
They must be using the Bible, baby. I mean, this is it. These are all the guys we are higher on than most. We had first-round grades on Rodriguez. We had a first-round grade on Bell. Caden Proctor is a stud. And we had a first-round grade on Kyle Lewis. To me, I'd have to put the Miami Dolphins up there with one of the best drafts thus far. I mean, this is going to be a mega impact rookie class. Unbelievable.
Not surprising for the new regime they have put in place in John Eric Sullivan, a mastermind lifer from the Green Bay Packers organization that has been putting on master classes for as long as I can remember with their draft picks. And no shock to me, John Eric Sullivan, a loyal soldier of that organization, finally gets a shot to be GM down there in Miami and putting it to good use right out of the gate.
Well, you look at Kyle Lewis's career at 6 foot, 224 pounds. We're in a 4.5 340, 39.5-inch vert, 10.9 broad, 4.26 shuttle. How about this? A 6.97 3-cone. That's incredible change of direction. 37 career games, 200 tackles, 25.5 tackles for loss, 10 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, 2 fumble recoveries, 6 interceptions. All he does is just make plays. Pat Narduzzi said he's got great instincts. Every linebacker you look at, you got to talk about instincts first. You can be elite athletically like he is. He's athletic. He can run. He can hit. He can tackle. He's a playmaker. He's going to make the play. He's got that heart and desire to go and get the football because there's only one football at a time on the field. He finds the football, but comes down to his instincts. He's got linebacker instincts to play at the next level and be a first rounder. But Pat Narduzzi was wrong about one thing. He is not a first rounder. He is the third to last pick in the 4th round. Tremendous, tremendous value here. And we mentioned Efseen's Prysock out of Washington. He is now indeed the second to last pick of the 4th round with pick number 139 for those San Francisco 49ers. Big, long, cover, fast cornerback that can play the boundary.
Yep, the run on corners continues, and it's getting more and more depleted. The more I'm looking at these guys flying off the board, you're left with Keith Abney, Chandler Rivers, Charles Demings out of Stephen F. Austin that a lot of people like, Damani Jackson. But you're really starting to lose momentum in this corner class a lot earlier than I might have anticipated. I knew that it was going to run on day 3, but I didn't think it was going to be a full-on sprint. If you need a corner, you better grab one because they are flying.
They are. And we got a LFG out of Jarrett Regal in the chat room. Jarrett will be on with us later on, the NFL Draft Bible Familia. We're all pumped up about Kyle Lewis, who we had a first-round grade on. And I know the final pick of the 4th round, appropriately so, is a Dave Del Cole favorite at 140 to the Cincinnati Bengals. Your guy, Colby Young from Georgia.
I mean, if we can clear up the off-field stuff, man.
The typical Bengals.
You and I talked about him at length in the last show that we did together on Scout's Honor. And yeah, I mean, you're not going to find a tougher wide receiver in this class, as far as I'm concerned, than Colby Young. Big body boy, wants to run him over. The off-field stuff, if you're okay with it, I mean, he is an incredible value. If he didn't have the off-field stuff, I feel like he would have been a day 2 guy. I believe there's a broken leg in there as well at one point, but he came back like same season and played even after the broken leg. So if the medicals and the off-field stuff checks out for this kid, the traits are there. I mean, he is an insane value in terms of his skill set, coming out of a big program like Georgia, where he doesn't have a ton of production, but the upside is absolutely incredible. And you add him to a wide receiver room with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins already. That's a lot of fun for Joe Burrow.
Well, 23 wide receivers through the first 4 rounds, our Douglas Dorner in the chat room tells us. And listen, they don't make them physically like Colby Young at 6'4", 6'8" inches, 218 pounds, 4.49 40-yard dash. And I'll tell you, this guy catches the ball, he turns upfield, and he gets after it, picks up yards after the catch, can break tackles. I just love the frame and the skill set to you alluded to. Then you get to the off-field stuff. And, we talked about it on your show. 2024, arrested and charged with battery and assault of an unborn child after he was found to have injured his pregnant girlfriend, now ex-girlfriend. He was released, posted on bail, was suspended by the team, accepted a plea deal, sentenced to 12 months of probation, reinstated for 2025, then suffered the leg fracture that you mentioned. Also has had some ankle issues, missed 6 games, former 3-star recruit. 26 catches, 358 yards, down season this year, just 1 touchdown, but he is a red zone weapon as well. 13 career touchdowns, just a big, tall target that can be a mismatch inside the 20.
You're throwing darts at the end of the 4th round, and that's a dart that I like to hit if you think you can keep his head on his shoulders.
All right, Dave. Well, that concludes the 4th round of the 2026 NFL Draft. We've made it 2 hours into the live stream show, man. I can't thank you enough for hanging through the duration of that.
No problem,
it is a marathon, not a sprint today. And I know you'll be tuned in and enjoying the rest of the day 3 draft. Any final thoughts before we let you go?
Just really appreciate you, Rick, and everything you bring to the table. Appreciate all the time that you've made for me. I'm trying to keep the legacy of Dave T. Thomas going on, and have loved getting to know you the last several years, and appreciate you having me on here to kick off day 3. I love day 3, and we'll definitely continue to be tuned in. And for those of you that don't have your copy, I don't know what you're doing. You need to be subscribed to the emails, the Substack. Get yourself the paper copy in hand, and
you got to get tuned up and tuned in.
You know it, man. The only way to do it.
But tell the listening people at home where to find the podcast and what you got going on. I guess it's a wrap for this year. You'll be back again next year doing it, or what's the plan?
Yeah, seasonal show. We try to do more and more with it each year. Got a little over my skis doing 15 shows this year. Started up in January a bit earlier than I normally like to do. But yeah, Scouts Honor podcast, available on all the streaming platforms, guest spots on various shows.
Great guests, by the way. You got some great guests on the show.
Yeah, if you like the Giants, you should tune in. I've got if we're looking at the Giants mainstays, I try to add everybody that I really respect into the fold, and we try to add new names each year. We got guys from inside the building, fans, scouts, everybody in between. So definitely lean more heavily on the Giants stuff. But like when Rick and I get together, which I believe we did 3 shows together this year, it's pretty agnostic. We're just ripping through day 3 prospects. So that's more of the emphasis on my show is the later round guys. You can tune into any production throughout the draft cycle and hear the same regurgitated conversation around the first or early second round guys. But day 3 is the fun stuff where, like Rick said, you make your bones. So I love looking for diamonds in the rough, and always a pleasure chatting through them with you, Rick.
And I must say that Mark Gorsak interview that you conducted is a must listen to anybody who just is a fan of the scouting behind the scenes. It was like a 3-hour interview.
Yeah, it was
I listened to the whole thing. It was just unbelievable insight.
Yeah, I could talk to Gores all day, man. I was very lucky to be able to connect with him and then get so much time out of him. And yeah, just if you're a fan of scouting, learning about the war room and how that kind of plays out, and his life and his career and the names that he was dropping, the experiences. I mean, just such a cool dude, humble as they come. But had a blast chatting with him. Yeah, it's a gauntlet of an interview, but one that I will definitely cherish for a long time. I really appreciated him making the time.
One of the good ones in this business, as are you, Dave Del Cole. And thank you so much for doing the Scout Honors podcast in memory of Dave T. Thomas, who paved the way for us to be here live streaming on day 3 of the 2026 NFL Draft. I know we will be chatting a lot off of the air, and I'm sure we'll be talking. Are you doing anything post recap wise, or?
I don't know. We'll see.
We're going to hang up the cleats until next talk.
I
15 and we're done.
I crawl back into my hole after the draft, and then I disappear until you see me start to pop up again, like late December or something. College football playoffs is when I know. But I like to take the summer off, enjoy the Jersey Shore when I make it down there your way. And,
yeah, make sure you give me some heads up this year when you're coming down. We got to get up and get an ice cream cone together.
swing by Used to Be's and have a beer or something. Yeah, we'll definitely be checking out the spots down there at the Jersey Shore.
All right, love it, my brother. We'll let you boogie.
Appreciate you, Rick. All right, see you, buddy.
Dave Del Cole, Scout Honor Podcast, getting our day 1 coverage underway here on the All Access Football live stream day 3 coverage. Thank you so much for tuning in. We greatly appreciate it. Being independent media, we don't have 30 contributors like the NFL Network and ESPN coverage does. No, we're just rocking and rolling, and we're moving and we're grooving. In about 15 minutes or so, Todd Worley, the executive director of the Hula Bowl, will join us, and we'll talk about some of the Hula Bowl prospects. Not sure how many have yet to come off the board. I'll have to look into that during the next commercial break, but Todd will join us, talk about some Hula Bowl guys, some guys to keep a lookout on day 3. And of course, Todd has been around the block, NFL scout, CFL scout. Obviously now with the Hula Bowl, had a chance to work with him during my time at the NFL PA Collegiate Bowl. So we'll take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll get you all caught up on the 5th round of the 2026.
Buckle up and hunker down. Rick Serritella of All Access Football here. Thanks for tuning in to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. For the past 25 years, we've been bringing you the names you need to know with independent scouting analysis on location across the nation with boots on the ground coverage from training camp to in-season visits, the All-Star Game circuit, and Indianapolis for the NFL Scouting Combine, plus the Pro Day trails and more, capturing the path to the draft with snapshots of hundreds of NFL draft prospects. Be sure to visit allaccessfootball.com for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft, and subscribe right now to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible, featuring nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, our exclusive insider intel, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft. Become a disciple today and visit allaccessfootball.com. The NFL Draft Bible, the Bible of the draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft. Rick Serritella here for All Access Football. It's not too late to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible, jam-packed with nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, insider intel on character, medical, and background reports, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft, plus the NFL International Pathway Program prospects. We got it all covered in the NFL Draft Bible, celebrating 25 years of independent scouting analysis. Follow along in all the action. Be the most prepared person in the room with the most accurate projections available on the planet. Go get your copy now over at allaccessfootball.com, your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you for your support of independent media. Now back to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Hey, Rick Serritella here for AllAccessFootball.com. Thanks for watching our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Just a quick programming reminder, the All Access Football Draft Watch show airs every Saturday morning live at 10 a.m. Eastern with yours truly, along with my co-host, Russ Landy, who brings 30 years of NFL, CFL, and XFL scouting experience each and every week. We count you down with hard-hitting analysis, the prospects, the names you need to know. The countdown is on. Destination Washington, D.C. begins now. Make sure you tune in every Saturday morning, live, 10 a.m. Eastern, as we count you down to the nation's capital for the 2027 NFL Draft. Your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002. It's what we do. Make sure you follow along with the NFL Draft Bible, the official Bible of the draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you so much for supporting independent media. Now, back to our 2026 live stream coverage of the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh. Buckle up!
All right, we're back at it again. All right, seeing a place to be. Rick Serritella here for our Day 3 live stream. How are we feeling, everybody? We're 2 hours and change into the program here for the duration. Last year's Day 3 went 7 hours and 40 minutes, I believe. So hopefully we got some stretching in during that commercial break. We did the hokey pokey and you turned yourself around. That's what it's all about now. I want to apologize to you guys. Like I said, we're not ESPN. We're not NFL Network. We don't have a mainstream media production budget. We don't have 30 correspondents to share the time with. But if you like the show, if you like All Access Football, if you want to support the program, you've been watching these commercials, what I was going to say is it's been balls to the wall. I mean, I don't think people realize starting in January, I don't want you to feel bad for me. I'm just telling you, we work around the clock 15, 20 hours a day leading up to the draft. And when I tell you the behind the scenes of me just making it to the show is unbelievable. That might be a more entertaining show, quite frankly. But if you do want to support the program, I didn't have a lot of time to edit a lot of promos. I tried to make some promos and allow myself a little bit of time in between commercial breaks. I got just enough to go make it to the bathroom, come back, take a sip of water. But you've been watching the promos. Obviously, we brought back the hard copy edition of the NFL Draft Bible this year, 567 scouting reports. And they all sold out. So we're going to bring back the hard copy edition again next year. You can reserve your hard copy now for the 2027 NFL Draft Bible, Destination Washington, D.C., and for those who are tuned in, listening, we appreciate you being here. What we'll do is I have 3 more copies each of Value Picks and Scout Speak. Our good friend Neil Stratton from InsideTheLeague.com published these books. If you are a fan of the draft, if you want to learn more about the scouting community, each book has over 100 interviews conducted with NFL front office executives. Value Picks is the 10-year anniversary of the 2016 NFL Draft. Neil takes you behind the scenes with some of those selections. Scout Speak, so good. I read it twice. Very easy to read, puts it in layman terms. So we're going to throw those in. All right, 2 free books if you reserve your copy of the 2027 NFL Draft Bible. I'm an avid reader, in case you couldn't tell. So if you like reading, if you like books, reserve the hard copy for next year. You get the 2 free books. We'll drop in 3 copies. So the first 3 people who do that today will get the free copies. And you also get a year-round access to allaccessfootball.com, our insider content. which we're already knee deep in the 2027 draft process. We got our Hot 100 coming out and a mock draft on the way as well. So thank you for listening. And smash that like button, would you? We appreciate all the subscribers, the likes, the shares, the support, spread the words. And of course, we'll be back next Saturday with the Draft Watch Show. My co-host Russ Landy will do a recap on everything that transpired. You're getting the live instant analysis as we go through day 3 here, and we'll recap it next Saturday and then transition into the 2027 NFL draft cycle. So we're all pumped up, revved up, ready to go for that. I hope you are too. And so here we go with the start of the 5th round. We got some catching up to do here, and we will do just that. And like I said, Todd Worley, the Hula Bowl executive director, will join us here in about 10 minutes or so. Now, Big Will Donahue helping me out here behind the scenes in the chat room, and he'll be on later on in the show and try to pop him up earlier if we can. We'll see how the schedule goes along. We've got a lot of guests to get in here on the show, starting with Todd Worley up next. But Tyree Wilson traded to the Saints. So, the former Raiders first round selection from the previous regime, not exactly panning out. Do we know what they flipped them for? What was the draft pick there, Will? Update us if you can, when you can. So New Orleans has made a lot of transitioning, and, they were picking atop the draft for a reason. And now they add Tyree Wilson to the pass rush equation and draft Christian Miller. So some new pieces on that defensive line there. All right, let's get you caught up on the draft picks here in the 5th round. The Houston Texans have chosen Kamari Ramsey out of USC, the safety here at 6 foot, 200 pounds, ran a 4.47 40-yard dash from UCLA to USC. Very well known around the LA zip code, lined up at deep safety, too high, robber, thrives as a pass defender, ultra aggressive mentality. Did have 15 missed tackles 2 seasons ago. He tightened that up this past year, just 1 missed tackle this past season. So you like to see him shore that up. And, he's got versatility, right? He can play either safety spot. They got another one there in Jalen Petrie who can also do that. And so that is the first pick of the 5th round. 27 tackles this past season, 133 for his career. Just 1 career interception for Kamari Ramsey. All right. Fernando Carmona of Arkansas. The Titans continue to look to protect their franchise in Cam Ward. They've surrounded him with some new weapons. Now they get a mauler and big-bodied Fernando Carmona, who does have some tackle experience as well, but he should slide in nicely. And, Tennessee, they like these big bodies. They got a lot of them now, both on the offensive line and defensive line in the trenches. Okay, that was the 142nd selection. Tennessee Titans take Fernando Carmona. 143, the Arizona Cardinals take a slot weapon out of Texas Tech by the name of Reggie Virgil. Very good route runner, not so great timed speed. But I tell you what, I can't recall which all-star game I saw him at, but he was just creating separation, getting open, making plays. So he has a knack for finding the open spot. Arizona clearly has a need for wide receivers. They have potentially a quarterback competition on their hands with Jacoby Brissett and Carson Beck. I saw Montefort didn't want to come out and quite say that yet, but he didn't want to commit to Carson Beck being a starting candidate, but he also did not deny that he could be in contention for the starting quarterback job there, as Jacoby Brissett is looking for a pay raise. Sam Hecht, very good player. This is a plug-and-play starter that the Carolina Panthers nab here in the 4th round. And Sam Hecht, we were very impressed with his body of work. Just fundamentally sound, isn't going to wow you in any one area. Somewhat of a limited athlete, but he moves well. He gets the job done. Great footwork. 6'4", 303 pounds, ran a 5.10 40-yard dash. Strong base, great leverage. And his wrestling background, he's a grappler with the balance, the hands, low center of gravity. 3-star recruit. Actually, had a lot of scholarship offers to the Ivy Leagues. Very smart guy, which you need him to be if you're going to play center. So what he did, he walked on at Kansas State in 2021. He earned himself a scholarship by 2023, and a construction science and management major. So Sam Hecht, definitely great value in the, what is this, the 5th round we're in. Unbelievable. All right, Nick Barrett, the defensive tackle out of South Carolina. Los Angeles Chargers have continued to remake their defensive line, and Barrett kind of factors in as a rotational backup cog there. Parker Brailsford out of Alabama. I know our guy Dom Ambrose, who will be on later in the show, is very high on Brailsford out of Alabama. So maybe a potential new starting center candidate there. Some really good value here at the center position in the round number 5. And you can always seem to wait on this position. Some good centers also still left on the board at this juncture, including Brian Parker II out of Duke, Pat Coogan out of Indiana, another Hoosier who may hear his name called here in the draft. And then Joshua Josephs, the edge rusher out of Tennessee, who our first guest, Dave Del Cole, kept mentioning and wondering, why is Joshua Joseph still on the board? Had a first-round grade coming into the season, prototypical size, obviously big-time pedigree out of Tennessee. And if anybody's going to unlock the potential out of Joshua Joseph, I would imagine it's going to be Washington Commanders head coach Dan Quinn. And so they acquired Odafe Owe there and one defensive end. They also signed Charles Omenihu away from the Kansas City Chiefs. And they also signed Kaylavon Chaisson, who had a bust-out year for the New England Patriots, and priced New England out of that free agent acquisition. And so that catches you up to all of the selections, the first 7 picks through the 5th round here on our day 3 coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft Livestream. Before we welcome our next guest, I just want to remind everybody, big shout out to Sports Management Worldwide, who sponsors the website. And I just want to talk about them for a quick second because they have a bunch of online courses now available, including the analytics course that's starting in 2 days. And if you're familiar with Aaron Schatz, he is the godfather of analytics. He is one of the mentors of the course, as is Sam Palazzolo from the 33rd team. And that comes with the free 6-month subscription to Pro Football Focus. That's $150 value alone. So if you're interested in that, head over to smww.com. You can sign up under the courses. You'll see it there. And they have a lot of great programs. The Football GM and Scouting course, who are my co-host Russ Landy, is one of the mentors for that one. And a lot of our scouts here at NFL Draft Bible have taken that course as well. Now, while I was talking, Seattle Seahawks, 148th pick, Bo Stevens out of Iowa. Man, I love this dude. I saw him one of the All-Star games, just mauling people, very low center of gravity, nice fat base, stout anchor, and a proven commodity. I mean, the Hawkeyes really know how to churn out offensive linemen. Bo Stevens is a good one. I love that fit there for the Seahawks. You pair him with the Gray Zabel, and the interior of that offensive line just got a whole heck of a lot stronger. And Justin Jefferson from Alabama just came off the board to the Cleveland Browns. I kind of had a fringe day 3 grade on Justin Jefferson, a little bit undersized. He had that big game one year, busted out 17, 18 tackles, so he can fly around the field. But maybe, special teams contributor, backup spot for the Cleveland Browns. And that's going to bring us up to pick number 150, which is your Las Vegas Raiders. And they are on the clock. So while we await the Raiders selection, we'll introduce my next guest, who served as an executive around the Canadian Football League, multiple organizations, also worked with me at the NFLPA Collegiate Bowl. He is now currently the executive director for the Hula Bowl, where I had a chance to attend this past season. A lot of talent down there in Florida, and we're going to talk about some of those prospects and more with our next guest here, our second guest of the day, Todd Worley, entering the chat room. Todd, how are we doing today?
Hey, man, this is the best weekend of the year, isn't it?
I love day 3 of the draft. As you know, it's where we earn our money, and just really enjoying the process here. And what have been your thoughts and impressions just on the draft overall? The city of Pittsburgh looks flooded with fans down there in downtown.
It's too bad no one's interested in the NFL, right?
Yeah, no off season, man. It's
right. It's so cool to see how I love the concept of going from host city to host city year by year, and just the reception they get and how much enthusiasm there is for the game. It just grows and grows. And you're bringing in flag football, girls flag football. I mean, it's just the sport is in a really good place right now, and I like where it's headed.
Yeah, and I think flag football is going to lead. I mean, you see the NFL now starting leagues. I think it's only a matter of time until you see pro leagues, and I see some women's scholarships now starting to be offered at the collegiate level, right? So now you're going to start seeing scholarships, NIL, pro leagues. And believe it or not, I do predict that one day in the future, we will have agents for flag football athletes. Like that's the direction it's trending. So you're right. And then you talk about the global growth. That's a whole nother conversation what the NFL is doing. But another event that is now growing is the Hula Bowl, who you steered the ship here in your first tenure as executive director. Tell the good folks at home a little bit about what the game is all about, some of the things you're doing, and some of the things you're growing.
Yeah, so this was our 80th edition to the Hula Bowl. Amazing how the history, the tradition we've had. We have every year, the game's on a Saturday, every year, Thursday night preceding the game, we have a big banquet, and a lot of the previous Hula Bowl greats come back and speak and attend. This year we had Mike Singletary there, one of the absolute legends of football, and just to hear about his experience playing in the Hula Bowl and the connection that it was able to strengthen with his family. It was just an amazing experience to hear about that. And then some really good players out there. We had, we're the first of the main All-Star games on the circuit, and we right after New Year's, and had a really good group. We had 110 players out there, and I think this is a wheelhouse where a lot of those guys may have come off the board at any minute now, and so we're really excited for those guys. Had a great opportunity. Our coaching staff was absolutely stacked top to bottom. We had John Gruden and Jay Gruden were our 2 head coaches.
Oh man, that was so fun to watch, by the way.
Then John Fox and Jack Del Rio also on staff, John DeFilippo, Ray Horton, Ike Hilliard, Ron Zook, the list goes on. And so one thing so our players had an opportunity to be coached by those guys, both on and off the field for the whole week. And so one thing that really stood out, you and I were involved with the NFL PA game, and you and I have been in this business for a long time. And so the vast majority of All-Star games are low-scoring affairs. And it's not necessarily because the defenses are playing so well. It's just because it's so hard to build cohesion with an offense in one practice week, and when you're rotating all those guys. And so usually you see, the like 12 to 10 game, 13 to 9, that type of thing. And we had our offenses were running up and down the field. And you got we had 8 QBs that played. All those guys were dealing. They were processing quickly, delivering the ball on time and on target. Receivers making really good catches, big plays in the running game as well, and big plays on defense as well. It wasn't just offense. But so to me, like that showing that really exhibited the talent of our coaches. First of all, our scouting staff, we had the right guys on board. We had talent. We had guys with high FBI that could learn it and process it quickly. And then the coaches to be able to get those guys to get for each coach to get 1 QB ready to play in an All-Star game is really challenging. We had 2 different teams where they each got 4 QBs ready to play, and all those guys look good. So I mean, that was having those coaches on board was such a key for us, and our players benefited just getting better during the week, but then also now having those guys in their corner. A lot of our guys who play in the Hula Bowl have been training with some of the coaches since then, and then those coaches are also able to put a good word, put their stamp of approval on guys with all their connections throughout the league.
Yeah, it was so much fun watching John and Jay Gruden install their offense to see which quarterbacks handled it, which quarterbacks struggled with it, which quarterbacks picked it up as the week wore on. And one of the quarterbacks who did very well is a New Jersey guy that I had a chance to scout this season. Derek Robertson, I believe, was down there, and he really made a strong impression amongst NFL scouts. A dark horse candidate, I do believe, here on day 3.
could definitely see that. I think we've got other QBs that I think have a legit chance to get drafted too, but Robertson is definitely one of them. I think he hurt his non-throwing hand and missed the second half of the season as a senior, so that hurt a little bit. But he was healthy by the time our game rolled around and showed that he could pick up. So I want to build on what I was saying earlier. A lot of all-star games, the playbook is really simplified, really vanilla, and both Gruden coaches, they installed over 100 plays a piece on offense. So this wasn't we have 3 running plays and 3 pass concepts and that's it, and then let's get everyone to play fast. And there's nothing wrong with that, but our guys had to learn so much so quickly, and the fact that they were able to process it and then carry it over to the field on game day, unbelievable. So Robertson, he's a perfect example of someone who took the opportunity and ran with it, and so showed what he can do mentally, and then also showed that he can deliver the ball on time and accurately as well.
Yeah, Ethan Kaliak-Manis too, another Jersey guy, Rutgers quarterback, was out there, and quite a few. Kyron Drones, I believe, from Virginia Tech was out there at the Hula Bowl. Who are some of the players here on day 3? Some of your favorites from the game, or some guys you're hearing could land here on day 3? Give the people at home a little sneak peek preview.
I could go all day long. I think we have a lot of guys that have a very good argument to be made to get drafted. Obviously, not all of them can, but just the way the numbers shake out. But those 2 you mentioned, I think both have legitimate chance. I think Coach Gruden called Ethan, he called him Special K, and so it's a lot easier to say, right? So
yeah, people were struggling with that one throughout the week for sure.
So I think Special K. I think if you want to look at the whole body of work, or you watch the early film, you may not be quite as impressed, but things really clicked for him like the second half of his senior year. And so if you look at the back half of the 2025 season, he was dealing at that point, processing quickly, accurate at all 3 levels. And then also the intangibles are through the roof with this kid. This kid loves football. He's a football junkie, an amazing kid. And I remember, when we decide to invite a player, we, part of our pitches, we said we intentionally have our game early in the process to buy them time to get invitations to the East West or the Senior Bowl. And he said, I'm just honored to play in the Hula Bowl. I don't even care about any other games. And so just like it shows his makeup, and really an impressive kid. And then you talked about Kyron Drones. I mean, I think Coach Gruden made a point during the week. He said, and this isn't to knock, and so every QB in every school, you're all in a different situation, right? Some places you have really good pass protection. Some places you have a really good receiving core. Some places the system fits your skill set really well. Some places you have a really good running game. Some places you have really good defense. At Virginia Tech, they didn't protect the passer at all this year, and so he was really up against it and was not dealt an easy hand by any means. But you see the toughness, and when he has the opportunity to, he can be accurate, short, intermediate, and long, and he's got the arm strength, the intangibles there too. And I know there's some love for him from clubs. It's going to be interesting to see if he comes off the board here. And another guy to mention, Jake Retzloff. I mean, taking Tulane to the college football playoff for the first time in school history. Intangibles through the roof once again. Kids got a ton of confidence. You like the movement skills. You like, once again, the accuracy, short, intermediate, and deep. And then the list goes on. That's just the QBs. There are other QBs too we could get into. But I think
the signal callers were impressive. I also was impressed with Desmond Reed. He's just got incredible quickness, more quick than fast, I should add. But dynamite receiver out of the backfield. I think he went for like $144 against Florida State this past season. One of the best return men in this year's draft. And he actually was a combine invite to Indianapolis as well.
He was. And I'm so glad you mentioned that. I was going to get into the running backs next, and he was going to be one of the guys I was going to mention. And so him and Coleman Bennett, and I touched on this when we did the Hula Bowl recap show a few months back with your co-host. So we came into the week with 4 running backs on each squad, and after Thursday practice, 2 of the running backs on Reed's squad informed us that they weren't going to be able to play in the game. And so they had 2 running backs left. It was Coleman Bennett from Kennesaw State, Desmond Reed from Pitt, and but the other team still had all 4 running backs available. So there was some thought, do we pull one running back from one team, so now it's 3 and 3, or but the coaches presented Desmond Reed and Coleman Bennett with the situation, and both of those guys said, no, give us more reps. We want to compete. And so they did, and both of those guys ran with it. They got like you said, is he's not your traditional between the tackles. I'm gonna give it to you 24 times a game. You're gonna grind it out for me. But yeah,
third down weapon.
Exactly. Get him the ball in space and let him work for you. And so then Coleman Bennett was arguably one of the best players of the entire week in any position. I mean, I think he's got a legitimate chance to come off the board today. And so I know he's had some 30 visits and really impressive player when that kid's sick. So I know Kennesaw State isn't a traditional football power, but you watch the film doesn't lie. When he sticks his foot in the ground, he's got something special there.
Yeah, they were quite a while in FCS power, not so much the last couple of seasons. You know, one other player who stood out to me, big time player, as a matter of fact, Toriano Pride out of Missouri, 5'10", 185 pounds, ran that 4.32 40-yard dash at the NFL Scouting Combine, and he's still sitting out here on the board.
Is 4.32 good? Are you kidding me, man? Yeah, it was absolutely rolling. Really good dude on top. He's a really good kid on top of that, and then a really good player and tested through the roof. Yeah, I would be surprised if he hasn't come off the board at some point today.
And then Xavier Nwakpa, the safety out of Iowa, big time pedigree, again, ideal size, 6'2", 208 pounds. Another combine invite who ran a 4.48 40-yard dash. We've seen some safeties come off the board, but Nwakpa still out there as well.
Yeah, he's another. Glad you mentioned him. I could definitely see him coming out. I'd expect him to come off the board today. I know there's some. We talked to some clubs in the vetting process, and there's definitely some day 3 love for him. So I could definitely see him coming off the board.
And, when I was down at James Madison back in August, Bobby Chesney, the head coach who's now at UCLA, said, man, you got to check out this Jacob Thomas, 6'2", 212 pounds. We're in a 4.45 40-yard dash at the safety position, plays special teams, comes up with big plays, creates turnovers. Very good stepping up in the box and making tackles, prototypical size, speed, multiple year starting experience. I think Jacob Thomas has a strong shot. I think any scout that went down there and made that campus visit came away awfully impressed with this young man.
Exactly. So I want to touch on this. Like, obviously, not every player can get drafted, but even the guys that don't get drafted from our game, so many of them have legitimate chances to find a role and stick. And then this as well as anybody does. Like there are going to be guys that got taken in the first round of this draft. They're going to wash out within 2 or 3 years. And then there are going to be guys who don't get drafted. They're going to have 12-year careers. And so that's just the nature of the beast. That's how this industry works. And that's how this process works. So really excited. A guy like that, you mentioned that. Okay, let's say if Jacob Thomas doesn't get picked today, someone's going to give him a chance. And you talk about when one of the advantages a guy like that has, a lot of the players he's going to be competing with may not have had that much special teams experience in college, and he does. And so oftentimes those back end of the roster spots come for the 53. They're going to come down to who's stronger on special teams. And so advantage Jacob Thomas in that situation all day long. And so I'm really excited for his future, and I'm glad we had him on board.
I was trying to look back when the last time a player from Rhode Island has been drafted. Isaiah Coulter back in 220. I remember it well. And, you get down to the Hula Bowl, you discover new players, and, AJ Pena right in my backyard, not too far up the road from me. He was just making plays all over the field. You mentioned some of these players received call-ups to other games. I think he received a call to the East-West Shrine Bowl. But keep an eye on this young man. I like what he brings, man. This is a fiery guy.
He can play, and the key for him, he weighed in a little light in our game, and then I believe he's added some weight since then. And so that for some of these guys, that sometimes that measurement can make or break what happens with him, right? Depending on the position. And so he can 100% can play. I'm hoping someone gives him a chance. I think he'll take it and run with it when he gets it. You look at. I think our offensive tackles, offensive line, I think there's some really intriguing guys there. I can go position by position. I think we've got some intriguing guys all across the board that even if they don't get their names called today, have great chances to at least make a practice squad as a rookie, if not more.
Well, one more I did want to ask you about, because I was watching the offensive lineman. I was studying the trench warfare intently like I usually do, but it was on the defensive side of the ball where I had not seen too much of him until I got down to the hula ball, and I wasn't really focusing on him. But every time he stepped up for a one-on-one rep, man, he was showing me something new, some bend, some dip, some rip. Great pass rush hand repertoire at 6'3", 258 pounds, ran a 4.63 40-yard dash. That's Mitchell Melton out of Virginia, man. Keep an eye on this guy. This could be a dark horse candidate. 33-inch arms, and just non-stops comes at you with a relentless motor.
I'm so it's almost as if we exchange notes backstage. We get it. I promise you get it. So yes, I love Mitchell Melton. Absolutely love Mitchell Melton. So you said it. Juice off the edge all day long was awesome in our game. And so he's 100. Obviously, I'm not working for a club right now. If I am, I mean, he's so in previous roles working in the CFL and the XFL, I would go to training camps every year to scout the back end of the roster guys. And very few teams are going to have 4 edge guys on their team all better than Mitchell Melton. I mean, he's 100% good enough to make a team this year. Mm-hmm. I would be surprised if he doesn't get drafted today. Him and Wesley Bailey, I think both of those guys, Wesley Bailey, both those guys juice off the edge, and I like their knee bend, and I think there's some upside for both of those guys. And so really excited to see what happens with those two.
Yeah, Bailey had a heck of a pro day, I think, as well. So, great insight and perspective. I mean, we could, like you said, we could probably go on and on and on with all the players that were down at the Hula Bowl. Dominic Williams from Oklahoma, Bobby Jamison Travis from Auburn, 2 more combine invite guys. You did a great job building those trenches, and NFL scouts who attend this event want to see those big-bodied, high pedigree guys. John Geske from Illinois was another one. I really liked Fenton Brose from Delaware, kind of a sleeper prospect under the radar there. So you guys, you left no stone unturned. FBS, FCS, all levels of football. Todd, tell the good people at home once again where they can find everything, and any parting shots for the people, anything you want to let them know before we let you boogie.
Yeah, man. If I can rattle off some additional names.
Let's go. I didn't want to hold you up too long, but yeah, if you got more on it, I would love to chop it up with you. Who else you want to dive into?
I'm sure there will be some guys I'm going to forget. So just like you mentioned, Josh Geske from Illinois, very good prospect. Melvin Priestley also. If he doesn't get drafted today, I'll be shocked. Guard. He played right tackle for Illinois. I think due to the measurements, he's probably going to be a guard at the next level. But I covered the Midwest, and I thought it was the best run blocker in my area of seniors. I didn't do underclassmen. So you want to talk about explosiveness, knee bend, play strength, and a nasty streak where he wants to snap you in half on every single play. Just like he's the type of dude like you want. Not only is he talented, but those that just makeup, his football makeup. That's who I want on my team. That's who I want on my sideline. That's who I want in my locker room. He's the type of guy you want to go to battle with every week. And so really intriguing guy. Micah Pettis, huge offensive tackle.
Ooh, yeah. One of my favorite players there. Yeah.
He got invited to the East-West Shrine game after our game. Intriguing guy. Like at that size to have the feet in the range that he does at that size is impressive. I think that I would expect him to get drafted today.
Oh, yeah.
John Darius Morgan, guard from UAB, go gadget arms. I think he was like 35.5-inch arms.
Yeah, the coaches were ranting and raving about him.
Yes. Corners, we had some huge corners. I think 3 guys. Well, there might be others I think of off the top, but Karan Prunty from Wake Forest, Carlos Nicholson from USC, and Jalen Rios from Texas State. All 3 tall, long, explosive, really intriguing guys. So they all tested well also. So I think excited. I could see all those guys coming off the board today. And those 3 didn't get combine invitations. I thought they should have.
Yeah, no, these are some great players to know here that are going to get their name called. And my favorite player was there, and I'm not sure how the NFL feels about him. It feels like they might be a little bit skeptical of the size and maybe wary of the time speed, but Hank Beatty out of Illinois was unguardable. I mean, this guy was just making plays all week long. All he did was get open. I mean, this guy he reminds me of Hunter Renfrow.
I'm so glad you said that too. So again, there's so many guys I love to talk about. He was someone on my mind also. So he was, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe he was 4th in the Big Ten in receptions this past year. Arguably the best conference of college football. a pass catching machine, and so he's the type of, whether he gets drafted or not, he's going to show that he's a QB's best friend. When it's I'm so glad you mentioned Hunter Renfrow, because there's a whole saying, it's third and Renfrow. It's kind of the baby too, because he's going to show that, man, like when it comes down to it, I'm going to create separation, I'm going to make the catch, I'm going to make the play for us, help us move the chains. He's the type of guy that wins games for you. And so he was a really good addition for us and a really good player.
All right, well, Todd, I know you mentioned your scouting department. Let's give a shout out to some of those folks, because it was so great to see Rollo out there, and you assembled a great scouting department. So let's give some of those guys some shine and just rattle off who's working for you over there at the Hula Bowl.
Yeah, you said it. Raleigh McKenzie, brother Reggie McKenzie. You and I worked with Rollo at the NFL PA game, and then did a really good job for us. Has been doing a really good job for us. And Andre Ford, longtime scout for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, won a Super Bowl there. Josh Washburn, longtime scout in the NFL. He and I worked together in the CFL. Josh Buchanan and Jim Maselli. And then we had a really good group of scouting assistants as well. And those guys really helped us. You know, we got started really late in the process.
Yeah.
So we didn't have our first staff meeting on October 1st. And so to put together and having the game as early as we did, I thought it was unbelievable what we were able to put together that quickly. And so the sky's the limit in the future as we get started early and we've had more experience through the process. But so our scouting assistants were really, really pivotal in helping us get information on the small school guys. And so, you know, we had Kyle Dixon, the receiver from the NAI school in Missouri, Culver Stockton.
Yeah.
Another kid, would not be surprised to see him come off the board in the 7th round today. I mean, 6'2" and change. I believe he ran a 4.5 flat. The one thing you're going to look at when you're talking about a small school receiver is can he separate against the more athletic, you know, the higher level of competition. From his very first rep at the Hula Bowl, you can tell he's got the juice. He's explosive, sudden, fast. He can separate. He catches it. He was I thought easily one of the top small school receivers in the country, regardless of, and so it could really definitely see him come off the board today. Then also Ryan Chernecki, the offensive tackle from
touchdown. Yeah,
exactly. Sure. So he's another guy. So like he could come off. If he doesn't come off the board, they're going to be teams fighting like crazy to get him on board as a PFA.
Yeah, no, that's excellent stuff, and we're looking forward to another great year down at the Hula Bowl. We'll be following along, and you'll have a full year runway this time, because I do give you a lot of kudos, a lot of props for being thrown into that fire. I'm very familiar with the process, and as you alluded to, you've had maybe a couple months to bring it all together. So incredible job out of you, Todd Worley, the best damn scout in the nation, joining us here on our Day 3 NFL Draft live stream. And enjoy the rest of the draft festivities, my man. Appreciate you hopping on.
Excuse me.
We're going to get that man some water. I got mine.
Those allergies are killing me, man. The way what you do for the industry is awesome, man. And so
thank you.
It's an honor. It's an honor to be on your show, man. I appreciate it and appreciate your support, and keep rocking it, man.
Thank you, Todd. Yeah, no, appreciate it, man. Go get yourself some water. We'll chat soon.
Sounds good.
And yeah, no, I'm glad we got to connect, because Todd, last time I had Big Law filling in for me, who joined us on the day 1 coverage, and was good to chop it up with Todd Worley, get a look at some of the prospects here that are going to be coming off the board on day 3. All right. We're in round 5. We left off with the 149th selection. The draft is currently up to pick number 161. The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock. But I'm going to take a quick commercial break, and when I come back, I'll get you all caught up with the latest picks.
Buckle up and hunker down. Rick Serritella of All Access Football here. Thanks for tuning in to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. For the past 25 years, we've been bringing you the names you need to know with independent scouting analysis on location across the nation with boots on the ground coverage from training camp to in-season visits, the All-Star Game circuit, and Indianapolis for the NFL Scouting Combine, plus the Pro Day trails and more, capturing the path to the draft. with snapshots of hundreds of NFL draft prospects. Be sure to visit allaccessfootball.com for year-round coverage of the NFL draft and subscribe right now to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible featuring nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, our exclusive insider intel, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft. Become a disciple today and visit allaccessfootball.com. The NFL Draft Bible, the Bible of the draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft. Rick Serritella here for All Access Football. It's not too late to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible, jam-packed with nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, insider intel on character, medical, and background reports, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft, plus the NFL International Pathway Program prospects. We got it all covered in the NFL Draft Bible, celebrating 25 years of independent scouting analysis. Follow along in all the action. Be the most prepared person in the room with the most accurate projections available on the planet. Go get your copy now over at allaccessfootball.com, your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you for your support of independent media. Now back to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Hey, Rick Serritella here for allaccessfootball.com. Thanks for watching our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Just a quick programming reminder, the All Access Football Draft Watch show airs every Saturday morning live at 10 a.m. Eastern with yours truly, along with my co-host, Russ Landy, who brings 30 years of NFL, CFL, and XFL scouting experience each and every week. We count you down with hard-hitting analysis, the prospects, the names you need to know. The countdown is on. Destination Washington, D.C. begins now. Make sure you tune in every Saturday morning, live, 10 a.m. Eastern, as we count you down to the nation's capital for the 2027 NFL Draft. Your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002. It's what we do. Make sure you follow along with the NFL Draft Bible, the official Bible of the Draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you so much for supporting independent media. Now, back to our 2026 live stream coverage of the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh. Buckle up!
All right, we're back at it again. All right, seeing a place to be. Rick Serritella here for our Day 3 live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. We thank Todd Worley for checking in and giving us the lowdown here on some of these potential Day 3 picks from the Hula Bowl. A lot of good under-the-radar prospects that we like to dive into, and so are some of the prospects who have come off the board while we were talking to Todd Worley. Some good value picks, some picks I like, some picks I don't like so much. And we'll start off. We'll get caught up at pick number 150. The Las Vegas Raiders select Dalton Johnson, the safety out of Arizona. Has some flexibility there, can play either safety spot, but don't love the selection because the very next pick, Carolina Panthers, who I thought might go safety in round 1, clear need for them. Significant value with Zaki Wheatley out of Penn State. With the 151st overall selection, Wheatley is somebody who could come in and compete for a starting job immediately. He brings good length, size, physicality, can stuff the box. Little versatile as well. I think he could play free and strong. So very good pickup there for the Carolina Panthers. I'd say one of the best selections thus far in the 5th round. Pick number 152, the Denver Broncos take Justin Jolie out of North Carolina State. Had a chance to scout this young man over a dozen occasions when I was doing UConn Illustrated for the Huskies. Actually started with Jim Mora up there, and I said, man, he came in as a immediate impact freshman, saw the field right away. Big, compact, about 6'3.5", 235, if I remember correctly offhand, but just a compact frame who can be a target in the passing attack. So I like that for an added weapon there for Bo Nix. Moving right along, Yager Burton, the center out of Kentucky, goes to the Green Bay Packers with the 153rd overall selection. And our guest co-host for the 4th round, Dave Del Cole, hit the nail on the head. He said these Kentucky offensive linemen are going to be on standby, and Yager Burton, another big body man in the middle there for Kentucky Wildcats. And man, I don't know what they got in the water down there, but these offensive linemen are big, tough, gritty, SEC proven road grader types, and Yager Burton adds to the grittiness and toughness of that Green Bay Packer offensive line there. Again, position versatility, can play all 3 interior spots. Jaden Duger from Louisiana flies around the football field, sideline to sideline linebacker, factors in as a rotational backup linebacker. He could play multiple spots there for San Francisco. Mid-major prospect off of the board at number 154 to the San Francisco 49ers. And let's see, DeMonte Capehart out of Clemson, 155 overall to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And Capehart, he was like a 4 or 5-star recruit. A lot of hype on him coming out of high school. It always felt like we were just kept waiting and waiting and waiting for him to take the next step of his development. It never really materialized. And we've spoken about this at length, it feels like, over the last 3 days. The Clemson season overall, and specifically for many of the players, the season just did not go according to plan. But when you take a look at the frame, the flashes, the potential, he's the first one off the bus type of body, right? And so, again, Tampa Bay goes back to the defensive line. Okay, they go big time pedigree, and they're finding guys now here on the day 3, like a Keontae Scott from Miami, tremendous value pick. Capehart, I definitely expect him to factor into the defensive line rotation. We mentioned Vita Vea. They've also got Ruben Bain now, Kalijah Cansey, if he ever bounces back and comes healthy. Well, Capehart now is a good insurance policy in case he doesn't. So I do think that's a good cog to have with the Buccaneers looking to upgrade their defensive line. And then another defensive lineman goes off the board right behind him at pick number 156, George Gums Jr. From Florida. And I can't remember if it was the Shrine Bowl or the Senior Bowl. What stood out to me about Gums was just the length and the hands, strong hands, sheds well, can gain leverage and alter offensive linemen off of their mark. And he's flashed a little bit of ability to get after the quarterback. So I think George Gums, again, another kind of rotational. You're looking for key cogs that can play not starting roles, but valuable backup roles. Now, the next selection was somebody we've talked about, a little bit surprising that he lasted until the 156th overall selection out of Arizona State. I thought one of the better cover slot corners in this year's draft, Keith Abney II, goes to the Detroit Lions. Terrion Arnold has had his share of issues there, not living up to the first round hype. Don't be surprised. Keith Abney II comes in, gives him a little bit of run for his money. Now, my Draft Watch show co-host has talked up this next young man quite a bit on some of our draft preview shows, and feels like we've been talking him up for quite a while. Michael Taffy from Texas. Back end safety. I think he projects as a strong safety for the Miami Dolphins. Great locker room presence, does things all the right way, goes about his business. All he does is make tackles, step up, make plays, crashes the line of scrimmage, gritty. Probably will also be a special teams contributor there for Miami. So he goes number 158 overall. And then Minnesota Vikings 159. We have our first fullback off the board. And, we're up to about 15 teams, almost half the league now is implementing fullback. You're seeing the running game kind of make a comeback here in the National Football League. And the Minnesota Vikings want to get to the ground and pound with Max Bredesen, the Wolverine, just a hard-nosed blocker, and is going to come in there and maul bodies and smash people all over the place. And Riley Nowakowski is another good-looking fullback that has yet to hear his name called, very similar to a Kyle Juszczyk. So I think we could see another fullback selected here before it's all said and done. Interestingly enough, they have Bredesen. I don't know if they turned in the card like this or if it's just an ESPN typo. I'm going to go with the typo since the ESPN tracker seems to be a little bit behind. Maybe they don't count fullbacks as people, but they are. And they have them listed as a tight end, but Max Bredesen, I do not believe is going to be a tight end at the National Football League level. All right, moving right along. 160 overall in the 5th round. Notre Dame guard Billy Schroth. Lots of starting experience, can move around, play both guard spots. Long time experience, polished product, again, to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And they've gone offensive line, defensive line. Tampa Bay firmly believing in the trenches. Now, the next selection is very interesting because the Kansas City Chiefs did sign Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker during the offseason, and you think that would fulfill their backfield needs. But, hey, they take Emmett Johnson out of Nebraska with the 161st overall selection, and the Chiefs have struck gold in the later rounds. You think of Isaiah Pacheco. I think Clyde Edwards-Helaire was a 2nd-round pick, got a couple productive seasons out of him before injuries ruined his career. But Johnson at one point was a Heisman Trophy contender, breakaway ability all season long, can catch the ball out of the backfield, does a little bit of everything. And so more quick than fast, but certainly made a fair share of amount of big-time plays there for the Cornhuskers this past season. We saw D'Angelo Pons go in round 2. Chandler Rivers from Duke, a very similar prospect, projects as a nickelback, undersized, right around 5'8", 5'9", but plays bigger than his size. He's physical. He gets after it, jams defenders at the line of scrimmage, a willing tackler in the run game. You're just going to have to learn to live with some of the size limitations, right? And so, there's going to be times where, the taller receivers are just going to outplay him or outreach him or outjump him. But overall, he should provide adequate play, be a dependable backup. So the Ravens add some depth to their secondary with Chandler Rivers at number 162 overall. Charles Demings out of Stephen F. Austin. Here we go. Small school prospect, really played the part. I think it was the Senior Bowl that he go to, but stepped up against the caliber of competition, held his own. I think he'll play in again, factor in as a rotational piece. Surprisingly enough, Jacksonville Jaguars take another tight end in Tanner Koziol out of Houston, who I am a fan of this player. Big, tall, vertical threat, can go up and get it. Yard after catch potential. And we talked about it on yesterday's show when they selected Nate Bokercher. Brenton Strange, very similar type of skill sets. Both can play inline and can also serve in the passing game. But Tanner Koziol, to me, he's an adequate blocker, not a great blocker despite the mammoth size. But this guy is a weapon. He actually I was hoping the Ravens would take him because he reminds me a little bit of Mark Andrews, just a red zone target, can go up, climb the ladder, and he's one of those guys that would take advantage of a Chandler Rivers if he ever got that mismatch opportunity. So Tanner Koziol goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. I'm sure that'll make Trevor Lawrence happy. And we do have our first Penn State running back off the board. I don't believe Katron Allen has been selected yet, but here goes his counterpart, Nicholas Singleton, the all-time touchdown record holder for the Penn State Nittany Lions. Of course, had that broken foot that he suffered at the Senior Bowl. And, you know, I like the player, I like the fit, but to me, Tennessee, they needed a running back. It's just unfortunate they took an injured one, because Tony Pollard and Tyjae Spears, all they've been, it feels like, is injured throughout their career. And so now you add another running back to the equation who's coming off of an injury. And as much as I like the player, you've got to have some kind of self-awareness and pulse of your team to know that we need durability and stability from our running back position. And I'm not even sure. I guess he broke his foot in January. Excuse me. He should be good to go for August, but a little bit of a questionable selection there. Keyshawn Elliott, a linebacker who lacks strength, but has been used as a situational pass rusher as well as an off-ball linebacker. And the Chicago Bears did need some linebacker depth. So they plug in a Keyshawn Elliott to the equation there. They also take Malik Muhammad on day 3 and Dylan Thieneman. So a couple of new pieces for the Chicago Bears on the defensive side of the ball. And then another safety here at 167. It's the Buffalo Bills taking Jalen Kilgore out of South Carolina. Tremendous value there for the Buffalo Bills. This is somebody who could come in and contribute right away in that Buffalo secondary. And you like how they're rebuilding this thing with Davis and Bunkson, adding Chancey Gardner-Johnson. They also signed Geno Stone. They signed D. Alford over from the Atlanta Falcons. Now they plug Jalen Kilgore into the mix. And this is a young, up-and-coming secondary unit now with a lot of good young pieces, including Maxwell Hairston out of Kentucky, last year's first-round pick. So Buffalo hammering down on that secondary, all right? That catches us up to pick 168, where the Detroit Lions are on the board. The 5th round will take us all the way up to pick number 183. We're about 3 hours and change into our NFL Draft live stream. Several hours still to go, so we'll take one more quick commercial break, and we'll continue to break down each and every selection here on day 3.
Pull up and hunker down. Rick Serritella of All Access Football here. Thanks for tuning in to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. For the past 25 years, we've been bringing you the names you need to know with independent scouting analysis on location across the nation with boots on the ground coverage from training camp to in-season visits, the All-Star Game circuit, and Indianapolis for the NFL Scouting Combine, plus the Pro Day trails and more, capturing the path to the draft with snapshots of hundreds of NFL draft prospects. Be sure to visit allaccessfootball.com for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and subscribe right now to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible featuring nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, our exclusive insider intel, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft. Become a disciple today and visit allaccessfootball.com. The NFL Draft Bible, the Bible of the draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft. Rick Serritella here for All Access Football. It's not too late to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible, jam-packed with nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, insider intel on character, medical, and background reports, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft, plus the NFL International Pathway Program prospects. We got it all covered in the NFL Draft Bible, celebrating 25 years of independent scouting analysis. Follow along in all the action. Be the most prepared person in the room with the most accurate projections available on the planet. Go get your copy now over at allaccessfootball.com, your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you for your support of independent media. Now back to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Hey, Rick Serritella here for allaccessfootball.com. Thanks for watching our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Just a quick programming reminder, the All Access Football Draft Watch show airs every Saturday morning live at 10 a.m. Eastern with yours truly, along with my co-host, Russ Landy, who brings 30 years of NFL, CFL, and XFL scouting experience each and every week. We count you down with hard-hitting analysis, the prospects, the names you need to know. The countdown is on. Destination Washington, D.C. begins now. Make sure you tune in every Saturday morning, live, 10 a.m. Eastern, as we count you down to the nation's capital for the 2027 NFL Draft. Your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002. It's what we do. Make sure you follow along with the NFL Draft Bible, the official Bible of the Draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you so much for supporting independent media. Now, back to our 2026 live stream coverage of the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh. Buckle up!
All right, buckle up. We're back at it again. And we are almost 3.5 hours into the live stream. I have popped my first Lassinger. Keep the vocal cords going. We're got quite a way to go as we're halfway through the 5th round here. A little bit more than halfway through the 5th round. The Cleveland Browns are on the clock. We just had our good friend Todd Worley, who had a chance to work with at the NFL PA Collegiate Bowl, now the executive director at the Hula Bowl, just got word now that the American Bowl executive director, Scott Phillips, will also join us later on in the show. We kicked things off with Dave Del Cole in the 4th round from Scout Honors Podcast, did a wonderful job for us. And coming up in about 10 minutes or so, we will have NFL Draft Bible residential scout Jarrett Regal to join the program. Jarrett's been working with us the last couple of seasons, also a scout for the Dream Bowl. Again, one of the early in the process all-star game events, a lot of under the radar, small school guys, some guys we may hear on day 3. So looking forward to getting his insight and perspective. And then we will also have a lot of the NFL Draft Bible Familia, including Dom Ambrose, will join us after Jarrett. We'll also have Will Donahue, who's been doing a phenomenal job helping us out in the chat room and helping me stay up to pace and doing a wonderful job also with our Hot 100 2027 prospect list that'll be coming out very soon on the website. From there, we're going to go with Evan Wilsmore, the Vegas Nighthawks general manager, the defending Indoor Football League champions. Of course, Evan is very well versed in the alternate football universe. Have had a chance to hop on his shows and talk with the UFL and XFL and CFL. Of course, he's in the IFL, so he's very well aware of these day 3 prospects as well. I know he's excited about some of the talent that's still on the board, as am I, man. I just love talking about these day 3 prospects, and you just never know who's going to hit. And as much as we think we know, we don't truly know. But I have a good feeling that these next 3 selections that came off the board, at least one of them is going to pop. because I like what they bring to the table. And we'll start off with the 168th pick in the 5th round. Your Detroit Lions select Kendrick Law, the do-it-all wide receiver out of Kentucky via Alabama. Really didn't get his career off the ground until he transferred to the Wildcats. Very big-time recruit coming out of high school. And Law is a weapon, right? More of a weapon than a wide receiver, where, I mean, end arounds, bubble screens, gadget type of plays, get the ball in his hands and watch him go to work. Also returns kicks. So Kendrick Law adds a kind of extra element of mystery and intrigue to this Detroit Lions offense. And I think that's a good thing for them. A little bit high for my liking. I think he may have been able to had maybe in some of the later rounds, but 5th round value, not terrible for Kendrick Law out of Kentucky, number 168 overall. Okay, now this next pick is a Steelers kind of player. I mean, the fans are really going to endear themselves. This jersey should sell out a lot in Pittsburgh, the host city, and I'm talking about Riley Nowakowski. There it is, and once you saw one fullback come off the board, you would anticipate that the other one wouldn't wait too long, because there's really only 2 impact fullbacks, and Max Bredeson came off the board a little bit earlier to the Minnesota Vikings at 159. Riley Nowakowski, 10 picks later to the Pittsburgh Steelers at 169. And I actually like Nowakowski's skill set better overall. Now, Bredeson is a premier blocker. Nowakowski does that, but he also catches the ball out of the backfield. He can get you those tough goal line yards, short yardage situations. And again, I alluded to it earlier, a very similar prospect to Kyle Juszczyk, who's an all-pro fullback. And it would not shock me at all if Riley Nowakowski becomes the next young all-pro fullback in the National Football League. Really like that pick for the Steelers there. And, the last time they had a versatile guy in the backfield like that was Mewelde Moore. And Riley Nowakowski, not quite as quick or fast or as elusive as a Mewelde Moore, but can do a lot of multifaceted types of things there. All right, Cleveland Browns. They got the undersized playmaking tight end in Harold Fannin a year ago. They go back to the tight end position here in round 5 with Joe Royer out of Cincinnati. So Cleveland, again, just building up that supporting cast, adding weapons. They've added now Denzel Boston, KC Concepcion. Now they plug Joe Royer in at tight end. So a bunch of new targets for the quarterback, whether it be Shedeur Sanders or Deshaun Watson. We shall see. But Joe Royer from Cincinnati comes off the board. And what do you know it? I think this is our first Hula Bowl player that has been chosen. And Todd Worley, the executive Hula Bowl director, was just on with us a second ago. And one of the names he mentioned was a Karan Prunty from Wake Forest. A little bit undersized, physical, can get after it, plays good man coverage. And so he goes to the New England Patriots, who really, they have 6 selections here on day 3. I don't think cornerback was really a pressing need. Okay, so maybe they just saw best player available, because, they have Christian Gonzalez. He's probably going to get a record-setting deal here with the contract extension. They signed Carlton Davis a year ago. They got Marcus Jones in the slot. So 1, 2, and 3, that's as good as it gets. And so Prunty now will come in and just compete for a backup job there, provide some depth. I guess outside of the big 3, a lot of question marks in terms of who's going to be that guy. Brendan Schooler is more of a special team guy there at safety. They don't have Kobe Minor, was a 7th round pick from a year ago. So New England needed to add some depth. Multiple year starter, power 4 pedigree. Karan Prunty is your 171st overall selection to the New England Patriots. And then we have the 172nd pick which is going to be Lorenzo Styles Jr., Ohio State safety, one of the fastest players in the draft. He goes to the New Orleans Saints at pick number 172. Also a special team guy. So New Orleans looking for some speed. I think it was a 4.27 40-yard dash for Lorenzo Styles Jr., the latest member of the New Orleans Saints, who it feels like they've had quite a few picks here. And, I'm not so sure how much of an impact or how significant these players are going to be, but they got a lot of these rookies. And right now, Jordan Tyson looks like the surest thing, if healthy, that'll be making a big impact. And you like the Christian Miller addition along the defensive line. He should certainly come in and compete for a starting job. But Styles now, he could play safety. He could play nickelback. We'll see. I think he projects more as a backup. Also, they just picked Oscar Delp yesterday on day 2. Obviously, they have Jawan Johnson and Noah Fant there. So, again, a backup cog. Jeremiah Wright, I'm not sure he beats out Cesar Ruiz or the newly signed David Edwards. So, again, just a backup. Bryce Lance, the wide receiver, I don't see him beating out Chris Olave or Jordan Tyson. So, once again, a backup. So, the Saints are accumulating some depth. I'm just not so sure how big of an impact this rookie class will have. And you like to see them have a big impact for a team that failed to make the playoffs. So Lorenzo Styles Jr. is the latest selection, and that catches us up with all 172 picks that have been made thus far. And that now leads us to the Baltimore Ravens, who are on the clock for the next 2 selections here at pick number 173 and pick number 174. These 2 may take a while to come down the wire, but they might come quickly in terms of the announcement back to back. So while we await the next 2 picks from the Baltimore Ravens, let me introduce our next guest host here and joining us in the 5th round of our 2026 Day 3 NFL Draft coverage. We are 3.5 hours into the stream, winding down round 5, slowly but surely approaching round 6. And here to break it down and chop it up is part of the NFL Draft Bible Familia. He's been working with us the last couple of seasons, based out of Pennsylvania, not too far away from the host city of Pittsburgh. Of course, also a scout for the Dream Bowl. You've probably seen him along the scouting trails at the various all-star games, out on location for us, as well as some pro days. Also in Indianapolis with us, and he joins me right now on the Day 3 NFL Draft Livestream coverage. Let's welcome Jarrett Regal to the show. Jarrett, what's happening, brother? We got to unmute your microphone.
Yeah, there you go. Hell of a weekend. Great to have you on here.
All right, Jarrett. Well, we appreciate you hopping on and breaking down some of these prospects. You've covered so many of them. And I know in, I think it was the mock draft that you did for us, we linked to your scouting portfolio. If anybody wants to go check it out, Jarrett has broken down a slew of these prospects, and also was a scout this past year for the Dream Bowl, who had a very impressive roster down there. And just tell the listening audience what you've been up to this past year, some of the things you're doing, and what all the things that we do before we get into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just started with, during the in-season scouting with the Dream Bowl, going to several different small schools, and then capped it off at a Temple Navy game. Had a great chance of seeing Landon Robinson, who I expect to get his name called probably within the next, hour or so. And then just, addition with the Draft Bible, grinding out reports, with the assignments that we had, and, just plugging them all together, and you're getting, with the, great, supporting cast here at the NFL Draft Bible, working together and putting together, like, I would say, one of the best draft guides in my opinion. So it's with the Dream Bowl too, with some of these prospects that we had down in Texas earlier at January 11th, you could see probably like quite a handful names being called after the draft for tryouts and rookie mini camps and have a shot for the 9-man roster.
Yeah, a lot of good players down there, and you're all over the map, based right there in Pennsylvania. What's just kind of a general overview, thoughts, impressions from the draft thus far? You having fun yet?
Oh, absolutely. First round, obviously doesn't go the way that you expect. A couple trades, you always get some of those, under the radar players flying, sneaking in the first round. Like you had a Caleb Banks, that was a surprise pick right there. Great talent and everything, great size talent. Just got to deal with the injuries. That's the main concern going forward. How much are you going to invest with somebody like that? But guy has great talent. Caleb Banks was one of them. But just looking in this day 3 right here, I feel like some of these running backs, are having some great landing spots. Just looking at Nick Singleton with the Titans, that running back room's wide open. With the aging Tony Pollard. And of course, the injured Tajay Sharp, so he could sneak in there. I love his downhill burst, especially when he finds the hole, open ground. He'll take right off. Now, the thing is, improved vision. He kind of tends to run into his blockers at times, and the traffic. If he cleans up all that little things, I could see him being a running back 1 for that team.
I could see it too. Any concern? I like the pick. Not so much the situation, just because Tajay Spears, Tony Pollard, they've both been injury prone, and now you draft another injured running back, and I guess he'll be ready in time for the starting training camp. But that, I guess, love the pick, love the player. Just you've had so many durability concerns, then you go and draft an injured running back. I guess is just kind of a little bit hesitancy, but if he hits, it is a home run selection, no doubt about it. What about Emmett Johnson? That was a little curious, just because they did sign Kenneth Walker. They still have is Pacheco still in the mix there?
No, he's with Detroit right now.
He's out of the mix.
Signed with Detroit. So, my thing with Emmett Johnson, I think this is a really good pick for him with his value right here. And not only that, Brett Veach, he pulls off the running backs late in the rounds and finding those hidden gems like Pacheco, for example, for his first 2 years in his career. And then obviously injuries kind of settled him down a little bit. But Emmett Johnson, he's been a proven 3-down guy. And just so I like the fit right there. Now, just the matter like with, you talked about injuries, with Kenneth Walker too. Kenneth Walker has been known to be on the injury report. So, Emmett Johnson could sneak his way out there, and just like Pacheco did, took advantage of the opportunity. So I could see with Emmett Johnson making a presence too, maybe like for within the first half of the season at least.
We're talking about some backfield impact players, and you're not too far from Terrible Towel Nation. And man, this Riley Nowakowski, not too many players are getting me as fired up as this guy, man. I love the fit.
Oh, absolutely. At this point of the draft, you basically have 2 fullbacks off the board. With Nowakowski, that hard nose, not shy of sticking his nose in the business in between the tackles, clearing it out off the edges. So, with him and Max Bredesen, I think with the Vikings, kind of tends like where the shift in where they want to go. And well, obviously, Steelers were more power gap sound team. But you see the Vikings also transitioning in towards more of a power game.
And ironically enough, while you were talking, Jared, another running back comes off the board, number 174. Clemson running back Adam Randall goes to the Baltimore Ravens, and this is a former linebacker turned running back, big 6'2", 6'3". Was really impressed with his pass catching ability out of the backfield. He can break some tackles, does run a little bit high and upright. Still learning the position a little bit. But any thoughts here on Adam Randall going to the Ravens?
Well, checking on their depth chart, who do they have in the backfield right now?
Well, Baltimore right now is looking at Derrick Henry, Justice Hill, and Rasheen Ali. So, Justice Hill, I think, has had some injuries.
Yeah. And Justice Hill is more of a like in the passing game as well. So I mean, I feel like he's a good depth piece going into that running back room.
Big body back, similar to
exactly.
Henry.
Yeah, take the pressure off. Like I wouldn't say pressure off Derrick Henry. I mean, Derrick Henry's been doing this all his life in short yardage situations. But when you get like a couple big runs with Derrick Henry, when you're getting down to like the goal line area, maybe like hey, with his age and stuff, take save some of those licks, with the younger guy, to punch it in there. Take a little bit of weight off of Henry's shoulders, let him do the dirty work in the first 2 downs, 3 downs at least, and then when you get in the goal line situation, you could plug in somebody that big that mix in the backfield with.
All right, so Adam Randall at 174, and previously to that selection at 173, the Ravens took another power 4 pedigree tight end, Josh Cuevas out of Alabama, 6'3", 245, ran a 4.65 40-yard dash, 34-inch vert, 19 bench press reps. And he's kind of a jack of all trades, master of none, can line up in line, can line up in the slot, isn't going to hurt you in the passing game. Did have 37 catches for 411 yards and 4 touchdowns, plays aggressive, plays physical. Hails from LA. I see here he wants to be a chiropractor after his playing days. Maybe he can come and crack my back sitting in this chair for the last 3 days, because, man, oh, man, I'm going to need a big back massage, Angelique, if you're listening out there after this show is done. But, Cuevas, obviously big-time pedigree, Jarrett, and solid blocker, won't hurt you in the pass game. I think Baltimore had chosen a tight end previously. They lost Isaiah Likely during the free agency part of the offseason. Matthew Hibner now. They doubled down with Matt Hibner and Josh Cuevas to back up Mark Andrews. Of course, they signed Durham Smith over from Chicago during the offseason.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a crowded, behind Andrews a little bit there, trying to figure out who's getting merged for the number 2 spot. Durham Smythe is the veteran there, and I thought he was a pretty solid blocker for Miami in his tenure there. So it's going to be a battle in camp. You're going to see it in that. So I feel like camp, really is going to set that depth chart, behind Mark Andrews, but. That's a lot of concern with Mark Andrews being injured. So you're looking for somebody who will step up in whatever role that would be, balancing out between who's a pass catcher and who's going to be the blocker.
All right, the next pick coming off the board is I don't have the pronunciation in the book here. Isaiah Massis from California, and I thought he had suffered a injury during the process, but 6'1", 179 pounds, ran a 4.48 40-yard dash, 31.5-inch vert, 9.11 broad, 1.57 on the 10-yard split. Out of Cal, previously we played 3 years at FIU, 47 tackles this past season, 13 pass deflections, 5 interceptions, 7 interceptions for his career. Little bit light, lacks prototypical size, solid tackler, sheds blocks effortlessly, fearless mindset, zone hawk, struggles to recover after getting beaten in man coverage. And, there you have it for the Las Vegas Raiders, who have had quite a few selections here, but they continue to stockpile some young players. Any thoughts there on Massis, Jarrett?
Well, before we get into the Masses, I like how the Vegas is building their secondary. You start off with Treydon Stukes. I felt like he's very, very versatile. He played the star position at Arizona. He could play in the box. He could drop back into coverage, or he could cover man across, be in that slot corner. So I feel like with him and Dalton Johnson, stacking, just noticed Arizona secondary, they were the nation's top pass efficiency defense with 97.2. So I could see how they're building this secondary, and also if Jermon McCoy stays healthy, man, that could be a scary safety. Now with Masses, I think he could provide some depth behind that, not a starter in my opinion, but I could see some valuable special team ability with that pick as well.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I'm just curious, it's not that I don't like Dalton Johnson. It's just the fact that Zakee Wheatley came off the board with the very next pick. Man, that would have really looked pretty good back there in the secondary. You have a preference between the two?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Matt, with Dalton, he's a little more, too high guy and stuff. But Wheatley, he shows some of that versatility. Yes, he's more in the box. He's a pretty, form tackler, good form tackler. He's not afraid to sticking his nose in the business up in the box there. I mean, he does have some versatility, with playing in the 2 high or 3 high. With good range to cover, but the biggest thing is obviously jump ball situations with Wheatley, as you've seen in this game against Indiana against Omar Cooper with that game-winning touchdown. He was no match for Omar in that situation. But I feel like Wheatley gives you the best versatility that you could move around with that over Dalton Johnson.
Yeah, I agree. All right, now this next pick, I gotta say, we're almost to the conclusion of round 5. And I don't know if I've seen a better fit for a selection than this pick right here. And I did not know too much about this young man as I went down to the American Bowl, and we'll have Scott Phillips just confirmed a little bit later on in the show to talk about some of these American Bowl players. This is maybe the first American Bowl player, but I know it's the second combine snub who has heard his name called. And Cyrus Allen out of Cincinnati was just unguardable at the American Bowl. The speed is elite. And I don't care what the 40-yard dash time is. The game speed is elite. Like, he was just taking the top off, and nobody could stick him. Got called up to the Senior Bowl, did a lot of the same thing. And how this guy wasn't invited to Indianapolis, I'll never know. But he's right there in Kalen Black's neck of the woods. So that scout better step his game up. And Cyrus Allen now to the Kansas City Chiefs. This is the speed burner they've been lacking since Tyreek Hill has departed. Now, Xavier Worthy was supposed to be that guy. Hasn't exactly materialized that way. I don't even think Worthy sniffed the end zone last year. This guy, Cyrus Allen, scored 14 times this past year for the Bearcats. I love this pick.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at his body, he's muscular, toned body, like very in shape that, like, kind of think of what Tyreek Hill's body was, and with that perspective of what he can do with the football, with yards after catch and stuff like that. But yeah, I could see him being, emerging somewhere in that slot position to stretch the field.
All right, good to see Adams Exploits is here for the duration, our number one fan, and always appreciate his feedback and interaction in the chat room. Says, are these basically dart throws, Rick, or positions of need at this point in the draft? And that's a great question, Adam. The truth of the matter is it's a case-by-case basis. I think every organization kind of assesses their strategy. That's what makes the draft so wonderful and beautiful is there's million ways to skin this cat, and some people are looking for immediate impact. Some people like to take pedigree here. Other guys are looking for diamonds in the rough. Other people are looking for best player available. Other teams want to address specific needs, and I think it also depends on where you're at. Like, if you're the Raiders, you could throw some darts like a Jermon McCoy, right? Because hey, all about the upside, right? And if it doesn't pan out day 3, who cares? So I think it's a combination. It's a mix. Every organization, every franchise has a different philosophy, has a different need, has a different way of going about identifying these prospects. That Jordan Rodriguez article that I wrote about in the Friday wrap on InsideTheLeague.com last night that goes out every Friday night for free. You should definitely sign up for that if you're in the agent or scouting community. I talked a lot about that technology, right? The AI, the customized databases that these teams are implementing, and uh, I should remember the name because it was Tony Lazzaro there in Denver. He's been working on their AI database customized system, Jarrett, for 25 years, just himself. It's their own independent internal database that they've crafted and tweaked. And he dates back to the Ted Sundquist era there in Denver. And that's what, the Jaguars, James Gladstone had brought a system over from Los Angeles. The Rams, of course, are very involved in analytics. And so different teams looking for different advantages, different strategies, different philosophies. Anything you want to add there, Jarrett?
I mean, yeah, it's like, obviously, you're going to, analytics will play a role in that too, and regarding with some of these players being drafted and who they feel that's best. Just getting in more into it with the technology now these days, it's playing a big role in who's selecting. But also, I mean, I would say more BP and regarding with their position. Hey, I'm looking for a corner at this stage. All right, who's the best available player at the corner? Okay, I'm going to take him. Or sometimes they get in there with their needs or what their philosophy was. So, no, I just 100% agree with you, Rick. Yeah.
And Adam will be excited because the Eagles just made a selection. It's a very interesting one, and we'll get there, I do believe. He says Eagles are one of the top analytics teams. That is correct. And also Jason Kelce was a 5th-round pick, which is rare. That is rare, but you never know where you might find the next Jason Kelce. And we had the great Bo Marchant on the show yesterday, who was talking about his interview with Jason Kelce coming out of Cincinnati, where nobody wanted to tune in and listen to what he had to say. And I bet they all did, wish they did now. So you just never know when it comes to these day 3 selections. Beauty is truly in the eye of the beholder. All right, a couple more selections here. Some guys that were anticipated to come off the board maybe a little bit earlier. And Kevin Coleman Jr. out of Missouri has just done a tumble, slip and slide all the way down to 177 to the Miami Dolphins, who draft another wide receiver for Malik Willis. They selected Chris Bell, NFL Draft Bible favorite. I thought Caleb Douglas was a little bit of a reach, but they signed Jalen Tolbert. They signed Tutu Atwell. They draft 3 young receivers. They still have Malik Washington. A lot of training camp battles to keep an eye on with this Dolphins team.
Absolutely, it's especially in the receiver room, and that's pretty loaded right now with the depth rate. So I could see, I mean, with Coleman right now, it's like more of a field stretcher, but I feel like he lacks any kind of versatility in terms of in cutting routes and breaking off the along the perimeter. So he's going to have his work cut out, working up up the depth chart. But I definitely like what Miami's putting it together here. Just starting off earlier with their toughness and leadership. I mean, on the fan side, I'm a Dolphins fan. So just seeing you could definitely see the difference between, the way they're drafting now than they did the last 10 years. So I feel like there's a little bit more grit to this class. And just with the added receiver and, hey, your man, Chris Bell, adding into that room.
I feel like they took all my guys. I mean, 4 of my favorite players in the entire draft. Chris Bell from Louisville. Jacob Rodriguez from Texas Tech. Kyle Lewis from Pittsburgh in the same room. And then Chris Johnson, our guy, who you did a write-up on from San Diego State. I mean, these are fantastic players. I love it.
Absolutely. And I just saw, looks like Cole Payton is going to the Eagles.
Yeah, I know Adams Exploits, he's an Eagles fan, so he's going to want us to break this one down. And, the Eagles subscribe to the Bill Walsh philosophy, one of the very few, if not the only organization that still does this. I think there was 1 year that they did not draft a quarterback, but just about every year that Howie Roseman is there, he considers the Eagles to be quarterback whisperers, as he likes to call it. They're always looking to have one in the pipeline. And They're not shy to stockpile arms. I mean, look at his quarterback room, Jared. Jalen Hurts, Tanner McKee, who actually has played well when he's seen the field, Andy Dalton, and now Cole Payton, the 1-year left-handed starter out of North Dakota State who brings mobility, can throw on the run, has a laser of an arm. Seen him throw the opposite field hash mark and squeeze it into tight windows. But you do worry about the lack of experience, the consistency, and we saw Trey Lance come out of North Dakota State. The Eagles also drafted a North Dakota State quarterback in Carson Wentz once upon a time. What's your thoughts on Cole Payton?
Yeah, Cole Payton, a 1-year starter, like you mentioned, right there with the lack of experience. Sitting behind at least an Andy Dalton, that perspective, I feel like that he could benefit that knowledge and experience. But from the quarterback position, he has some great athleticism for his size. He was a backup running back for the previous 4 years with North Dakota State. Big bruiser. He could run me between the tackles, but from a quarterback perspective, he has that athleticism to extend the pocket, extend plays, from the pocket and make some pretty good downfield throws. He has some good arm talent, being a left-handed quarterback. He has some good arm talent layering throws. I just think the biggest thing that he needs to clean up is his poise in the pocket. When he works his way up to his point of release, I feel like that could get cleaned up a little bit.
Panics a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm pretty sure. I think he has a pretty good strong arm and stuff. To get the ball down there. So he's a developmental guy, but I won't be surprised within the next year or two he becomes the backup.
Yeah, had a torn labrum in his right shoulder, non-throwing shoulder in 2024. Had a broken left thumb in the FCS playoffs this year, but completed 72% of his passes, 2,719 yards, 16 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. And you mentioned the running prowess, 136 carries, 777 yards, 13 touchdowns this past season. 2,000 rushing yards for his career, 3,000 passing yards, has accounted for 52 total touchdowns in 52 career games. And here's what Cole Payton had to say about his running ability. I'm an animal when I have the ball in my hands. An animal. I'm going to go over, through, or around you. Now he's turned into Jim Brown. It starts with being the ultimate competitor, and I'm gritty. I think it comes down to being the ultimate competitor and freaking gritty, man. You got to like the persona and the mentality of a one Cole Payton, no?
Absolutely. And, just another thing, too, he's capable of finding, having that rapport with the receiver, like whoever that may be. If he does get behind center, you always have that one quarterback finding that consistent receiver. I mean, he developed that rapport with Trey. I mean, not Trey.
Bryce Lance.
Yeah. Bryce Lance. I had a little brain fart right there, but Bryce Lance, and they had a hell of a career together at North Dakota State, especially that one year.
All right, we got another American Bowl prospect off the board here. Enrique Cruz Jr. out of Kansas goes to the San Francisco 49ers. They've been reaching here a little bit for offensive linemen. Cruz is your ultimate overachiever. They got him out of the transfer portal from Syracuse, and Lance Lepoid said, we just needed a big body. We weren't really sure what we were getting. And then Cruz came in and exceeded all expectations. 6'5", big body, 313 pounds, ran a 4.94 40-yard dash with a 35-inch vert. So he's got good athleticism, great footwork, big 35-inch arms, And here's the thing with the NFL scouting combine. This is why we list the pro day, the all-star game measurements, especially with the arm measurements. The combine was so far off, I can't trust them. And so at the combine, he had 33 and 6/8 inch arms. At the pro day, it was 34 and 7/8 inch arms. And at the American Bowl, it was 35 and 1/8 inch arms. So we've got almost a 2-inch fluctuation on the arm length, depending on who you ask. Kind of a little variable in this year's draft class, but big frame, great power, lacks natural movement. Sometimes his feet can get stuck in the mud, it says here. And so, I thought he was more of a practice squad developmental candidate. So again, don't love the selection, and I'm sure Scott Phillips will tell us more when he comes on. But San Francisco had a need at offensive line, and I'm just not sure how much of an impact a Enrique Cruz or even a Carver Willis, who's got a whole slew of injury concerns. I would have liked to see maybe a different route. And I'm looking at the tackles, like, Isaiah World. Nobody's rolled the dice on that young man yet. But
That's shocking. That is
yeah.
shocking. But when it comes to this pick right here, it's hard for him to get overlooked. I don't think he got drafted. I didn't hear his name, but Bryce Foster. I thought he was the better lineman on that Kansas offensive line. Center, guard versatility. He played mostly center. He had a freshman year as a right guard. He was All-American at Texas A&M. And, injury, he had a major, I think a shoulder injury or something like that, but it kind of fell off. Then he transferred to Kansas. I felt like he was the better offensive lineman on that Jayhawk O-line.
Well, the Miami Dolphins, our favorite team, is now back on the clock. And, we have our first international pathway prospect off of the board. And that's Tom New we did in the NFL Draft Bible this year. And Seydou Traore from Mississippi State, the tight end, lands with the Miami Dolphins. And he does bring some international intrigue. This one's a little bit off the grain. I'm going to say, Traore, I had him as a late round, borderline undrafted free agent. Now, I did get a chance to get eyes on him down there at the East-West Shrine Bowl, where he flashed. Like, he can run that seam route, and he's got some athleticism to him from what I recall. I'm going to pull up his report here. And for that one, I got to go to the beginning of the Bible for the international pathway programs. But you are on the pulse when it comes to the Dolphins. The tight end need here, Jarrett. They have Greg Dulcich, Will Kaczmarek, Ben Sims, Jalen Conyers, Cole Turner, Zach Kuntz, and now Seydou Traore.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like that was a position in need for the last couple of seasons, ever since they drafted Gesicki. And then, of course, he didn't fit the system of McDaniel, and that's who he's gone. But I felt like the tight end position was very thin, the last couple of seasons, whether they're a pass catcher or a blocker. It wasn't consistent group. I say the most consistent outside after Gesicki was Durham Smythe. And then they also brought in the veteran last year. I can't believe. The tight end room has just been average. So I feel like adding some of this tight end, couple tight ends. I like the Kaczmarek pick. I really like that. Bet one of the best blockers in the draft off the edge right there. I think they need that support.
Yeah, I love Kaczmarek as a blocker. Thought it was a little bit high, but I'm not going to argue with it. So I want to take a quick second to thank Mark Dolgerin, the director there at the NFL International Pathway Program, for helping us obtain this information on these international prospects. And we got our first one, Seydou Traore, at 180 to the Miami Dolphins here out of the United Kingdom. We're just going to call him Zico for short, it says here. So 23 years old, 6'3.5", 238 pounds. Grew up participating in martial arts, taekwondo, karate, rugby, basketball, handball, and soccer all throughout high school until he was 18 years old. Won multiple state championships in soccer, was a standout goalie for a semi-pro developmental soccer league, on track to play professionally before he joined the NFL Academy back in 2019, 7 years ago. He's been working with the NFL Academy. Grew up watching NFL highlights on TV, began playing contact football for the London Warriors at 16 years old, joined the NFL Academy's inaugural class at 17 years old. Played one season before transferring to Clearwater High School in the United States to play football his senior year. Enrolled at Arkansas State, played 11 games at wide receiver, transferred to Colorado in 2023, but then entered the portal again after spring ball, signed with Mississippi State for 2 seasons, and was named to the team's leadership council. Of course, as I mentioned, a 2026 East-West Shrine Bowl. So that's why you got to get the Bible, man. We got you covered. Big school, small school, day 1, day 2, day 3, international, all around the world. We're looking for talent. So make sure you go and get the hard copy edition for 2027. As I mentioned earlier, in case you weren't here, we got Value Picks and Scout Speak. I have 3 copies each. If you go and pre-order your 2027 NFL Draft Bible, I'm going to throw in both books. Plus, you get the year-round access to allaccessfootball.com. And, of course, the 2027 NFL Draft Bible if you want to support the show and obtain a lot of vital information. And I like the final pick here of this 5th-round conclusion. The Buffalo Bills go Zane Durant, somebody you got a chance to go check out at Pro Day over there at Penn State there, Jarrett.
Absolutely. Obviously, shorter, body composition that you don't really see from an interior D tackle on the next level right here. But he has a tremendous motor, toughness, good, plays with a firm base, strong leverage. But I just think with bigger tackles, he definitely has to maintain that momentum each play so he doesn't get washed away. But when he's at his high peak, when he's at his peak performance with the high end motor, he could fly to the football. He has a nose for the football. So I think this is a good landing spot, especially with the Bills in that rotation. I think he'd definitely be in that rotation up front. So I think this is a really good landing spot for him and blossom what he can do from his size.
Yeah, a little bit twitchier, like the Energizer Bunny off the bench. Got a big body in Deontay Walker and Ed Oliver. You can move around. Zane Durant should fit in nicely there,
especially with a 3rd and long situation like a NASCAR set. I feel like he could emerge a role within a year or so with that.
All right. Well, that brings us to the conclusion of round number 5. We're 4 hours into day 3 of our coverage. We're about halfway through. I don't know if I should laugh or cry when I say that, but we're here for the duration along with Jarrett Regal, part of the NFL Draft Bible Familia. We're going to take you into round 6 where the Cleveland Browns are on the clock with pick number 182. And the usual suspects in the chat room hanging out. Really appreciate the love. Rick, like you said, the combine needs a professional tailor to do the body measurements. Yes, I've spoken about this, and we just talked about all the technology in the NFL. It's ridiculous. Like, there is technology out there, Jared. I don't know if you've seen it. I've seen it about 5 years ago. I started talking about this, where if you take a picture and, like, you put your picture and you take a picture with, like, the size of a quarter in the picture, there's technology now where just a simple picture, you can get your exact arm length, legs, measurements. They will customize a suit for you without you even going in this person. Like, you just take a picture of yourself and they can just measure you up. To me, that's where we need to go. Now, to Adam's point, I'm available, Jeff Foster. I will say nobody knocks out measurements like my guy Russ Landy. If you ever seen him in action, he's like Go Gadget, Inspector Gadget. He's got all the tools. He made his own customized tools. He's got a arm length, a wingspan measurement, right? And you know how it's a 2-person job, right? You need 2 people to measure the wingspan typically. Well, Russ took the measuring tape, created a slot. He got some tape, a little cast, so the players can actually just slide their thumbs into the measuring tape, extend it themselves. Like, Russ Landy is the measurement Inspector Gadget guru. They should hire him to do the arm length. I'm not even kidding. When we did the Hub football camp, we would run through 200 guys and within the hour get all their height, weight measurements. But you're right. they do need to do something different there in Indianapolis. Douglas Dorner, I know we're waiting for Cam Dorner to come off the board, and 27 wide receivers through 5 rounds. They're coming off the board fast and furious. Adams Exploit says, when did he sleep? I don't know who you're referring to, but I did not get much, and it's been that kind of weekend. But we appreciate you guys tuning in. All Access Football NFL Draft Bible is a must-have. Douglas Dorner's got his copy. We appreciate that. You know, I'm 2 pots into the coffee, Adams Exploits, so I got my Methadone Blue. You know, this is not a paid spot. I'm not even joking you. This was sitting outside of my car on the sidewalk, and we got some construction going on across the street over here. And it was laying in the mud. I swear, I thought it was empty. A 5-hour energy. It was all dirty, and I said, "Oh, let me just throw this away. It's in front of the house." And then Angelique said, "Well, why don't you keep it?" And I said, "I don't know. I never really did 5-hour energy. Now I had 2 pots of coffee already, and I was saving this for a special occasion. I figured, you know, day 3 of the draft." Ironically enough, since Adam mentioned it, I said, when we get halfway through the draft, I'm going to pop this bad boy open. And maybe I'll isolate this segment to see if 5-hour energy wants to sponsor us next year. But this is not a paid segment. I just happened to find this. I washed it off. I polished it up. It's a brand new bottle. I'm going to dive into the 5-hour energy right here live on the air. Okay, so we did 2 pots of coffee already, Adam. I'm going to move on to the 5-hour energy. Also took 2 shots of Methadone Blue, and now we're going to go 5-hour energy. I don't know how I'll sleep tonight. I'll be so wired up now, but let's give it a go, give it a whirl, see how it works.
Yeah, I had my Monster Rehab. I'm a Monster Rehab kind of guy. You know, I had it earlier today, right before I had a really good workout earlier today, so it's almost that time for another one.
It's like some NyQuil. I'll let it
nice beer face.
Terrible.
But I just saw Taylon Green to Cleveland.
That's very interesting to kick off the 6th round. You know, Cleveland, the quarterback competition just got a little bit more interesting.
Sure did.
You know, I'm not a fan of Taylon Green. I think I've been on the record to say this guy couldn't hit the side of a barn. Great arm strength. Can throw it downfield, just not very accurate. Now he makes all these highlight plays, flash plays. You go watch the highlight reel and you're saying, oh my God, this guy's a franchise quarterback. You got to watch it all. And there's a reason why he was benched on senior day for a freshman. And he just makes a lot of mistakes. Head is not in the game. Now I've been a fan, like going back to his days at Boise State. I remember he played instantly as a freshman. I wrote his name down. I said, man, this guy's got all the tools in the world. Just never materialized, never developed. I questioned the decision-making. And, you know, I question why Cleveland wants to have another developmental quarterback because, quite honestly, it's almost detrimental because now you're taking away valuable snaps. Shedeur Sanders needs all the reps he can get. Now you're kicking the tires on a experimental athletic quarterback unless they're going to switch his positions. But it's listed here as quarterback. What's your take on the pick? Some people love him. Our guy Emery Hunt is a big fan.
I mean, yeah. I mean, he shows, you know, elite athleticism. His athleticism was off the charts, you know, with his speed, his agility, you know, even, you know, his vertical jump. So he tested off the charts at the combine. And like you mentioned, he does have a strong arm, but it's like that's about it when it comes to in a pocket and making decisions, layering throws. You know, that's going to be a concern for the next level. And like you said, you had a rookie second-year quarterback with Shedeur Sanders. You know, he showed a little bit, but not a whole lot. And that should have been a building block. And obviously, you're going to have Deshaun Watson coming back. So, I mean, was this the right move? Who knows? I don't think.
Well, when I get a real quarterback like Garrett Nussmeier,
or that too.
What is going on with Garrett Nussmeier? Like, how do you watch Garrett Nussmeier and watch Taylon Green and say, "Yo, that's the guy I want to get for"?
Absolutely, I think Garrett Nussmeier should deserve a little bit more respect. You know, he kind of gives me that Mac Jones vibes. When he went behind center, when I seen him in some couple games, obviously playing with an oblique injury, you know, that's tough for any athlete, you know, to compete with. But yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree with you, Rick. You know, Nussmeier should have been in more thought of.
Adam exploits. Touche. Jalen Hurts was benched for Tua Tagovailoa once upon a time. Go figure. Well,
Yeah.
at least Tua was a future first round pick. But I get the point. I hear what you're saying, and you never know. That's why we do this here on day 3. But again, like, you cannot watch Garrett Nussmeier and Taylor Green back to back and come around away. And maybe I'm crazy, but I don't see how you say this is the guy that could be our quarterback of the future. A little bit suspect there, but the 6th round is underway. It's coming off the board fast. It's coming off the board furious. We got the NFL Draft Bible Familia, Jarrett Regal in the building, Dream Bowl Scout, and we're going to take a quick commercial break. Come back. We'll get you all caught up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Buckle up and hunker down. Rick Serritella of All Access Football here. Thanks for tuning in to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. For the past 25 years, we've been bringing you the names you need to know with independent scouting analysis on location across the nation with boots on the ground coverage from training camp to in-season visits, the All-Star Game circuit, and Indianapolis for the NFL Scouting Combine, plus the Pro Day trails and more, capturing the path to the draft with snapshots of hundreds of NFL draft prospects. Be sure to visit allaccessfootball.com for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and subscribe right now to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible featuring nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, our exclusive insider intel, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft. Become a disciple today and visit allaccessfootball.com. The NFL Draft Bible, the Bible of the draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft. Rick Serritella here for All Access Football. It's not too late to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible, jam-packed with nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, insider intel on character, medical, and background reports, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft, plus the NFL International Pathway Program prospects. We got it all covered in the NFL Draft Bible, celebrating 25 years of independent scouting analysis. Follow along in all the action. Be the most prepared person in the room with the most accurate projections available on the planet. Go get your copy now over at allaccessfootball.com, your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you for your support of independent media. Now back to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Hey, Rick Serritella here for allaccessfootball.com. Thanks for watching our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Just a quick programming reminder, the All Access Football Draft Watch show airs every Saturday morning live at 10 a.m. Eastern with yours truly, along with my co-host, Russ Landy, who brings 30 years of NFL, CFL, and XFL scouting experience each and every week. We count you down with hard-hitting analysis, the prospects, the names you need to know. The countdown is on. Destination Washington, D.C. begins now. Make sure you tune in every Saturday morning, live, 10 a.m. Eastern, as we count you down to the nation's capital for the 2027 NFL Draft. Your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002. It's what we do. Make sure you follow along with the NFL Draft Bible, the official Bible of the Draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you so much for supporting independent media. Now, back to our 2026 live stream coverage of the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh. Buckle up!
All right, we're back at it again. RIC and a place to be. Broadcasting here for our Day 3 NFL Draft live stream coverage. We've got Jarrett Regal chopping it up, breaking it down with this part of the NFL Draft Bible. It's going to be an NFL Draft Bible family affair here soon, coming up at 4:30. Dom Ambrose is scheduled to join us. We're going to take a quick little detour at about 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. Scott Phillips from the American Bowl executive director got back to me here, and I think a lot of these American Bowl players have been chosen here on Day 3, so we'll get some good quick insight from Scott Phillips for about 15 minutes or so, like we did with Todd Worley, the Hula Bowl director, and then we're going to pop on Big Will Donahue, who's holding it down and behind the scenes in the chat room, bringing us up to date with all the picks and keeping me up to date here behind the scenes. We really appreciate all his efforts. And then I think Evan Wilsmore will join us, I believe, at about 6:30, 6:45 p.m. or so. And we'll close things out as we're about, a little bit more than halfway through the marathon. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And we just popped the 5-hour energy. We got a couple pots of coffee brewing. We've got some methadone blue flowing through the system. I'm going to be all amped up, ready to go. We'll talk some football with you. And let's see. We had some picks now here to kick off the 6th round to get you caught up in. And where did Jarrett go? He popped off on us. I'm sure he'll be back. And the next pick here at pick 183 is Carson Scharer, the linebacker out of Iowa, who I think I saw at the East-West Shrine Bowl. You know, these all-star games all tend to blend together. But, yes, indeed, he was at the Shrine Bowl, 6'1.5", 231 pounds, 4.56 40-yard dash with a 40-inch vert, 10'3" broad jump. So very good testing athleticism for Carson Scharer. Undersized, instinctive player, sharp football intelligence on run fits, route recognition on pass coverage, excellent foot speed, heavy hitter, jolting pop, needs to sharpen angles to the football, smooth read and react despite tight hips, diamond in the rough, similar to Christian Ellis, it says here, who could carve out a role on special teams. And he talked about sitting behind players such as Jack Campbell, Jay Higgins, Nick Jackson, the linebacker pipeline from Iowa to the NFL. He says they taught us how to watch film, where to be, different things like that. Being able to learn from those guys really puts you in position to go out and do it for yourself. Combine invite, Shrine Bowl invite, 48 games, 13 starts, 1-year starter, all Big Ten, 83 tackles, 12 tackles for a loss this past season. Carson Scharer to the Arizona Cardinals there. Any thoughts, Jarrett?
I'm sorry about that.
No, you're all good.
I turned it all right on here.
No, it's all good. Let's go on to Jackie Marshall from Baylor. Scharer was pick number 183 to the Cardinals. Tennessee Titans right behind him. Jackie Marshall, the defensive tackle from Baylor. Little bit of a reach here for my liking. Another one of these Shrine Bowl invites. Came in at 6'2.5", 300 pounds, 4.88 in the 40-yard dash. Agile, versatile, began at linebacker, switched to the defensive line, relies upon quickness rather than power. 4.68 shuttle time was tops amongst all defensive linemen in the combine. That does say something. Change of direction, lateral movement, foot speed, can actually get after the quarterback a little bit. The more I read his scouting report, the more I like him now. 32-inch arms, Combine, Shrine Bowl, suffered a season-ending ACL in 2023. Had 30 tackles, 4.5 for loss, 2 sacks this past year. So Jackie Marshall goes to the Tennessee Titans at 184, and they've selected now, I think, a couple of defensive tackles, the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, they definitely need to shore up the interior run game on the defensive line with the trade with Devontae Sweat, going to the Jets. So with adding him, he's more of a run stopper. So getting in that mix and that rotation mix, and I think more provide depth with behind those starters.
All right, Bowers Sharp, the tight end from LSU. Goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They like them big. They like them tough. They like them physical and gritty. Talk about guys like Cade Otton. I think Bowers Sharp is actually a very similar type of prospect. Fits into that Tampa Bay offensive scheme very well. Not a big fan of the value here. I guess we are in the 6th round. I forget we're getting into the late round. So I guess that's where you kind of pick a guy like Bowers Sharp. But, Ko Kieft, Cade Otton, Payne Durham all have a very similar skill set there in Tampa Bay.
Absolutely. Tampa Bay, they're building up a nice defense, with their draft picks over the course of the 3 days. They're trying to get back to the early 2020 era with their defense, with losing with Shaquille Barrett and Levante David recently. So they're just revamping that defense unit, and Todd Bowles, I bet he's excited over these picks.
All right, now Bobby Jamison Travis, I got a chance to see at the Hula Bowl. He was also a combine invite, 6'3", 335 pounds. Once again, an arm length discrepancy anywhere between 34 and 2/8 and 34 and 2/8, 34 and 5/8, 82-inch wingspan, 25 bench press reps, 25-inch vertical. Did not run a 40-yard dash. Run stuffer, space eater, girth and length, stout anchor, quick initial burst, long arms to gain leverage, can absorb multiple blockers. Has to improve his wrap-up tackling, something that's haunted him in the past. Can create turnovers. Prototype size, big time experience, can also be a factor in the short yardage situations. 36 tackles this past season. And that is your Bobby Jamison Travis breakdown for the New York Football Giants at pick number 186. There was some talk they were going to sign. We had Dave Del Cole, and I was on his show last week. He said the Giants were sniffing around DJ Reader, the free agent. So we'll see if this impacts their decision to sign Reader or not. But clearly the trade of Dexter Lawrence left the hole there for the Giants to plug, Jarrett.
Yeah, I mean, with their picks, just trying to date back who they got in the early rounds to reflect on this. But, just trying to work the layers of the defense, trying to compensate, with the loss of Dexter Lawrence, so with the, adding Arvell Reese in that mix. And then, of course, with these late round additions and to support the front seven, they're just trying to, use whatever they can with trying to, compensate for that loss.
Yeah, all 3 levels of the defense now they've addressed with Jamison Travis up front, Arvell Reese in the second level, Colton Hood in the back end. They've really kind of spread their draft picks around. Of course, Malinoga, who's going to probably slot in at offensive guard, and then Malachi Fields to add to the wide receiver corps. So the Giants looking to get those hardball guys into the equation. And their division rivals, Washington Commanders, picking right behind them at pick 187 in the 6th round. They go back to the running back Wishingwell, where they struck gold a year ago late in round 3 with one of our favorites, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. Now, they did sign Rashad White, the free agent from Tampa Bay, during the offseason. Jerome Ford also hanging out, along with Jeremy Nichols, who can catch the ball out of the backfield. But they inject Penn State and Nittany Lion, Katron Allen, another one of these players you had a chance to see at their pro day workout. How does Allen fit into the Commander scheme, you think?
Yeah, I definitely, Katron, he could, I feel like he could, carve himself out a role, in this offense. He's very talented, very well balanced. as out in the passing, out in the flats and stuff like that. And of course, a runner. He's a tough runner. People underestimate his running style. He's very tough in between the tackles. He has good vision. Great burst. Not as the strong burst that you see out of Singleton, but with that in comparison with that running back room, I think he'll look the part. Now he definitely has to work on his pass protection. I felt like that was a knock on him a little bit with his pass pro in the backfield there. But if he could clean that up, he has the strength to to clean that up and step up in some of these linebackers. But I wouldn't be surprised for him to get carving a role to third down. To work his way up to a third down back. So I definitely like the pick. Well needed too. So he'll definitely see some looks from day one.
All right, well, Miami Hurricanes have some mammoth offensive linemen in this year's draft, including your guy, Markel Bell, the human skyscraper who went on day 2, and now his counterpart, Inez Cooper, goes here in the 6th round to the New York Jets, pick number 188, 6'6", 334 pounds, 10-inch hands, 34-inch arms. He's a downhill run mauler. He's going to run you over in the run game. His pass protection still has a ways to go. 3-star recruit, all ACC selection. Has started each of his 4 seasons for Miami. And, with Breece Hall back there, the Jets want him, pave the way. And so Dylan Parham was brought in during the offseason there to play guard. I think Cooper probably kicks inside to the guard spot here for the Jets as well. Of course, Armand Memba, one of the most impressive rookies, pairing with Olu Fashanu on the bookend. So I think Cooper here slides inside and competes for a job. If not, can be kind of a utility backup slot.
Yeah, I mean that's where they need help more in the middle there. Losing Vera Tucker last year to the Patriots in free agency, they lost a little toughness in the middle. But adding Dylan Parham and of course having their 2nd round pick in 23, Joe Tippmann, playing at right guard. So I feel like this is a good depth move for them, shore up the interior offensive lineman. And I could see, with Olu and Membo securing the ends, I see the Jets, putting together a nice offensive line if they could figure it out in the middle.
Well, we saw a slew of offensive linemen in round number 4 or 5. What are we on? 6?
On day 3. 4th or 5th round, yeah.
We'll just say day 3 in general. There's been a lot of offensive linemen. And the Cincinnati Bengals stick to that theme right behind the New York Jets at pick 189. The Cincinnati Bengals select Brian Parker II out of Duke. And I really learned to this player grew on me. And I had a chance to spend a good amount of time with Brian down at the Shrine Bowl, spent a lot of time together. And I give him a lot of props because he started at left tackle, multiple-year starter for Duke, acknowledged and recognized that his arms were going to be too short to play there at the next level. And he actually resorted back to his high school position of center. And he went down there at the East-West Shrine Bowl and said, Rick, you know what? I'm coming down here on a mission to strictly play center and show that the scouts I can do it. And I'll tell you what, it was seamless. I mean, this guy was smooth, obviously very smart playing at Duke. I think this is a very good value pick here. Now, they did Cincinnati Bengals. Is that right? The Bengals drafted Parker because they also drafted Connor Lew. And so Lew, I guess, is going to play maybe a guard spot, maybe some competition at the center. Ted Karras is always also there on the roster. So.
Yeah, I'm looking at their depth chart now. Okay, here it is. It just got updated. I would say Parker a little more depth behind guard. That's been like the theme with the Bengals. I feel like the last couple of seasons they've had a lot of injuries, always injuries up front each year. and they just seemed like they weren't generating the protection for Joe Burrow or the running game with their depth pieces. So they're basically shuffling around, and I feel like he'll fit in very well with Parker, along with Connor Liu behind Ted Karras right now and Dylan Fairchild. So I mean, I think they really need to build up that depth behind the starting unit, because they've been banged up the last couple of years, and they didn't really have anything to show for it to fill in.
All right, well, listen, the picks are coming down the wire. We got some wide receivers off the board. We got the New York Giants making back-to-back picks. We've got some more of the NFL Draft Bible Familia to welcome into the show. Before we do, we're going to take another quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to welcome Dom Ambrose into the fray. So buckle up, hunker down. We'll be back right after.
Pull up and hunker down. Rick Serritella of All Access Football here. Thanks for tuning in to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. For the past 25 years, we've been bringing you the names you need to know with independent scouting analysis on location across the nation with boots on the ground coverage from training camp to in-season visits, the All-Star Game circuit, and Indianapolis for the NFL Scouting Combine, plus the Pro Day trails and more, capturing the path to the draft with snapshots of hundreds of NFL draft prospects. Be sure to visit allaccessfootball.com for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft, and subscribe right now to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible, featuring nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, our exclusive insider intel, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft. Become a disciple today and visit allaccessfootball.com. The NFL Draft Bible, the Bible of the draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft. Rick Serritella here for All Access Football. It's not too late to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible, jam-packed with nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, insider intel on character, medical, and background reports, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft, plus the NFL International Pathway Program prospects. We got it all covered in the NFL Draft Bible, celebrating 25 years of independent scouting analysis. Follow along in all the action. Be the most prepared person in the room with the most accurate projections available on the planet. Go get your copy now over at allaccessfootball.com, your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you for your support of independent media. Now back to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft.
All right, we're back at it again here on the NFL Draft live stream. We got the cough drop here.
Hey, Rick Serritella here.
Getting the vocal cord ready.
Football.
Get out of here, promo. We've had enough of you. Rick Serritella joined by Jarrett Regal, part of the NFL Draft Bible Familia, and we are going to welcome now another member of the NFL Draft Bible Familia. He's been working with us the last several seasons. You've probably seen him as well, circulating around the All-Star Game trails, has helped out with the College Gridiron Showcase the last couple of years, also was out at various pro days, also hit the FCS Combine, the inaugural FCS Combine for us down there in Nashville. He joins the program right now. Dom Ambrose.
Hey, how you doing?
NFL Draft live stream. What's happening, brother?
Not much, just enjoying the draft.
I know it's rocking and rolling. I can't believe we're here in round 6. We appreciate you hopping on and shedding some perspective, Dom. Tell the good people at home some of the things you've been up to and going on leading up to the draft. You're all over the place, man.
Yeah, I joked that I'm like a bad penny. I just kind of show up, but I was fortunate to go to the Vanderbilt Pro Day. Like you had mentioned in the opening, I went to the FCS showcase that was out here in Nashville, which was a great opportunity for some of these smaller school guys to get eyes on them that they might not have gotten. Been fortunate to go to the Senior Bowl last several years.
Yeah, all over the place. Dom Ambrose, Jarrett Regal, Rick Serritella here, and gonna get the folks caught up on some of these picks coming off the board. And as I alluded to before the commercial break, couple of wide receivers, and gentlemen, the New Orleans are going to do everything in their power to make Tyler Shuck a franchise quarterback. I mean, they are just surrounding him with talent. Jordan Tyson, Bryce Lance. Now they go with the speedster, Barian Brown, who could really take the top off of a defense, return some kicks. What's your thoughts on what the Saints are doing here, Dom? Let us know what your thoughts are.
I mean, I'm probably higher on Tyler than a lot of people were because I saw a lot of qualities in him when he was with Louisville that translated great to the NFL. And you get a quarterback like that, and any team, you're going to want to put weapons around him to make him better and make him get to that next level.
What do you think, Jerry? Like Barian Brown into the equation here with Tyson, Lance, a lot of rookie competition here in New Orleans.
Absolutely. It's going to be, a battle in training camp. Who's going to stick out, who's going to, have play with that chip on their shoulder to emerge. That's what it's going to come down to. But like you said, supporting Tyler Shuck and so they get the real him and see what because think about it. Next year's draft class is about the rookie about quarterbacks. So I think they really want to figure out Tyler Shuck and see what he can do with the weapons they're bringing in.
Yeah, I want to make sure we get the official 40-yard dash time 4.40 for Barian Brown at 6 foot, 189 pounds. Now it's just crazy to me. Like at the Pro Bowl, the Pro Day and Senior Bowl, he was 5'10" and 6/8 inches. Then he goes to the combine and suddenly he's 6 foot and 1/8 inches. I mean, that's over a 2-inch discrepancy. What are we doing in Indianapolis? But very underused here at LSU. But that track background, he was back-to-back state champion in the 100 and 200 meter dash. School record holder in both events, was the track athlete of the year. So that's the type of dynamic speed that Barian Brown brings to the table. Of course, potentially some return experience, as does the next receiver who came off the board. And I can't tell you how impressed I was with Josh Cameron out of Baylor. He goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars at number 191 overall, 6'1", 4/8 inches, 220 pounds. This guy was at the Senior Bowl and gets open, doesn't do anything fancy, doesn't wow you in one particular area. 14.5 yard punt return average in 45 career attempts. So impressive. One of the better blockers in this year's draft at the wide receiver position, a former walk-on that Josh Cameron is, and no stranger to adversity off the field. Has had some family issues in his background. 872 yards this past season, including 9 touchdowns. And Josh Cameron now the latest weapon here for the Jacksonville Jaguars, Dom.
I mean, I like the pick. And, I mean, you go back to last year with Travis Hunter. You can only play him both ways for so long, so you need weapons on that offensive side of the ball, just to be fair to Travis Hunter, even though he's another world athlete,
Yeah, they had expectations for Hunter at the wide receiver position, and they're going to have to simmer those a little bit. And I think Josh Cameron's a good body to add to the equation. J.C. Davis, I think, Jarrett, you're a pretty big fan of him, the offensive tackle out of Illinois. He goes to the Giants. Giants making back-to-back selections at pick 192 and pick 193. Dave Del Cole will be happy with the selection of Jack Kelly out of BYU. Yeah. Big bruising linebacker there that he was hoping that the Giants get, and they did. They pulled the trigger. They needed a linebacker. They needed more offensive line help. Any thoughts there, Jarrett?
Yeah, just building that depth behind that offensive line up front for the G-men. And, that's another thing with the loss of Andrew Thomas, what was it, a year or so? What was it last year with injuries and stuff? So I feel like that was a big need, bulk up that offensive line, help protect Jackson Dart and, propel that offense further up the rankings for 2026. But with just to add on what Dom said with Josh Cameron, I think that was a solid pick for the Jaguars. They're looking for that guy behind Jacoby Myers, to work that power slot area. And I feel like he could fit in well for depth-wise with Brian Thomas on the outside and Parker as the Z receiver. So I thought that was a good move by the Jaguars as well.
Yeah, no, I like Josh Cameron pick, and I like J.C. Davis, the toughness, the grittiness, him and Mawanoga, along with Marcus Mabo there now on the offensive line, trying to toughen up the offense. And then Jack Kelly, I think, is a hardball kind of feisty player, can get after the quarterback a little bit, kind of a very poor man's Arvell Reese, not quite near the athlete or athleticism, but has been used in a similar type of capacity. So that is the New York Football Giants at 192 and 193. That brings us up to the Tennessee Titans back on the clock at 194. And I think we all like Pat Coogan out of Indiana. This is tremendous value here. You're talking about round 6. Pat Coogan had upside potential. Did you do that right up, Dom?
I think I did. He's a solid player. I mean, I think he was a little older. I remember correctly.
Yeah, coming over from Notre Dame.
Yeah, but the pedigree is there. I mean, Notre Dame's consistently got great offensive linemen, and he showed it translated to Indiana. He's going to come in and he's going to compete for that center spot day one.
Yeah, and I think he had some guard experience at Notre Dame. So you're talking about a versatile guy, and that seems to be the theme here for the Giants with their backup offensive linemen that they're taking. You talk about for the Tennessee Titans that they're taking with Fernando Carmona, inside outside versatility, guard, tackle. Pat Coogan, interior flexibility, can play all three positions on the interior. And clearly Cam Ward Jarrett was running around for his life. They had to do something, and Pat Coogan here I think is tremendous value.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they're going to probably do some flip-flopping up front. Maybe you try out J.C. Latham, the left tackle, from the right, and just start building like that with, Carmona. I love Carmona. I felt like he ran nasty at the combine. You could just see the look on his face, and then, of course, you turn on the game tape, you see that power and that motor, high motor getting up to the second level. And when he's engaged, you just got to work on some of his footwork, though. His footwork and squaring up on some blocks. But I felt like that was a good pick interior along with Coogan right now. So definitely need to thicken up the interior offensive lineman and maybe do some shuffling, because you still got Pete Skoronski there, the former first-round pick. So they got something brewing up front. So this is, this depth is going to contribute a lot in my opinion.
Yeah, great leadership, pre-snap communication, championship pedigree. You like what Pat Coogan brings to the table. Now, the next player actually flashed to me as well. I think it was at the Shrine Bowl. Well-traveled. Bounced around at several prominent programs, including Alabama, I believe. This Malik Benson, he can fly now. And it's surprising in a way. The Raiders, they've gone a lot of defense, 5 picks on the defensive side of the ball and 3 on the offense until Benson makes it 4. But I think what I was most surprised about is that, Jack Besh, Trey Tucker, Dante Thornton, Jalen Naylor, not anybody that's going to keep defensive coordinators up late at night. I'm surprised they wait until the 6th round, Jared, to address the wide receiver need.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dom, do you like the Raiders draft thus far with Mike Washington, Trey Zune, obviously Fernando Mendoza, and now Malik Benson on the offensive side of the football?
Yeah, I do. I mean, like we said with Tyler Shuck, you want to give Mendoza weapons, and they've been doing that with Benson and all that. Benson, like you said, is a guy that'll take the top off the defenses. Went from Alabama to Florida State to Oregon, and after an off year at Florida State, he kind of flourished with Dan Lanning out there in Oregon.
And 2 seasons at Hutchinson Community College. I mean, this guy's got more frequent flyer miles than all of us put together.
Yeah. And it kind of goes back to the old school Raiders mentality of wanting that threat to go deep. Not that you have to go deep all the time, but you got to put that fear in the defenses.
Yeah, 4.37 40-yard dash at 6 foot, 190 pounds. Plays through contact, plays physical and called upon to block. Reliable pass catcher with home run threat ability, versatility to line up in the slot or the boundary, high football IQ, can create separation coming out of his breaks. There's a lot to like about this Malik Benson, and I think it speaks volumes to the depth of this wide receiver class. You mentioned Alabama, Florida State, Oregon, and then also state championship track, 100 meter, 200 meter, 4x100 meter relay, and long jump. All state championships. This guy's got an incredible track background. Unbelievable. All right. Good value pick there for the Raiders. And then nice value for the New England Patriots. Demetrius Crownover, the offensive tackle from Texas A&M. I think a lot of people expected him to be chosen a lot higher than where he's coming off the board. And they're going to double down now because, Will Campbell had his issues there in the Super Bowl. I think they want to keep him at left tackle. Morgan Moses was a little bit shaky. They drafted Caleb Lomu. Now they add Demetrius Crownover out of Texas Tech. Dom, your thoughts?
Man, you get better by competition, right? So
depth. They need depth.
You need depth, and if you get dogs in there wanting to compete, the guys that are going to start are going to be those best 5 that are in practice.
Yeah, just adding with Crownover, I like his athleticism. I feel like he moves very well in space. I think a key game for him to watch against Miami. He won against both Ruben Bain and Mesidor. I felt like he got out in his kick step with range on, squared up on Mesidor quite a few times. But when he went against Bain, he got walked back a few times. So I feel like he could work on his core strength a little bit right there. And I think that's the reason why he fell to this point. I thought he was going to be a little higher in my perspective, like more like late day 2, earlier today type of pick. But he definitely got to work on his core strength. But I think I look at his abilities very raw. I think he's still raw to mold himself in it, but great size. I thought he has some really good size to pan out for the next level.
Yeah, 6'7", 331 at the Senior Bowl, and then 321 at his pro day. 35+ inch arms, 85-inch wingspan. I think the thing that stands out here that you put in, Jared, it sounds like you did the write-up. Positional versatility, has played all 5 offensive line positions and has a background as a tight end in high school. So this is a great athlete, a versatile guy, and that I think is going to fit in really well in New England because Mike Onwenu is a very similar type of player. So maybe they have another similar one in Demetrius Crownover. All right. 197, the LA Rams take CJ Daniels out of Miami. Dom, somebody you're very familiar with, another weapon here. Maybe a little bit later in the draft than Sean McVay would have had preferred. But give us the lowdown on CJ Daniels.
He's another one of those transfers that we've been talking about has been the underlying theme this draft. Transferred over from LSU. Good body control on his catches. He just makes catches. You can put it anywhere in his vicinity and he's going to go up and get it. And as much as we heard that, and I'm drawing a blank on his name from Miami, the true freshman receiver that they had.
Malachi Tony, yeah.
Was going to be a name to watch anyway.
That'll be a name you won't forget in the future for sure. This guy freaking
CJ Daniels, that offense went through him with him and Carson Beck because they had a repertoire that you hope grows overnight and in one season, but don't often get.
Yeah, 66 career games. You talk about experience. Miami, LSU, 3 years at Liberty, soft, dependable hands, consistency. Um, has a chance to be a late round steal. That's what it says here. And he lands with the LA Rams. So a good fit there. All right, Jarrett, we'll get one more perspective from you, and then we'll let you boogie because I know you've been on quite a while. Damon Claiborne out of Wake Forest finds his way to the Minnesota Vikings at pick 198. Any thoughts about the Wake Forest runner?
Yeah, he's a twitchy running back. I feel like he could be utilized in the passing game. Coming out of the backfield. Not much of a runner in between the tackles for the next level, but definitely a complimentary in the passing game and work his way in as a third down back in that situation. Could help improve his run pass pro. But he showed some dynamic in his athleticism. I feel like he could generate a role and develop behind. I forgot who did he
Aaron
go to?
Jones, yeah,
in that section. So yeah, that's what my thoughts on him.
yeah. I think he can give Jordan Mason a little run for his money there as the backup, and they also added Max Bredesen today, so a couple of new backfield parts, and we're moving right along here in the 6th round of the NFL draft. Jarrett was so kind enough to be here for the duration of the 5th round and bleeded us into the 6th round and give us a little parting shot and tell the people at home what you're cooking on, what you got working, and we appreciate the time here, Jarrett. We're winding down.
Just preparing for 2027 season, 26-27 season. Just keeping my options open, but you'll probably see me again here with the NFL Draft Bible. I really enjoy this group and great insight for all the football fans out there. So stay tuned, and I'm looking forward to 2026 season.
Yeah, man. Buckle up, hunker down. Appreciate the insight, and go try and enjoy some family time this weekend with whatever leftover time that we have here. This weekend's been flying through, man. But appreciate the time. I'm sure we'll be chatting a lot, both on the air, off the air, and enjoy the rest of the draft, my man.
Same here. You guys too, and good seeing you, Dom. I'll talk to you later as well.
For sure. See you, Jarrett.
All right, see you.
All right, there he goes, Jarrett Regal, lending some time here on the live stream show. We got Dom Ambrose here for about the next half hour or so. That's going to take us into Scott Phillips coming up at 5:30. American Bowl executive director. We got Will Donahue jumping in about 5:45, and followed by Evan Wilsmore at 6:30 as we count you down. Moving and grooving through the 6th round here. Dom Ambrose hanging for the 6th round. We're going to take a quick commercial break, Dom. We'll come back and we'll chop it up and get you all caught up with the latest picks. So don't go anywhere.
Buckle up and hunker down. Rick Serritella of All Access Football here. Thanks for tuning in to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. For the past 25 years, we've been bringing you the names you need to know with independent scouting analysis on location across the nation with boots on the ground coverage from training camp to in-season visits, the All-Star Game circuit, and Indianapolis for the NFL Scouting Combine, plus the Pro Day trails and more, capturing the path to the draft with snapshots of hundreds of NFL draft prospects. Be sure to visit allaccessfootball.com for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and subscribe right now to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible featuring nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, our exclusive insider intel, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft. Become a disciple today and visit allaccessfootball.com. The NFL Draft Bible, the Bible of the draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft. Rick Serritella here for All Access Football. It's not too late to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible, jam-packed with nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, insider intel on character, medical, and background reports, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft, plus the NFL International Pathway Program prospects. We got it all covered in the NFL Draft Bible, celebrating 25 years of independent scouting analysis. Follow along in all the action. Be the most prepared person in the room with the most accurate projections available on the planet. Go get your copy now over at allaccessfootball.com, your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you for your support of independent media. Now back to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Hey, Rick Serritella here for allaccessfootball.com. Thanks for watching our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Just a quick programming reminder, the All Access Football Draft Watch show airs every Saturday morning live at 10 a.m. Eastern with yours truly, along with my co-host, Russ Landy, who brings 30 years of NFL, CFL, and XFL scouting experience each and every week. We count you down with hard-hitting analysis, the prospects, the names you need to know. The countdown is on. Destination Washington, D.C. begins now. Make sure you tune in every Saturday morning, live, 10 a.m. Eastern, as we count you down to the nation's capital for the 2027 NFL Draft. Your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002. It's what we do. Make sure you follow along with the NFL Draft Bible, the official Bible of the Draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you so much for supporting independent media. Now, back to our 2026 live stream coverage of the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh. Buckle up!
We are back at it again. RIC in the place to be. Rick Serritella along with Dom Ambrose, part of the NFL Draft Bible Familia here. Let's get the frame situated. Thanks for tuning in and watching our Day 3 live stream. We're about 5 hours into the live stream here with a couple more hours to go. We're moving and grooving into the 6th round. Can't thank our special guests enough for joining us as we get you caught up here. And we got Dom hanging for about a half hour or so. We'll pop on Big Will Donahue, and we'll have Scott Phillips, the American Bowl executive director, somewhere in between, along with Evan Wilsmore later on in the show. Where we left off with the last selection, we had the Patriots at 196 with Demetrius Crownover, can play all 5 positions. CJ Daniels at 197. To the Los Angeles Rams. We talked about Damon Claiborne being in contention as a backup role there for the Minnesota Vikings. That brings us up to 199, almost at 200, which means the Chargers are currently on the clock at 206. We've got, that means 51 more selections. We're going to get you caught up on the last couple. And we are at the Seattle Seahawks, 199, Emmanuel Henderson Jr. Before we get into him, I see we're over 700 viewers on the live stream. Do us a good favor. If you can help us out, smash that like button, man. If half of you guys, I'll take a quarter of you guys, even 10% of you guys, we could probably get up to 100 likes. Let's set some records here on Day 3 of the NFL Draft live stream. Appreciate you tuning in. Shout out to all the chat room people. And everyone that's been here for the duration, Adams Exploits and Dorner. And where's Analyze and Educate today? We haven't seen him floating around. But let's get to Emmanuel Henderson Jr. of the Kansas Jayhawks, Dom, who brings a very good special teams value here. And I think in the late rounds, that's one area of emphasis you want to put your eye on. A lot of experience, probably going to be a slot weapon if he does see the field as a wideout. But I think this is a core special teams pick here for the Seattle Seahawks, who, have the luxury of winning the Super Bowl. They can afford to take a running back in round one. They can afford to take a luxury pick such as a special teamer in Emmanuel Henderson Jr. And who knows how much longer Cooper Kupp is going to play. So a little bit of a developmental prospect here for your defending champions.
Yeah, I was actually thinking the same thing you were on it. I mean, I don't know where he goes and gets on the field as a receiver, so special teams is going to be the way to go. And Cooper Kupp looks like or if Rashid Shaheed should manage to not pan out for him.
All right, so that brings us up to the Miami Dolphins. I really like what they've done with the draft. They had the 200th overall pick. They went with Texas offensive lineman DJ Campbell, 6'3", 320 pounds, big 34-inch arms, ran a 5.01 40-yard dash, 1.76 10-yard split, 26.5-inch vert, 8'8" broad, experienced vet, physicality, solid athleticism, intelligence, good lateral movement, can mirror speed rush defenders, fires off low as a blocker, and just needs to keep his head up, especially on double teams. It says foot speed helps in second level work pulling, and sharp recognition on trap plays. Could be a starter down the road, but definitely a good cog to fit there in the offensive line for protection there for the new quarterback Malik Willis.
Yeah, it's nice to see the new leadership emphasizing the trenches too. They've had a weakness at their offensive line for years.
Yeah, I like how they're building this thing up there. John Eric Sullivan and Jeff Halfway. I think they can get this thing turned around rather quickly, much like the Jacksonville Jaguars of a year ago. All right, that brings us up to pick 201, the Green Bay Packers. They select the cornerback. They've selected at least one other cornerback that I can remember that I liked. And I'm going to pull up their depth chart here, but they actually just took another cornerback that they like. And they took Brandon Cisse on day 2, and they come back with another SEC cornerback in Domani Jackson, somebody I had a chance to get to know down at the Shrine Bowl. I was a big fan of Domani coming into the season. He was rated very high, had a little bit of an up and down season this past year in Alabama. In fact, I think he was even benched at one point, but when you saw him down in Frisco, he was clearly moving at a different speed. He seemed to be a notch above the rest of the athletes down there. So there's potential there. Like, he's been a multiple-year starter at Alabama, and we've seen guys like Josh Jobe come out of that program and, go on to stick around and hang out at the NFL level. But I think this is a good upside selection. Again, 6th-round value here. Brandon Cisse, Domani Jackson. You want to build up that secondary. And again, competition, a big theme here on day 3, Dom.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot to like you said about Domani Jackson. I think last year he got benched, though. Didn't he have that kind of on the field tantrum?
Yeah.
That could have been a red flag causing that slip into the 6th round here.
No doubt about it. Yeah, you got to worry about a little bit of the character, but the upside is there for Domani Jackson. Now, several players that Will Donahue, who's going to join us in about 45 minutes or so, had a chance to see. Logan Taylor, I know he's high on from Boston College, the offensive lineman, and this just feels like an LA Charger pick, and they keep doubling down, tripling down, building up this offensive line. When in doubt, if you're ever unsure who the Chargers are going to draft, well, it usually tends to lead back to the offensive line. They got your guy Jake Slaughter, who I think really completes that offensive line. Travis Burke was also a day 3 selection, I believe. Logan Taylor now. And, of course, they're getting back Rashawn Slater, Joe Alt. They signed Cole Strange and Tyler Baez in the offseason. And they get Omarion Hampton back. Man, this Chargers team is really loaded. I think they can make a deep run into the playoffs, Dom.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And I thought that last year as well. But, I mean, their Achilles heel has been injuries, and especially on that offensive line. So it would make total sense to build up that depth, Have a guy like Logan Taylor, who comes from Boston College, that's been getting uber trained to be a pro-ready day one kind of offensive lineman at the next level, kind of like the Ohio State receivers. But he's going to be a plug and play, and he's going to compete.
Yeah, speaking of receivers, we got a couple of those that just came off the board as well, including CJ Williams out of Stanford. This one is really digging in the crates for the Jacksonville Jaguars, the number 203rd overall selection, a double transfer from Wisconsin via USC. So you're talking about big time pedigree there. 6 foot, just a shade under 6'1", 203 pounds. Ran a 4.61. Not so great 40 time, 1.58 10-yard split, 14 bench press reps, 35-inch vertical jump with a 10'8" broad, 4.47 short shuttle, 3-cone was 7.40. Not terrific times. I got to say, this is probably the first player, the only player that we do not have a write-up on in the draft Bible. We did not really deem him as a draftable prospect, but hey, Jacksonville has been known to do some different things. We talk about the AI technology they're using, so they obviously saw something in CJ Williams there at pick number 203. Now at pick number 204, I do like this wide receiver out of Boston College, Lewis Bond. All he does is get open, make plays, more quick than fast, solid route runner. I know Will was at the pro day there for Boston College, but I think when you take a look at Lewis Bond, how he fits into the Houston Texans, you really never know what Tank Dell is going to get you. So Lewis Bond, another slot weapon along with Jalen Noel, and hopefully at least one of these guys can produce for the Texans and give these big body targets such as Nico Collins and Jaden Higgins a flash of explosion down the seam there in Houston.
Definitely, and especially with Tank Dell and his injury history, you got to plan for someone to step up, and Lewis Bond is a polished route runner that can get open, like you said.
All right, now another guy that I know Will Donahue wrote up is the next pick, which is going to be number 205. The Detroit Lions select Skylar Gill Howard out of Texas Tech, and he's an undersized defensive tackle. Think he had a little bit of injury concerns, missed some time this past season, but he can get after the quarterback now. He brings a quick first step, 6 foot, 280 pounds, vastly undersized at defensive tackle, 5.07 40, 30.5-inch vert, 9 foot broad, 27 bench press reps, and tremendous twitch, nose for the ball, high motor, relentless pursuit, sharp angles, pass rushing, bread and butter moves are speed to power, speed to counter, shows decent ball skills, struggles to gain extension and use his hands in the run game, but he can get skinny against double teams. Closing speed, violent tackling ability. In fact, you didn't see too much of it this year because he only had 13 tackles in 6 games, and the Texas Tech product, I'm sorry, was an NFL scouting combine invite. Dom, any thoughts there?
I mean, his size worries me at the next level. Right now I'd see him as a depth piece to see how he develops, if he can develop the quickness to fill in for like Aiden Hutchinson on the side, or bulk up and keep his
They're gonna have to figure out where to slot him. Definitely an unorthodox body frame there. All right. That brings us to our next selection at pick number 206. Some offensive guards coming off the board. Well, Alex Harkey from Oregon actually played offensive tackle. But here go the Chargers again. When in doubt, who are the Chargers going to pick? When in doubt, it's going to be an offensive lineman. And here's your swing tackle, Alex Harkey, who's listed as a guard here. Maybe they have plans to kick him inside, but 6'5", 313, 31 and 6/8-inch arms. So there you go for being listed at guard. 21 bench press reps, 31-inch vert. He's stepped up against top-ranked competition, ideal size, versatility with experience at guard and tackle. So there you go. Has excellent footwork. unexpected athleticism. And, he was an all Big Ten honorable mention this past season and former JUCO prospect with the basketball in his background. But this is certainly a depth piece. And, this is going to be one heck of a training camp competition to see who makes the roster there in Los Angeles on that offensive line.
Yeah, those trench battles are going to be fun to watch. Wow.
And speaking of the trenches, one of your favorite players of the draft got chosen by the Philadelphia Eagles. Somebody who we
like
felt,
with the Eagles.
Yeah, surprise, surprise, right?
You think a guy from Georgia?
Yeah, Georgia offensive line, prototypical Howie Roseman selection here. Big bodies. They got Markel Bell in round number 3. They go back to the offensive line here in the 6th round with Micah Morris, who I'm pretty sure you did the scouting report on, but we like what we see from Micah Morris, don't we?
Oh, definitely. Massive guy, has a frame to probably play both guard and tackle. I mean, he's listed as 334 on NFL.com, but just a massive guy, plays violent, has that nasty streak you like to see in the line guys, won't be afraid to find people to go hit.
Yeah, he's going to do very well there. And this is where you wish Stoutland University, a guy like Jeff Stoutland, if he ever got his hands on this guy, watch out. But the Eagles have a track record for developing offensive linemen. They're going to look to continue that tradition. And Micah Morris, this is a guy who could start in a couple years down the road. And Eagles are always looking to have somebody on the back burner to develop. Now, Antario Thompson, the defensive tackle out of Washington, goes to the Atlanta Falcons at pick number 208. And, the Falcons, obviously they have some question marks there with James Pierce Jr. What's going to happen with his legal battle? I like what they did with selecting Brandon Dorless. They got Jalen Walker in the fold there as a pass rusher linebacker type. Antario Thompson, I got to be honest, just looking at their depth chart, is probably going to have an uphill battle trying to make this roster. He's a double transfer from Western Michigan via Iowa, measured in at 6'2", 306 pounds. Ran a 4.75 40-yard dash, which is very, very fast for a defensive tackle. 30 bench press reps, too, at 225 pounds. So he's got strength. He's got speed. 29.5-inch vert, 9.6 broad, 4.38 shuttle, 7.80 three-cone. And the athleticism is certainly there. So we'll see how he kind of fits into that defensive line rotation. The Falcons want to use multiple bodies coming at you on the defensive side of the ball. And then, I got to say, this might be one of those drafts, Dom, where we've seen more centers selected than I can recall in quite some time. And I kind of anticipated that coming into the draft, just the tremendous amount of depth. And the Commanders get a good one here in Matt Golban out of Michigan State, with the 209th overall selection to the Washington Commanders. And again, versatility and flexibility. He played this past season at center, but he can play all 3 interior positions. And I think that's exactly the kind of guy you want to try to identify and target here in the late rounds. So Matt Golban, the latest Washington Commander with pick number 209. I see they have him listed here at center. Yeah, which is currently occupied by Nick Allegretti out of Illinois.
Well, yeah, and you like with the Eagles, you plan for the future. So if this guy comes in and can study under Allegretti, pick up the NFL game a little bit, there's no rush to start him day one. They lost Tyler Biadasz to the Chargers. Yeah, so it was a definite need to address.
All right, we got the chat room. Shout out to the Bolera. Great job, guys. Well, we appreciate you tuning in, Bolera. Adams Exploit says how he likes those dogs. He sure does, man. Those Georgia Bulldogs. I mean, it's like Georgia North up there in the Philadelphia locker room with all the Bulldogs they got going on. All right. Gabriel Rubio, another Will Donahue special out of Notre Dame, defensive tackle to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Obviously, Cam Hayward on the back nine there. So adding some depth is certainly something that they had on their agenda for the Steelers, that is. Now, Rubio, I got to say, he's a gentle giant. I had a chance to chop it up and talk with him down at one of the All-Star games. I just, I'm a little bit surprised the Steelers drafted him because he just was not physical enough for me. I mean, it was like playing patty cake in the one-on-ones, Rubio. And I don't know if you had a chance to get any eyes on him, Dom, but not somebody that I anticipated getting drafted. Although, I understand the pedigree. 6'5", 321, ran a 5.25 40-yard dash. There's enough traits for Rubio to make a strong case to earn his way onto a practice squad. Hula Bowl participant, that's where I saw him. Did miss a lot of the 2025 season due to a left arm injury. Missed 5 games in 2024 to a fractured left foot, 3 games in 2023. So there's some injury history here. And listen, Angel Rubio is his father, a 3-time All-American from Southeast Missouri State and a 7th-round draft pick by the Pittsburgh Steelers. So Rubio, father and son.
There you go with the Steelers. They like those family connections.
Yeah. All right. Now we got our punter, first punter off the board. Not too often that you see an underclassman declare for the draft, but Ryan Eckley out of Michigan State goes to the Baltimore Ravens. And we do have a scouting report on Eckley in the Draft Bible. That's why you got to get the Draft Bible. We got special teams covered, every angle possible. Eckley. You got anything on Eckley, Dom? He's got a boomerang of a foot, 6 foot, 200 pounds, right-footed punter, kicker, powerful leg, team captain, handles kickoffs, top-notch hang time, backspin. Since I was 6 years old, football has been a part of who I am. What started as a kid chasing a dream turned into years of work, sacrifice, and growth. That is what he had to say upon declaring early for the draft. Averaged 48.5 yards per punt. And inside 50 punts inside the 20, 67 punts over 50-plus yards, no punts blocked. So you're talking about directional punting, pinning opponents inside the 20, and then quick get-off, no blocked kicks. So, when you draft a punter, obviously you have intentions and plans of having them contributing and starting right away. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more picks to go to close out round 6 until we get the final round. We're 5 hours and change into our live stream broadcast. We got Dom Ambrose hanging out for about another 15 minutes or so. We got the American Bowl executive director, Scott Phillips, hopping on, give us an update on some of those players. Then we'll be joined by Will Donahue, followed by Evan Wilsmore. So, hey, buckle up. Make sure you have your seatbelt on. The Bull Era, Birds 365 listener. Oh, thanks for coming over to the other side, man. Appreciate it. And we also have a question coming in from S. Bombeck 5419. Are we going to see Nolan Rucci go? I sure hope so. I think he's a hidden gem in this year's draft. Combine snub, very impressive down at the East-West Shrine Bowl. We'll talk about all that and more right after this quick commercial break. So buckle up. Don't go anywhere.
Up and hunker down. Rick Serritella of All Access Football here. Thanks for tuning in to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. For the past 25 years, we've been bringing you the names you need to know with independent scouting analysis on location across the nation with boots on the ground coverage from training camp to in-season visits, the All-Star Game circuit, and Indianapolis for the NFL Scouting Combine, plus the Pro Day trails and more, capturing the path to the draft with snapshots of hundreds of NFL draft prospects. Be sure to visit allaccessfootball.com for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and subscribe right now to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible featuring nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, our exclusive insider intel, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft. Become a disciple today and visit allaccessfootball.com. The NFL Draft Bible, the Bible of the draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft. Rick Serritella here for All Access Football. It's not too late to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible, jam-packed with nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, insider intel on character, medical, and background reports, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft, plus the NFL International Pathway Program prospects. We got it all covered in the NFL Draft Bible, celebrating 25 years of independent scouting analysis. Follow along in all the action. Be the most prepared person in the room with the most accurate projections available on the planet. Go get your copy now over at allaccessfootball.com, your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you for your support of independent media. Now back to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Hey, Rick Serritella here for allaccessfootball.com. Thanks for watching our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Just a quick programming reminder, the All Access Football Draft Watch show airs every Saturday morning live at 10 a.m. Eastern with yours truly, along with my co-host, Russ Landy, who brings 30 years of NFL, CFL, and XFL scouting experience. Each and every week, we count you down with hard-hitting analysis, the prospects, the names you need to know. The countdown is on. Destination Washington, D.C. begins now. Make sure you tune in every Saturday morning, live, 10 a.m. Eastern, as we count you down to the nation's capital for the 2027 NFL Draft. Your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002. It's what we do. Make sure you follow along with the NFL Draft Bible, the official Bible of the Draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you so much for supporting independent media. Now, back to our 2026 live stream coverage of the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh. Buckle up!
All right, we're back at it again. All right, seeing a place to be. Rick Serritella here on our day 3 coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft live stream. We're about 5.5 hours into the stream. We got a couple of more picks to wind down the 6th round until we get to the final round. The countdown is on. Dom Ambrose here to ride out the rest of the 6th round, and then we'll be joined by American Bowl Executive Director Scott Phillips. Quite a few of those players have come off the board here on day 3. We'll talk about that. And a couple of players just hanging out. Somebody asked earlier, are teams just throwing darts at this point? Well, when is a dart going to land on some of these LSU Tigers? And Garrett Nussmeier, Harold Perkins, kind of hard to believe these two players are still hanging out here this late in the draft. Somebody's going to throw a dart, I'm sure. And a couple other guys I pulled up here during the commercial break. Deion Burks from Oklahoma, the speed burner, still hanging out. Max Llewellyn out of Iowa, the pass rusher. Red Murdoch, who we like, out of Buffalo. And Aiden Fisher, man, playmaker out of Indiana, team captain there, heart and soul of the Hoosiers national championship defense. All right, Dom, a couple more picks to run through here to close out the 6th round. Appreciate you hanging, man. This has been fun ride. No, Nnamdi Obiazer from TCU goes to the New England Patriots. They needed some depth at the linebacker spot. He comes in at 6'2" and 6'8", 229 pounds, ran a 4.53, 40-yard dash, 37-inch vert, 9'11 broad, very good athleticism, former safety turned linebacker. Believe it or not, though, pass defense is one of the areas that he struggles. He did pretty well for himself down at the Senior Bowl, had a strong combine, brings special teams value, one blocked punt, comes from a family football background, 88 tackles, 4 tackles for a loss, 2 sacks this past season. Pick number 213, Jordan Vandenberg out of Georgia Tech, the Chicago Bears. And, you know, you get those workout warriors, Dom, in March that just, you know, jump out. And this guy, you know, you got the RAS score, the relative athletic score.
Yeah.
I can't remember too many guys that scored a perfect 10. And that's what Jordan Vandenberg did at 6'3", 310 pounds. He ran a 4.94, 40-yard dash, 35 bench press reps, had the fastest 20-yard shuttle, 4.19 of any defensive tackle in the entire draft. Oh, just for good measure, added 36-inch vertical, 9'11" broad jump, and this is what you call betting on the traits.
Yeah, no, I like the pick. I loved what I saw when I saw him on tape and everything. He just got after it. You know, didn't necessarily rack up sacks or anything, but just disrupted offenses and forced them into that plan B or plan C modes, you know?
Yeah, and I like the draft that the Bears are having overall. I like what they've done here. Now, Caden Curry goes to the Indianapolis Colts at 214, a little bit of an undersized pass rusher, but he definitely flashed in spurts there for the Hawkeyes in that deep defensive line rotation. So Indianapolis addressing the defensive line once again here.
And there we go with Harold Perkins to Atlanta at 215.
There it is. Well, we just mentioned it. Harold Perkins, a weapon at the linebacker, started off as a pass rusher, moved to the off-ball spot, has even played a little bit of safety. And it's just fascinating that he's lasted this late into the draft. But, man, if you're the Atlanta Falcons, why not roll the dice on the upside here? This is a move piece, a chess piece on the defense. And they've added quite a few pieces here on the defensive side of the ball. But I'm curious to hear. I'm sure we'll find out after the draft why both Perkins and Nussmeier have slid this far in the draft.
Well, Nussmeier, I wonder if it's got anything to do with that core injury that he suffered and how serious it is.
He did have the core. He had the patellar. I guess the report now was they found a cyst on leaning up against his spine or something.
Yeah.
But, you know, cysts heal. I just, you know, I understand the injuries, but some of these quarterbacks that have come off the board, just a little bit puzzling to me. I really like Garrett Nussmeier, and we were actually talking about him as a potential first-round pick this time last year. So, boy, oh boy, how the
quarterback class in general got flipped upside down, it seems like.
They sure did. All right, Dom, we conclude the 6th round with a special teamer.
Yep.
And Trey Smack. Smacking the 6th round down with the kicker to the Green Bay Packers. And I know we had quite a few special team scouting reports. Let's see if we had one on Trey Smack. But final thoughts here as we wind down round 6.
Training camp and even this season is going to be fun to watch on the NFL level because there's going to be a lot of teams that are going from not necessarily worst to first, but making leaps and bounds to improve.
All right, no Trey Smack right up, but I think he was a Senior Bowl invite. So the Green Bay Packers selecting the second specialist because we saw Ryan Eckley come off the board not too long ago, the Michigan State punter to the Baltimore Ravens at 211, and Trey Smack at 216 to conclude the 6th round of the 2026 NFL Draft. And we're going to continue on over to the 7th round and get you caught up. We're going to say goodbye to Dom Ambrose. part of the NFL Draft Bible Familia. Thanks for hopping on, Dom. Thanks for all
sure.
your hard work over the last 365, and it's on to destination Washington, D.C. And you're a maniac, man. You're updating the big board behind the scenes while we're on the air. You're just all over the place, man. Can't thank you enough.
The grind never stops, you know?
Absolutely. Sunbelt Syndicate says, let's go, Dom. Good to see you on the stream. So appreciate the love. Thank you for tuning in, Sunbelt Syndicate. And we'll have
they're good people. They do coverage for the Sunbelt Conference, and they cover a lot of football and all the sports for them. So,
all right, good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sure we'll be chatting a lot more, both on and off the air, Dom. So
for sure.
Thanks for hanging out. And we got one more round to go on this day 3 live stream marathon. So thank you so much. All right. Dom Ambrose says goodbye. And we say hello to the 7th round. Jaden Williams, the Ole Miss offensive tackle, somebody I had a chance to see, I believe, down at the Shrine Bowl. Very stout anchor. He's a knee bender, a waist bender, SEC, proven experience. And looks like the Cardinals could be heading for a little bit of a quarterback competition, and they're going to need some protection for whoever their signal caller may be. Now, I told you, as we have moved and grooved here on day 3, a handful of American Bowl guys coming off of the board, and we're so honored and privileged to have the American Bowl executive director. It was their first inaugural season on the All-Star game circuit. They did a phenomenal job, and as somebody who's been involved with All-Star games, overseeing the NFLPA Collegiate Bowl, got a lot of respect for what our next guest does, and they've quickly elevated themselves, I think, as number 3 in the pecking order behind the Senior Bowl and behind the Shrine Bowl. They are now the de facto game number 3. A lot of NFL representatives, and buckle up, Adams Exploits. You're right. 1 round left, man. We got the coffee in. We got the 5-hour energy. We got the methadone blue. And now we're just running on adrenaline and fumes. And so I can't thank our next guest for joining us. A busy man joining us here on Saturday, day 3 of the draft. Really, again, where the sweet spot is for some of these American Bowl prospects. So let's welcome in the executive director, Scott Phillips, joining the show. A friend of the show. He comes back and joins us now. Thanks so much for joining us, Scotty.
Absolutely. My pleasure, Rick. Glad to be back.
Yeah, man. Let's get right into it, because I was so excited to see Cyrus Allen come off the board. I felt like he got snubbed by the combine. I went down to the American Bowl, and all he did was just leave defenders in the dust. He visited pay dirt 14 times this past season for the Bearcats. Got the call up to the Senior Bowl. No combine invite, no problem. Love what he brings to the table. Let's talk about him a little bit.
Yeah, so we have actually, as we're talking, this is, like you said, this is kind of the day 3. Day 3 is the American Bowl time. We just got our 6th guy, just got drafted here while you were chatting there, Anthony Smith from ECU, and Cyrus was our 2nd guy off the board today. He was great. He was on the team that I was with throughout the week, the Warhawks. Thought he was an explosive receiver, real fast, fluid in and out of breaks, shifty route runner, real precise. We used him on some jet sweeps, and I think our one trick play, our end around, he was our guy for that. I mean, I think he'll add some special teams value as well, and really happy for him too. I mean, he's a baller tactician with his routes, and I think he'll do a real good job in the NFL.
Who was the first American Bowl alumni?
Oh, he was so early that you probably missed him. Matthew Hibner.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
SMU tight end. And yeah. I got to tell you, I couldn't think of a better guy to be the inaugural pick ever from the American Bowl. If you've ever had a conversation with Matt, he is like one of one personality. He's almost too good to be true from a character standpoint. He was one of the first guys that we invited to the game, the first tight end. He stayed with us, even though he received invites from bigger games after that. And just a super high character guy. He's got a fabulous agent representing him, who's just another class act with Christian Addison. And I was really impressed by him, his performance. He caught, we told him, we said, Matt, you're going to go to, another All-Star game right after this, with the Senior Bowl, make sure you stay upright during the game. And I think it was the second play from scrimmage. He catches a shallow route and takes one to the teeth from a linebacker at the sideline. He goes, "Well, coach, I only know one speed." So I think Matt's going to do really great in the league, and very happy for him.
Yeah, the agent hit me up yesterday, said, keep an eye on Hibner. He's got some
He's
buzz
right.
around him, and he certainly was right about that.
He's
So
right. Yeah, he's
nice
right. That's
stab.
a good one.
And the coaches just rant and rave
Oh, yeah.
about, his character, work ethic,
Yeah.
practice habits. I mean, this is a pro mentality guy.
Yeah, you think about guys, that are going rounds 4 to 7, particularly when it comes to tight ends and positions that have special teams versatility like that as well. There's a lot of depth, on teams. There's players and teams that the average fan wouldn't even know are there, but these guys are on teams for 6 to 10 years because they just constantly do the right thing, practice professionally. They're professionals, on and off the field, and I think that's the case with Hibner. He's going to be around for a long time, provided he stays healthy. He's a hard guy to cut, so I'm real happy for him. He's been great.
Now, you mentioned another wide receiver that I like just came off the board here at pick number 218 to the Dallas Cowboys. And, man, they've got some explosive wide receivers, obviously, with the CD Lamb and George Pickens. And now you add another guy who's just explosive and Anthony Smith. Man, this guy is a lightning rod.
Anthony Smith, he's another one. I mean, it's funny. You start to wonder. Are they throwing darts? I heard you talking in your last segment. And you wonder. Speed is a common one, right? If a guy's really really fast, they kind of get some bias. I'm starting to wonder a little bit if character comes into play, because Anthony Smith was another one where I feel like I'm a paid agent for him, but I mean he was unbelievable. Just character wise, he was a hold the door open for all our people, helping them when the catering was coming in and out. He's helping the staff get it all set up at the bowl game, and he can take the top off of defense. Let's not forget that. I think in his bowl game with ECU, I want to say he had 200 yards receiving in that game, 150 yards and 2 touchdowns or something, and it was all take the top off the defense kind of thing. So he's really long. I think he's looks longer in person than he did even on film. And he knows how to use his body and control. Can have good body control and balls up in the air. He's a guy that you see what happens. He's 5th, 6th receiver on a team, and I think he can make a real difference.
Oh, he is a difference maker. In fact, I have some stats here. Actually, probably my favorite stat that I put in the entire draft Bible, and I'm so happy I get to call it out on the air. But I will say this: he was 1,000-yard receiver, 7 touchdowns. You talk about the track speed, high school records, all-state track records in the high jump, 55-meter dash, recorded a 21.96 time in the 200-meter. Also punted in high school, but here's what I wanted to tell the listening audience at home. For his career, he averaged 17.5 yards per catch. That's unbelievable. But here's why. We talk about explosive plays, and what do offensive coordinators always talk about? Hey, we need explosives. And what do defensive coordinators always talk about weekly basis? We got to limit the explosives.
Right.
Well, you want explosiveness? How about this? In 2025, Anthony Smith, deep ball catches of 72, 66, 50, 49, 41, and 31 yards. But wait, there's more. 2024. You want to talk about chunk plays? This guy went for 64, 53, 50, 47, 42, 39, 31. All he does is just make big plays. Okay. Also a state record holder in the 55-meter, 300-meter dash, track speed, route runner, technique. I mean, I think the Cowboys got themselves a real diamond in the rough in the 7th round.
I could not agree with you more. I mean, this was a guy we invited early. We were kind of like, hey, let's get him an invitation now and hope we hang on to keep him in the game, because players like him tend to get invited bigger. He did. I believe he was in the East-West game, and he was one of those guys that played the first half of our game, said, hey, I'd like to stay here and complete the week. He played the first half of the game and hopped on a plane the next morning for the East-West. Yeah. So, you talk about character and doing what you say you're going to do. That was one of our themes for the week, and couldn't be more impressed by him. And he is a human quarters beater. The amount of times I saw him run a outside post against quarters coverage and take it for a touchdown was unbelievable. He's a really, really good football player.
Well, and that's what I love about the platform you guys provide, because I saw him on the weeknight specials. He was playing during the week.
Yep.
Watch him on TV. You wonder, how's that going to go against the top level of competition? Well, he stood out. And then he got the call up to the East-West Shrine Bowl, as you alluded to. Talking to Scott Phillips, executive director, so kind enough to give us a little bit of time on our marathon stream. I know you're keeping tally better than I am. Quite a few of these American Bowl prospects have come off the board. Tell us a couple other players and shed some light on them.
Sure. Well, we hit 3 of them. We said Matt Hibner went in the 4th round. Cyrus would have been in the 5th. Also in the 5th was Enrique Cruz,
Yes.
O-lineman from Kansas. A real big guy. And just, again, you talk high character, yes sir, no sir kind of guy. Showed up, was immediately the leader of that room, for his team. And a huge player, by the way. I mean, he's the guy that, some teams were saying, could he play inside? And I said, you got to go see him in person if you think he's an inside guy. He's a tackle all day to me. So I know that's what he was drafted to be, and he's going to do real good things. Ontario Thompson. So Ontario, D lineman from Washington. I'm almost positive he was a MAC player from when I was coaching in the Mid-American Conference and transferred to Washington. I mean, he's just like one of those guys that's like ultra active. Very difficult to block. Not like a 330-pound, two-gapping nose guard or anything, but he makes it very difficult for interior offensive linemen. Really good hand strike and just super active feet and lower body. Very hard to maintain leverage on and run blocking. And while he's not necessarily making a lot of sacks, he's commanding a lot of doubles, which is opening up gaps for his teammates to get sacks. And I think, he wasn't talked about a lot, to be honest with you. I mean, he wasn't on anybody's like super high draft tracker boards and stuff. But I remember talking to Christian Covey, our director of football operations. I said, I think people are missing on this guy. He's a draft pick all day to me. We've seen him for 5 years now doing this. And Ontario's a hell of a player. So I'm glad he got one. And then right when I got on here with you, I heard you talking about Nnamdi Obiazor. Again, just he's a prototypical today's version of a linebacker. He's what a stack box linebacker is going to be. He's quick to fit the run, and especially against zone scheme and whatnot. He'll take something on if he's got a puller coming at him, and he's got enough speed, as you mentioned, to drop into coverage. So wasn't surprised at all to see Obiazor, get drafted. He was we saw him as one of our higher linebackers.
Yeah, he was a standout down there during the week of practice.
Yeah, he was a tough guy to mess around with. So, great. And listen, there's quite a few guys that we got probably 30 picks to go. With supplementals, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a few more called right now. We're at 6. I would expect. I'll be surprised if there's a few that are not, to say the least. But
hit us with a couple names. Give our listening audience some guys to keep an eye on for the next 30 picks if you can. I know there's a lot of them.
Well, I guess I got to give you one more because Tyree West just got taken from Tennessee.
Oh, I love Tyree West, man. This guy, all he does is win, spin moves, dip, rip. He was killing them all week long in the one-on-ones. A little undersized, but man, he compensated for quickness.
Tyree West, man, he's like a jolly fellow in the locker room, man. He just there's another guy, they call him Tank Guillory, I think it's Jacorian Guillory from LSU, D lineman. He and Tyree were two of a kind. They were hard to hang around. They were so funny to be around. Tyree was just a great guy in the locker room, hard worker, power guy. That Tennessee D line was awesome with Eason as well. On the interior, they were really, really good. We thought that Tyree got a little bit, undervalued just because of how much talent was up there. People started looking past him a little bit, like he was a silver medal. But I thought he was great. They're going to put him at probably 5 technique here, with the Lions, and he's going to do great things. So that was one of the guys I was going to mention. So I'm glad to see his name out of here.
He's so quick. I have it down here in my notes in the draft Bible too. He pulled out that spinorama on him all week long, man. It just that was an impressive move, and
that's his thing.
He went to that tool quite a bit, but love Tyree West, 6'1", 6'8" inches, 278. You want to see him bulk up a little bit, but good arm length, obviously big time pedigree, and can get after the quarterback a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
So you like that.
Yeah, and what they're going to ask him to do, especially in Detroit, he'll be fine. An extra 10 pounds will be beneficial to anybody, I suppose, but he'll be A-okay. At his size, I have a lot of confidence in him. He can pursue for sure. Couple guys, safeties, Kapina Gushkin and Skylar Thomas. Gushkin from Ole Miss, real great player, steady, had a great career in the SEC. Skylar Thomas, I thought, he was a guy that Drew Fabianic called me or texted me during the American Bowl, while the game was going on. And of course, at halftime, I'm checking my phone for emergencies, right? I see Drew's name and he goes, "Hey, I need a safety who's the best one? And I recommended Skyler. He goes, okay, go ahead and tell me if he finishes your game. He's coming to Mobile after. I told Skyler, and he's just a big guy. He's like a 6'2", a little over 200. He's a hitter, but he's got a lot of length. So ball in the air, he can make plays. And then there's a guy, Dalen Carnell from Mizzou. The name got forgotten a little bit. This is kind of like your box safety on nickel downs. He's big enough to be a linebacker, but he plays and is nimble like a safety. So really, really would be excited to see what would come of him in the league. I'm sure he'll end up top of the 8th if he's not drafted, but he's another great one. Looks like we just got another one gone there, 8th and Kaliakmanis.
Oh, look at that. The timing couldn't be any better. Look at
Well,
that.
that's what I said. I was like, you said 5:30, and I was like, Rick, this is gonna be a pretty busy half hour for the American Bowl. I get the feeling, but yeah, Ethan's he was another one, active QB, real exciting guy too. Every time he made a big play, he would strike the air guitar. The players would go crazy. I mean, good dude. He didn't end up playing in the game. He pulled a hamstring or something on Thursday practice, or Wednesday practice. So
Well, you're the one that told me, hey, Rick, Kaliakmanis, your guy from Rutgers, a lot of love amongst the scouts in attendance. A lot of them had draftable grades.
I got to tell you, I mean, I missed on this early. I'm glad that his coach called me. Coach Schiano called me, and
Is that right?
He was the last quarterback we added, and he was playing a different bowl game before that, and I think I must have missed. I don't know, and Schiano kind of made me laugh. He goes, "Well, what games did you watch of him?" I said, "Well, I always go to the big ones, right?" So I watched Ohio State, and he goes, he's like, "All right," he's like, "Stop." He's like, we had a little bit of a hard time with Ohio State's D line. He goes, maybe just throw on a more
He set himself up for that one.
Yeah, he's like, give me he goes, just watch a couple middle of the pack games and tell me you don't still see it. And I was like, all right, yeah, actually he's pretty good. I missed on that. So hey, even that's why I say everyone's human. But Ethan, I'm glad he came because he was a huge participant too. Coach Billick loved him. He was always asking good questions. Great addition to the QB room, and sorry he couldn't play in the game, but glad for his health. And he did a great job that week.
Yeah, over 3,000 yards passing this past year, 20 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. Of course, began at Minnesota and finished up strong there. So you like to see the Rutgers Rifleman.
Yeah.
Kaliakmanis coming off the board before Garrett Nussmeier. Did you have that one on your bingo card, Scott?
I'm going to level with you. I did not, Rick. I think I'm a Clevelander my whole life. I was not opposed to the Browns taking Nussmeier at any of the points. It was like, come on, guys, don't overthink this one.
Yeah, well, they went Talon Green over Nussmeier, which I thought was interesting too.
I think Talon Green probably, he wasn't one of mine. I don't know him well, but I think systematically he fits, the quarterback room, what they've got there. The quarterback's a little more mobility, less of a pocket presence, kind of guys. Talon's a bit of a runner, so is Shador, obviously. So I think that's probably a better fit there. But on the defensive side, if you're looking for late guys for us, Eric Hunter, linebacker from Morgan State.
Good one.
I don't know if we've had an HBCU guy drafted yet.
Not yet, no.
If you can't walk into a room, look around and go, I guarantee you that guy's going to play in the NFL. Like, you just look at him, you can see it. Just a phenomenal player, great human. And he is big. Like, he's like a little bit of an old school neck roll linebacker. I don't know if they're holding that against him, but he's he'll hit you in the A gap. No concerns there. I actually saw him live. He was playing Toledo in the Glass Bowl, and there was a drive where he stopped Chip Trayanum and Kenji Christensen, there, 2 running backs, 3 plays in a row from inside the 5-yard line. And all 3 plays, he like filled, found a way to fill and make a tackle at or just beyond line of scrimmage 3 times in a row. It's like, that kid he was a workhorse. Really good player. And then I got to give one. I mean, you tell me if anyone's got it in him, but hadn't been a Division III guy drafted in a while, and I've got a significant amount of bias being the offensive coordinator at his former college. But Ty Montgomery from John Carroll University, man,
he's put him on the map, man.
He's got to be
put him on the map.
He's got to be pretty close to next up at receiver here if he's not. I know the kid from Oklahoma is still out there, but I don't know. I mean, Ty was a real baller at that All-Star game, and he put on 15 pounds too. I mean, he got a lot bigger. I saw him in person about 10 days ago. He's coming in about 200 now, 5'11 and a half, and he can jump. He's got some bounce to him. You know, it's a kid who would win a slam dunk competition at 5'11" and a half. So
well, he got all the accolades when he went over to Mobile, but really he started at the American Bowl first. That's how he found his way to the Senior Bowl. And had it not been for your American Bowl invite, all that PR and press that he got, man, he might owe you a little bit of that commission if he gets drafted.
Well, listen, Ty's a great guy. He comes from a wonderful family. I'm sure you've seen his story by now. It's been on ESPN, but his mom passed away unfortunately during his last season, and he really sees her as his North Star that's been guiding him through this process. And as I said, I'm just happy to be a part of the very small part of the story. But Coach Polian actually called me about him 2 seasons ago. Brian Polian, the head coach of John Carroll, he's was the AD before that. Of course, he's the son of the Hall of Fame GM Bill Polian. And Brian, called me. He said, "Hey, I want you to check this guy out for when I was at the last All-Star game." And I said, "I don't think I could take this guy." I was like, "He's good, but he's not. He's just not refined enough. But he's a good player." And I came back the next year, and I was like, "Holy hell, this kid he's twitched up. His routes are precise. He's got good burst in and out." And it's tough because Division III, you never know what you're going up against.
Sure.
A couple opponents can be, glorified high school, and then some of them can be guys that could play in the NFL. It's just any week could be different. And so it was great to bring him into the into the American Bowl and have him go up against the best of the best. And he did that and he dominated. And yeah, I watched the Senior Bowl highlights. I'm sure the same ones you saw. Well, you might have been there in person. I wasn't, but he he did well. He wasn't, we're not going to say he was the best receiver in his class, but he certainly did not look out of place there. So certainly hoping that he gets there and makes his way to the league here. We got 25 picks to go, so hopefully somebody will see that same thing we do.
Oh, that'll be a fascinating story if he hears his name called here late on day 3. Well, hey man, I appreciate you jumping on, spending some time. I know this is a busy round for you, and we'll let you boogie on out of here. But before we do, tell the people we just jumped right into the draft.
Sure.
As you got here, but tell the good people the American Bowl. It was the inaugural year that you guys did it this past season. You were on the NFL Network, and I know you're working in cohesion with the NFL front office on Park Avenue there to kind of build this thing up and make it a staying cog along the All-Star circuit. So we appreciate what you're doing there.
Yeah, we did. It was a great year, and we had an experienced staff, a lot of good friends that helped us kind of figure this out and make sure that we did it the right way. But yes, our goal was and remains to be kind of the third official All-Star game of the NFL. We got that status given to us by Roman Oben before he departed for his new role, and Matt Schauger and Ken Fiore have kind of been ushering that for us since then. And now we have to live up to that and make sure that we do a good job. The date for the upcoming game is scheduled tentatively for January 15th. Down in Florida again, in Orlando, and this one will be back at UCF for the game as well. And really looking forward to making it awesome.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to update my calendar now and get it on there. So
yep, Friday night football in January. So brace yourself.
Awesome stuff. Love it. Love what you're doing, man, and appreciate all the insight and perspective. And I know we're going to probably hear quite a few more American Bowl players, probably a lot of the ones that you just alluded to. So thank you, Scotty. And we'll check in with you at some point on the Draft Watch show. We'll pop you up at some point before the season starts. Maybe we'll circle back in August and just get a feel for where you guys are at with your whole process.
Absolutely. Always appreciate joining you, Rick.
Yeah, man. Awesome stuff from Scott Phillips, the American Bowl executive director, good friend of the show. And great insight, man. Just resourceful contacts. When Napoleon calls, you got to make sure you take the phone call and pay attention because it might be the next Tyron Montgomery on the other end of the line. And look at what Tyron Montgomery has done for his draft stock since attending the American Bowl. And I had no idea about Tyron Montgomery until I showed up. John Carroll, who? John Carroll, what? Oh, okay. I see what you're doing there, Tyron Montgomery. So some good-looking players down there. Anthony Smith was a guy who stood out to me immediately, and Cyrus Allen was shot out of a cannon, you mentioned, and then Hibner going very, very high. Good representation for the American Bowl. And again, I spent 5 years doing the NFLPA Collegiate Bowl. It's such hard work trying to compile a 120-man roster. I think they had something to that effect. So we look forward to big things from the American Bowl. We look forward to winding down our live stream coverage on the marathon. We're about 6 hours into our marathon day 3 live stream coverage with about 30 picks to go. And when we come back, one of the staples here at the NFL Draft Bible Familia, Will Donahue, is going to check in, continue to break down the 7th and final round of the 2026 NFL Draft in Pittsburgh. So don't go anywhere. Buckle up, hunker down.
Buckle up and hunker down. Rick Serritella of All Access Football here. Thanks for tuning in to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. For the past 25 years, we've been bringing you the names you need to know with independent scouting analysis on location across the nation with boots on the ground coverage from training camp to in-season visits, the All-Star Game circuit, and Indianapolis for the NFL Scouting Combine, plus the Pro Day trails and more, capturing the path to the draft with snapshots of hundreds of NFL draft prospects. Be sure to visit allaccessfootball.com for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and subscribe right now to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible featuring nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, our exclusive insider intel, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft. Become a disciple today and visit allaccessfootball.com. The NFL Draft Bible, the Bible of the draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft. Rick Serritella here for All Access Football. It's not too late to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible, jam-packed with nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, insider intel on character, medical, and background reports, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft, plus the NFL International Pathway Program prospects. We got it all covered in the NFL Draft Bible, celebrating 25 years of independent scouting analysis. Follow along in all the action. Be the most prepared person in the room with the most accurate projections available on the planet. Go get your copy now over at allaccessfootball.com, your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you for your support of independent media. Now back to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft.
All right, we're back at it again.
Hey,
All right,
Rick Serritella here.
Rick Serritella here with you on our day 3 live stream. We're counting you down with about 30 picks to go here in the final 7th round. It's been a marathon. We're about 6 hours into the live stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. Some of you have stuck around for the whole show, such as Adams Exploits, who says you should get some energy drinks for Big Will Donahue, giving us all these picks early. Man, he has been a monster helping us out here on the live stream, and he joins us now. NFL Draft Bible Familia. Big Will Donahue checking into the live stream show. Will, appreciate you jumping on, man. You've been a huge help to us leading up to the draft, this whole draft cycle, and of course here throughout the draft weekend. How you enjoying the festivities?
You know, this has been an amazing experience. First of all, thank you for bringing me on here, and I've really enjoyed this, my first draft process, with being hands-on with everything.
Oh, yeah. You've been very knee-deep in the entire process. Tell the listening audience at home some of the things you worked on this past year.
Well, during the season, I got on in July. I mean, it was October, and what I did was just mostly scouting reports from leading up to the All-Star game and during in-game seasons. So I was able to attend Boston College, Georgia Tech game, and I was able to see Keelan Rutledge out there, and I knew how dominant he was. And
you did. You were right on the money with that one.
Yeah, because when I saw him go to Houston, I knew Houston had some offensive line problems. So I know Nick Caserio, with him being in New England, I knew he would kind of fit that system. So it's like, yeah, if it's like a Patriots type of player, so I know exactly what Nick Caserio would do, because I thought he was going to be trading down for it. And when he traded up with Buffalo, it was like, hey, Keelan Rutledge. I actually had him in my mock draft going to Houston.
Oh, nice. All right. I like it. Well, we're going to get folks caught up on some of these 6th-round selections. We just had the American Bowl executive director, Scott Phillips, join us, gave us some great insight on some of the players coming off the board here. And while he was talking, we have a slew of picks to catch up to. So let's dive right into it, shall we, Will? We left off with the New Orleans Saints at pick 219, TJ Hall. The cornerback out of Iowa, who ran a disappointing 40-yard dash time, I think hurt some of his stock because he was a Senior Bowl invite at 6 foot and 6/8 inches, 189 pounds, 4.59 40-yard dash. Not ideal for a cornerback, 1.62 10-yard split, but he does have some athleticism, 38-inch vertical jump, 419 short shuttle, 719 3-cone. So the lateral change of direction is not there, but it says here he puts the hawk in Hawkeyes, prototype size, solid length, can keep up with taller targets, plays the boundary, can high point the football, dependable tackler. Injuries have led through bouts of inconsistency. Is that my computer or your computer making that noise? Okay. 42 games, 18 starts, 3rd team All Big Ten. Did miss 2 games due to a shoulder injury this year. Had season-ending injury in 2023, so there is some medical aspects to him. Only 2 career interceptions, but you know what? Pedigree, multiple-year starter, size, can play the boundary. New Orleans Saints here. Any thoughts, Will? TJ Hall.
Well, TJ Hall, with the injury history, I think we had like a 4th-round grade on him or something like that. But yet again, you have to have that experience as a taller corner to play taller receivers on the boundary and to the field. So,
yeah, and they got Kool-Aid McKinstry there, who's kind of coming to his own. Quincy Riley in the slot. They did need some boundary help, so TJ Hall can kind of help and provide some depth there. Now, we did have the Hula Bowl executive director, Todd Worley, on earlier in the day. And one of the players that we spoke about was Toriano Pride Jr. out of Missouri. A little bit undersized, but he has some outside-inside flexibility and versatility. Ran a great 4.41 40-yard dash, if I recall correctly. And Buffalo now, I think they also took a cornerback earlier in the draft when they took Davison Igbunson. So, again, another pedigree kind of selection. Jalen Kilgore at safety, and now Toriano Pride as another cornerback after signing D. Alford from Atlanta. Of course, they brought over C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Christian Benford is a lockdown corner. Buffalo really building up the secondary. Oh, Geno Stone as well from Cincinnati, and they drafted Cole Bishop 2 years ago, Maxwell Hairston last year. A lot of draft equity invested in this Buffalo Bills secondary here.
Yeah, I mean, with the addition of C.J. Gardner-Johnson, you have that veteran leadership especially with all these young guys like Hairston, Benford, and especially if you're going to be competing against the AFC East, it's good to have a veteran in the room.
All right, so we're getting you caught up here on the 7th round selections at pick number 221, Jack Endries, the Texas tight end. And I was down at the Shrine Bowl just minding my own business, and at the corner of my eye, I saw this tight end winning all his one-on-one reps, leaving linebackers in his dust, getting up vertical, making catches. I think Jack Endries can actually be a situational pass catch weapon for the Cincinnati Bengals. You look at the depth chart in this tight end room: Drew Sample, Mike Gesicki's on the back 9, Eric All Jr., Tanner Hudson, Cam Grandy. Not exactly world beaters here for Jack Endries to come in and compete for a roster spot, Will.
Well, you're kind of down on the roster, and then with Endries, he was a transfer from Cal, and then he showed some adequate enough performance when down in Texas. So Yeah, I'm surprised he kind of fell that far. And then you have a deep tight end room with Gesicki is your number one. So he's more of a pass catcher tight end. And then as what we talked about on your show, you see a lot of teams going to 12 personnel using two tight end sets. And one may be blocking tight end, and one might be a pass catching tight end. So,
yeah, emerging trends in the National Football League. A lot of 12, 13 personnel when you look around the formations here. Now, we did have Scott Phillips, as I alluded to. Tyree West was an American Bowl alumni. We talked about him pretty significantly when the selection was made. But I like how he fits into this Detroit rotation here on the interior. Tyleik Williams, they added last year. Now they got your guy, Skylar Gill-Howard, and they doubled down with the Tyree West, injecting some mobile and agile defensive linemen to go into the power equation with Aiden Hutchinson and Derek Moore, also a rookie defensive lineman that they drafted.
Well, I think Detroit has great depth on their defensive line, and especially Aiden Hutchinson's more of your three down rusher, and then you have some rotational depth behind that with Skylar Gill-Howard and the D tackle they got from Ohio State last year. And then Tyree West can be another 1-tag to 3-tag interior defensive lineman. And then Moore, he's more of a hand in the dirt edge rusher. And then Hutchinson can do a lot of things.
Yeah, they got some versatility now, the Detroit Lions do, along that defensive line. And we got Will Donahue, Rick Serritella catching you up here on the 7th round selections. You know, I mean, listen, I just another American Bowl player, Ethan Kaliak-Manis. He made the rounds, played in several All-Star games. You know, I watched his entire career at Rutgers and even at Minnesota. I feel embarrassed and ashamed that we didn't have a draftable grade. I didn't quite see it that way, but I should have known when I got there in Florida at the American Bowl. Scott was pumping him up, said a bunch of scouts came up to him, said they have a draftable grade on Ethan Kaliak-Manis. Obviously, you don't want to pay your backup too much money, and Marcus Mariota is currently there and served his purpose last year with Jaden Daniels. But at some point, maybe Ethan Kaliak-Manis can develop into that long-term backup. They also have Sam Hartman, the former Notre Dame quarterback there. So a little bit of intrigue in terms of the bottom of the roster, backup quarterback position in Washington.
So I think what you have in Washington, obviously Jaden Daniels is your long-term starter. And then Mariota, you don't know how much longer he has left on his contract. And having Sam Hartman and Kaliak-Manis, those could be – Kaliak-Manis could be a developmental prospect. But, yeah, so there's some competition for the second quarterback spot, the second string quarterback spot. So obviously with Marcus Mariota really playing in a big role when Jaden Daniels went down, you had Cliff Kingsbury leave. He made Marcus Mariota look really good on tape. And I think Cliff Kingsbury's now in LA. Is that correct?
Say it again.
Cliff Kingsbury with –
Yes, I'm sorry. I just got a text message here that I got distracted by. I apologize. All right. We're holding it down. We're breaking it down. Thanks to Will Donahue here. He's a lifesaver. All right. Robert Spears Jennings. We've spoken about the depth in this year's draft. The Oklahoma safety goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers here with the 224th overall selection. Pittsburgh also grabbing cornerback Dalen Everett there in the secondary, their second selection on the defensive side of the ball. And he tested very well with 6'2", 205-pound frame, 32 and 4/8 inch arms, pretty good length there for the safety, 14 bench press reps, 38-inch vert, 4.38 short shuttle, 7.14 3-cone, had 59 tackles this past season, 1 interception, suffered a broken collarbone in the spring of 2023, had to undergo surgery, former 4-star recruit, and both parents served in the Naval Academy. So comes from a disciplined home, experienced, smart, reliable player, and pretty good value here, I would say, for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I agree with that, since you obviously lost Kyle Duggar to free agency, and I don't know if you still have Peppers on the roster, but adding Robert Spears-Jennings, an excellent value pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers, because he could honestly start out in a special teams role and then eventually make his name heard in training camp.
All right, now there's a couple picks. The Pittsburgh Steelers just made another selection. So since we're talking about them, I'll talk about their most recent pick, and then we'll go back and catch you up on some of the other selections. But since we're talking Steelers, and since they just selected one of my favorite players in the entire NFL draft, Eli Heidenreich out of Navy. How about that? A Danny Woodhead clone. I like it.
Well, Heidenreich, you could see him play more a third down back role and then in the slot. Very versatile player. Since although Navy runs a wishbone offense, and there wasn't really it's hard to scout what kind of role is he. Is he a running back or is he a slot receiver? So I honestly think he can play both sides, both of them.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to find the field because there's such a logjam right now. They just drafted Jeremy Bernard and Caden Weegan, 2 slot weapons there. He played a lot of the slot and wide receiver at Navy, and then it went down to the Shrine Bowl and participated strictly as a running back. But they did sign Rico Dowdle. Obviously, Jalen Warren is entrenched as a starter, and they drafted Caleb Johnson in the 3rd round a year ago, and they also have Travis Homer on the roster. So I guess it'll be a utility type of role. I wouldn't put it past Heidenreich to make this roster, but a little bit of an uphill climb there with the depth.
Yeah. Yes, I agree. And even if it doesn't make the Steelers roster, he could be a good practice squad guy who could really work his way onto another roster. And it's kind of like New England when they drafted Julian Edelman. They didn't know if he was going to be a quarterback or a wide receiver or a running back, and then look at how much value he adds.
Yeah, good point. All right, the next selection will go back now. Steelers picked at 224. Heidenreich was 230. We'll get you caught up in between. The Tennessee Titans at pick number 225 select Jaron Kanak. And I know we kind of debated where to fit this guy. Good football player, Will, but I'm not sure he really has a home, a true position, at least at the next level.
No, I kind of look at him as more of a Dalton Kincaid role where he can be a big slot receiver. And when I watched him at a fullback rep, he just didn't have the blocking ability. Although he understands fronts and all that as a tight end, but I think you can make more value with him as a receiver.
He's a former linebacker, 6'2", 235, ran a 4.52 40-yard dash, 36-inch vert, 9'11 broad, 24 bench press reps. So he's got a good combination of athleticism and strength. But you just wonder, like, combine he was 6'1" and 7/8. Shrine Bowl 6'1" and 7/8. They gave him the extra 1/8 of an inch at his pro day at 6'2", but not too many 6'2" tight ends in the league. And to your point, probably not a efficient enough blocker to play fullback, but maybe, big slot, maybe even a wildcat quarterback, it says you have in here in the write-up. And he had 533 receiving yards this past year, so pretty productive, over 100 career tackles from the linebacker spot. So Jaron Kanak from Oklahoma, quite a few Sooners here. Jaden Ott still on the board. I'm surprised from Oklahoma, the running back, one of my favorite players in the draft. While we're talking about players still sitting on the board, we've talked about Garrett Nussmeier. Will, we've got about 25 picks left to go, and Nussmeier has not heard his name called, and I have not heard as to the reason why exactly either.
I think it had to do with all the medical issues, and then he obviously had number 1 pick height going into the season, and then he just didn't really perform as what people expected him to perform. So maybe that's why he could fall down the draft board. As what people
Yeah, we'll
expect.
see. I mean, that'll be one heck of an undrafted free agent if it gets that far. I would imagine there will be some suitors if it gets to that stage. All right. Moving and grooving through the 7th round. We're up to pick number 226. And we had Jarrett Regal from the Draft Bible Familia earlier, and he was saying, I can't wait to see where Landon Robinson lands. He goes to the Cincinnati Bengals. Okay, lacks the prototypical size at 5'11", 293 pounds, 31-inch arms. But man, oh man, 491 40-yard dash, 30 bench press reps, 32.5-inch vert, 9'2" broad. And he was just shot out of a cannon down there at the East-West Shrine Bowl. I thought he got a lot of attention down there. We put a lot of leashes on our weightlifting ability because we want to keep ourselves safe, keep ourselves recovered. But if we took that leash off, I'm thinking he could squat upwards of 750 pounds, and I'm serious about that. I mean, that guy, he's an animal. He's actually crazy in the way that he squats, and I wish I could be like him, but I'm trying. That is Navy head strength and conditioning coach Jim Carrotsy on Landon Robinson, and he does squat 665 pounds. He bench presses 465 pounds. Tremendous work ethic, and just comes at you non-stop. Obviously, they lost Trey Hendrickson, so they're looking to plug that defensive line there. And Landon Robinson, I like the value here.
Yeah. So they had him playing more in the interior at Navy, but I think he's with the athletic ability. You could play him on the edge as well as a stand-up rusher and hand in the dirt. Although he's a little undersized, but where a defensive coordinator can use him best is as an edge rusher and interior rusher at a 3 technique. So, and the twitch there is there, and
well, he'll be a nice little change of pace behind Dexter Lawrence, Jonathan Allen. You got a guy who could come in, be a little bit more twitchy, more explosive, maybe split some double teams. I like the move. All right. Jackson Kuwatch, Miami.
Landon Robinson, I think he can be a solid rotational piece at the next level.
Jackson Kuwatch was a guy I didn't know too much about until I got down to the Shrine Bowl, a former walk-on at Ohio State, a one-year bust out at Miami, Ohio, had over 100 tackles, tested extremely well, downhill thumper. He goes to the Carolina Panthers at pick number 227. Jackson Kuwatch, one of the better off-the-field backstories of this year's draft class.
Yeah, I haven't really watched too much film on him. So,
yeah, understandably so. I knew nothing about him until I got to the Shrine Bowl, and that's a good find by Eric Galco down there. So Jackson Kuwatch, 6'4", 232, timed 4.67, 36-inch vert, 10-foot broad. The cat is out of the bag on Kuwatch, one of the best kept secrets in the draft. Tackle machine, size, length. Late bloomer, like I said, 1 year wonder, 109 tackles, 10 tackles for loss, 5 sacks this past season for Jackson Kuwatch. Definitely one to keep an eye on. All right, we talk about safety depth, and I keep saying it seems like every time a safety comes off the board, long, strong, and versatile is VJ Payne. The Kansas State safety goes to the New York Jets. I'm sure that will make Aaron Glenn happy, Will.
Yes. I can see what the Jets are doing. He wants to be more flexible with his defense. And VJ Payne, when I first watched him, and I think it was their week 0 game in Ireland, they lined him up as a linebacker and at safety, and the versatility that he shows where he can line up in the box. And then he really tested off the charts at the combine with, I think he ran like a 4.4 flat, which with the amount of
4.4 flat, yeah. 6'3.5", 206, 35-inch vert, great athleticism, 10.7 broad, 52 games, 42 career starts, 59 tackles this past season. In 52 career games, 200 tackles, 4 interceptions, and can play against both the run and the pass, excels in zone coverage, and he is going to be a nice little piece there in the Jets secondary moving forward. And New York also added D'Angelo Pons to their secondary, and Some good pieces up front with David Bailey, Darrell Jackson Jr. So the Jets stockpiling for the future. Brandon Cleveland, who Lauren Davidoff wrote up for us out of NC State, run-stuffing defensive tackle, goes to the Las Vegas Raiders at pick 229. We mentioned Eli Heidenreich at 230, off the board to the Pittsburgh Steelers out of Navy. Ethan Oningwana from Ohio State could play tackle, probably kicks inside to guard. Light bulb never really went on for him at Ohio State. Never really, took a full grasp of that starting job, but the pedigree is certainly there. You just got to unlock the potential, I think, when it comes to Ethan Onyenwa from Ohio State.
Well, when I watched Onyenwa on the field, they played him more at guard at the Senior Bowl, which I think he's going to play there. But once you turned on the tape when he was on the field, he just flips the switch when he's on there. Even though he had limited starting roles, but he's a type of player that could really be a developmental player. But once he gets the opportunity, he can flip the switch, is what I said.
All right, nice. Moving right along, Tim Keenan III out of Alabama goes to the LA Rams at pick number 232. He was a Senior Bowl invite, highly rated coming into the season, permanent team captain, very vocal and feisty. And he missed the first 3 games of the season due to an ankle injury, so he only had 16 tackles this past season, but he's got 95 career tackles, 12 tackles for a loss, 5.5 sacks, a little bit of pass rush ability, can line up in a 3-4-4-3, add some flexibility, obviously great, tremendous leadership, and another rotational body, a physical guy, high motor to throw in up front into that Rams defensive line equation.
Yes. To your point, now you have Braden Fisk, who is more of a 3-tech. Tim Keenan can just play both, just take up the whole A gap and potentially be in a starter, in a rotational role in that defense.
All right, now Zach Dufree from Washington, the edge rusher, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. We had a Sioux Falls shout out yesterday for Trey Pimpkins. Dufree starting at Sioux Falls, finishing up at Washington, comes in at 6'4", 6'8" inches, 247 pounds. Great tester, 4'6", 40, 39-inch vertical, 10'3" broad jump. And so Jacksonville Jaguars digging in the crates with their 7th round selection at pick 233. And right there in your backyard in Boston, the New England Patriots have themselves a developmental signal caller, it looks like, and Baron Morton out of Texas Tech. What do you make of this pick, Will?
I think you needed to address the quarterback position because obviously Drake May, he's your franchise quarterback, and you're not denying that. And then Tommy DeVito, he's a solid backup and could fill in because when Tommy DeVito was with the Giants, I thought he was pretty solid, but I didn't think he had the starter caliber potential. And then as for Baron Morton, I really liked what he showed with his veteran leadership at Texas Tech. He battled a bunch of injuries, and when I really looked at it, his leadership really stood out to me and how well he knew the offense. And he can really make sound decisions with the ball in his hands. And when you're in New England, Josh McDaniels is a great quarterback developer.
He is. And, Tommy DeVito is there, good hold the fort guy, but why not have another developmental quarterback and give, the New Jersey DeVito a little competition and run for his money at the backup spot there. All right, we're moving and grooving. We're going to take a quick commercial break, continue to get you caught up on these round 7 draft picks. You're tuned in to the All Access Football NFL Draft Day 3 live stream. We'll be back right after this.
School up and hunker down. Rick Serritella of All Access Football here. Thanks for tuning in to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. For the past 25 years, we've been bringing you the names you need to know with independent scouting analysis on location across the nation with boots on the ground coverage from training camp to in-season visits, the All-Star Game circuit, and Indianapolis for the NFL Scouting Combine, plus the Pro Day trails and more, capturing the path to the draft. with snapshots of hundreds of NFL draft prospects. Be sure to visit allaccessfootball.com for year-round coverage of the NFL draft and subscribe right now to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible featuring nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, our exclusive insider intel, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft. Become a disciple today and visit allaccessfootball.com. The NFL Draft Bible, the Bible of the draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft. Rick Serritella here for All Access Football. It's not too late to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible, jam-packed with nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, insider intel on character, medical, and background reports, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft, plus the NFL International Pathway Program prospects. We got it all covered in the NFL Draft Bible, celebrating 25 years of independent scouting analysis. Follow along in all the action. Be the most prepared person in the room with the most accurate projections available on the planet. Go get your copy now over at allaccessfootball.com, your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you for your support of independent media. Now back to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Hey, Rick Serritella here for allaccessfootball.com. Thanks for watching our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Just a quick programming reminder, the All Access Football Draft Watch show airs every Saturday morning live at 10 a.m. Eastern with yours truly, along with my co-host, Russ Landy, who brings 30 years of NFL, CFL, and XFL scouting experience each and every week. We count you down with hard-hitting analysis, the prospects, the names you need to know. The countdown is on. Destination Washington, D.C. begins now. Make sure you tune in every Saturday morning, live, 10 a.m. Eastern, as we count you down to the nation's capital for the 2027 NFL Draft. Your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002. It's what we do. Make sure you follow along with the NFL Draft Bible, the official Bible of the Draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you so much for supporting independent media. Now, back to our 2026 live stream coverage of the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh. Buckle up!
All right, we're back at it again. Rick Serritella here with Will Donahue of the NFL Draft Bible Familia. That 2027 countdown to the NFL Draft is starting to feel real, Will. I mean, the stretch run here in the 7th round, we're about 6.5 hours into the live stream. Thank you so much for everybody who's tuned in for the duration. Smash that like button. We got like 1,000 people listening. If half of you guys can smash that like button, we'll have 500 likes. Get our algorithm game up. We appreciate the love and support. And we're moving and grooving here, getting you caught up on the 7th round selections with Will Donahue. And during the commercial break, we have 235. The Minnesota Vikings select a center in Gavin Gerhardt out of Cincinnati. He's going to come in there and compete for a backup job. Andrew Fuller, the cornerback from Toledo, goes to the Seattle Seahawks. The Seahawks have really selected a lot of defensive backs, and I saw Fuller down at the Shrine Bowl. I actually liked his counterpart a little bit more, but Seahawks stockpiling defensive backs. Seth McGowan showed me a little bit something at the Senior Bowl. The Kentucky running back goes to the Indianapolis Colts to back up Jonathan Taylor. And then that was pick 237. The Seahawks were 236. And then 238, Max Llewellyn. Great value here for the Miami Dolphins. Once again, maybe I'll have to go back and look at this, but the Dolphins are clearly one of my favorite drafts of the entire draft so far. Any thoughts on those players, Will?
Well, when you brought Jeff Hafley in, he's a defensive-minded coach, and just coming from Boston College, he's more of a defensive guy, and he wants to build through the defense. And the fact that he went and got Jacob Rodriguez and Kyle Lewis, those were both steals. And I was like, wow. And to your point, Llewellyn, he's a good value pick at where he got selected, since he's very twitchy, he's lengthy, and pretty quick off the edge.
Yeah,
And
if I wasn't sure, the Dolphins are probably going to have the draft Bible handy in the war room. They are picking all of our favorites here. It's unbelievable. All right, 239, the Buffalo Bills take Tommy Dolman, the punter there for special teams. Linebacker Parker Hughes out of Middle Tennessee goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Texas A&M offensive lineman Armaj Reed Adams to the Buffalo Bills there. They've been drafting quite a few offensive linemen. And then Devin Eastern, the defensive tackle from Minnesota, goes to the Seattle Seahawks at pick number 242. Any thoughts there?
Well, you're starting to add more interior depth than what you saw in the Super Bowl. You have defensive linemen that can show out of nowhere. And look at Riley Mills last year in the Super Bowl when he bull rushed Jared Wilson to Drake May's lap. They want to build around that defense. And Devin Eastern, he's dealt with a lot of injury history. And there were some parts of his game where I didn't really like. He's got all the size and traits to be a situational interior rusher, but I'm not really a big fan of his run defense. I think he's got to work on his pad level.
All right, now it's not too often that you pluck a starter out of the 7th round, but if I had to bet money on one of the guys here that have been chosen so far in the 7th round, man, oh man, this Aiden Fisher out of Indiana is a good-looking kid. I know his 40-yard dash time wasn't great. It was something to the 4.78 effect, but this is not an athlete. This is a leader. This is a pro mentality guy. Shows up, does the right things, always in the right place at the right time. And I mentioned it earlier. This was the heart and soul of that Hoosiers national championship defensive team. You look at the Texans linebacker depth, Henry Toto, Aziz Al-Sahir, EJ Speed. I think Aiden Fisher could come in and possibly compete for a starting job. I know it sounds crazy to say about a 7th round selection. This is one of my favorite linebackers in the draft.
I totally agree with you on that, Rick. And when you watched him in Indiana, he came in from James Madison with Kurt Signetti and really was one of those under the radar prospects. And Houston has like average linebackers, but I think Aiden Fisher could start at some point down the road, because that's an excellent value pick by Nick Caserio again. And
some of the
Caserio is he always looks to add value in later rounds.
Yeah, no, I mean, some of the picks were a little questionable with Houston, but I give Caserio a little bit of leeway because he's been so good, especially on day 3 of the draft, and this is a really good one in Aiden Fisher. Now, we got the Philadelphia Eagles on the clock at 244, and then your New England Patriots at 245, Will. So we'll keep you up until the Patriots. And Cole Wisniewski, there we go, to the Philadelphia Eagles. I know you're excited to talk about the safety and maybe a hybrid guy who could play a little bit of linebacker like he did at Texas Tech, but he goes to the Eagles, who lost both of their starting safeties in the offseason, and Sidney Brown and Reed Blankenship. So they did sign they signed Tariq Woolen as a cornerback. So safety addressing a need. Cole Wisniewski, a combine snub.
Yes. I think that's an excellent value pick for the Eagles. And I think what Philadelphia might do is move Cooper DeJean to free safety, and then Cole Wisniewski. I wouldn't be surprised if he's in the starting rotation because talk about versatility. He bleeds that on tape with his instincts, his leadership, and he was an FCS guy to start out, and I think he was a star recruit, and then obviously had that injury. But Cole Wisniewski was probably my favorite player out of any of these safeties in the draft. Which I honestly think if he had the combine thing, but that was too bad. But hey, it's not where you get picked; it's what you do with the opportunities. What Nick Saban famously said to his Alabama players when they got drafted.
And our residential Eagles expert, Adam Exploit, says Vic Fangio wants Cooper in the slot. So maybe some moving and shaking, some shifting in the Eagles secondary. Okay. And that brings us to the New England Patriots.
Jam Miller.
245, Jam Miller out of Alabama. And this guy's got some traits here. Now, Ramondre Stevenson was leaned on more in the playoffs because Travion Henderson, I thought, had a trouble hitting that hole with a burst. Jam Miller can do that.
Yeah, Jam Miller, he really could have been one of the top backs, but I thought New England picked it right. He got a steal, and I think what he needs to work on is his pass pro. There's no question that he can understand where to pick up blitzes, but I think his anchoring ability needs some work. And
he's a compact guy at 5'10", 210, ran a 4.42, 153, 10-yard split. 4-year starter. Started 8 games out of 51 games played. 504 rushing yards. Never really found a rhythm this past season, but he was hurt. But I like the upside here, and I think an injury-riddled campaign this past season maybe hindered some of his draft stock. But 42 career touchdowns, so he can find pay dirt. That's for certain.
Yeah, I think there's some strong competition within the third running back role because I know New England has Elijah Mitchell, Terrell Jennings, and then Lan Larison, who got hurt during the preseason. But Jam Miller, that's going to be what you want to watch for in Patriots training camp is the third down row. Obviously, you have Ramondre Stevenson and Travion Henderson as your number 2 backs. But what Josh McDaniels always likes in his offense is to be able to rotate his backs. And I loved what he did in the past when he had LeGarrette Blount, James White, Rex Burkhead, and Deion Lewis. And what really impressed me is how Josh McDaniels rotates backs and keeps them fresh. And Jam Miller could have an opportunity to do so.
Yeah, I believe so. I think that's a good fit there for the New England Patriots. All right, Will, great job here. Love the insight. You've been breaking it down and chopping it up all year long for us. Tell the listening people at home what you got cooking, what's in store for 2027. You're already knee deep into the process, and I'm sure we'll be popping you up on the Draft Watch show as well.
Well, 2027, I think, could be very interesting because you're obviously going to have a deep quarterback class, but the wide receiver class is something you need to watch because I could see multiple first-round grades. And if he declares, Charlie Becker is a name you want to watch. Yeah. I know Jeremiah Smith and Ryan Williams are going to be the top 2 receivers, but I love that receiver class going into next year. And then Notre Dame's draft class, they're going to be pretty stacked on defense because you have Leonard Moore and Christian Gray, and then DJ McKinney, who just transferred in from Colorado. You can see those are some guys that are going to really pop up on my draft board that I'm really looking forward to watch. And then, of course, Don Schuler from Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Possibly be the number 1 safety because Notre Dame has a factory of safeties coming in, starting with Kyle Hamilton, Harrison Smith.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to turn the page and get over to 2027. We got about 10 more selections or so to wind down and finish up our live stream here. But can't thank you enough, Will, for all of your help. Outstanding work, outstanding job, and thanks for everything that you do, my man.
Hey, thank you so much, Rick, for having me on. I really appreciate it. It's been a fun process, and I'd be willing to do it again if I needed to.
Oh, man, we love it. That's Will Donahue joining us, part of the NFL Draft Bible Familia. And we've got a lot of good, young, bright minds throughout the show that we've popped up. And it all began with Dave Del Cole, the Scouts Honor podcast. From there, we transitioned to Todd Worley from the Hula Bowl executive director. We had our good friend Jarrett Regal from the Draft Bible Familia. Of course, Dream Bowl scout Dom Ambrose, another NFL Draft Bible cog, hopped on and chopped it up with us. We also had the American Bowl executive director and Scott Phillips today. Big Will Donahue will be happy to know that his New England Patriots just selected Quintavious Hutchins as he hopped off of the live stream here, and Miles Scott to the Denver Broncos at pick number 246. And our next guest is one of the emerging minds in the scouting community. He has really carved out a name for himself, somebody that I've got a chance to build a great friendship and acquaintance with, and doing big Willie things at such a young age. We're so happy to have him here and join our day 3 live stream. Of course, the general manager, director of personnel down there for the Vegas Nighthawks, your defending indoor football league champions. I'm sure you've seen this man on the scouting trails at various all-star games. You might have seen me on his show. He's been on our show, and he joins the live stream right now. Evan Wilsmore on the NFL Draft live stream. What's happening, my man?
Rick, good to see you, man. Appreciate the introduction. That was fantastic. Hats off to you for sitting in that chair for almost 7 hours now, it looks like, going through all these picks. I can't imagine there's enough coffee and energy drinks in the world to keep you going through this. But
oh, man,
it's an exciting time. I mean, these picks have been rolling in, and, we're about, 10 picks away now from finishing this thing up. So,
yeah, no, it's unbelievable. It is light at the end of the tunnel. Last year I went 7 hours and 40 minutes, so I was buckled up to go 8 hours. But we're 6 hours and 40 minutes now into it, so we're making good progress. And that's one of the things I got to say I've thoroughly enjoyed about this year's draft. From day 1 to day 3, even day 2 yesterday, it's been crisp. It's been fast moving. I'm pretty sure when it's all said and done, this will be the fastest moving draft of all time. But just give us a little general overview over the course of the last 3 days. Evan, any thoughts, observations, anything you want to share on just the 3-day draft in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, man. It's been a nice couple days. Like you said, I felt that the picks have gone a lot quicker this year. Obviously, they cut down the first round selections from 10 minutes to 8. So, first night got done pretty quickly. Even last night, I thought, wasn't too bad. And then today, still long, but, progressing well enough. Figured it would be around this time of day that the draft would be wrapping up. But it's been a very interesting draft. Like I said, very unpredictable. A lot of guys, especially on day 2, that I didn't think, would be going on day 2, which meant that today you could have had a whole round, that, 4th round of guys that should have gone on day 2 because they all, rolled over. And so that was exciting. But yeah, overall, there's been some teams that I thought have done really well. I'm looking at, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, having Reuben Bain, get to them at 15, and then also taking Ted Hurst in the 3rd round, the receiver from Georgia State, and Keontae Scott, the corner from Miami, in the 4th round. Felt like all those guys shouldn't have been there at that, at their selection, and yet they still were. Another one, obviously, the Las Vegas Raiders. John Spytek, the general manager there, taking a page out of Jason Licht's book. They've had some great picks. Mendoza, obviously, but then Traden Stukes, Trey Zune, the big center from Texas A&M. And I think they're missing one more that I had written down. Let me just see here. Oh, yeah, obviously, Jermod McCoy slipped my head because you didn't think he'd be there in the 4th round, but obviously the bone plug is causing some concern. But listen, if you can get him on the field, if he can play, I think at any capacity, having been now a 4th round pick, that's a guy that we're obviously going to all be watching, as he progresses. And, does he get on the field in 26? If so, what does that look like? How much, does he actually have left with that knee in mind? But I think the team, to me, that was the clear winner through the past 2 days, obviously today hasn't finished quite yet. But I'm looking at the Cleveland Browns, first 4 picks, Spencer from Utah. You get the 2 receivers, Casey Conception from Texas A&M, Denzel Boston from Washington, and then round with Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. And I think pick 58, nobody thought he was going to be there. Any 4 of those guys, could have gone in the 1st round, and the Browns got them, within the first 60 picks. And so I think that just says a lot to the work that they've done. They need that help. And also it's exciting because I believe the Browns, had more rookie snaps than any team in the league last year. And so you would expect that those guys they took, will actually be high impact players from day one. So that's kind of what I was looking at on my end. And then obviously, there's been some other interesting things that have happened on day 3 as well. So,
yeah, I like what Cleveland is doing. The Raiders should be very, very more competitive at the very least. And it's funny because I was just going to ask you, I know you're also a student at LSU, pulling dual duties with your scouting responsibilities. And
I just saw the name that popped up on my TV. That was what I had written down.
I was just going to ask you, what the heck is going on with Garrett Nussmeier? He lands at pick 249 to the Kansas City Chiefs to back up Patrick Mahomes. But this has been one of the real mysteries to me. I know he's had some medical stuff, but still, the upside is there, no?
Yeah, truly shocked by him, going this late. I thought that, earlier in this 7th round, we had Athian Kaliakmanis from Rutgers and Baron Morton from Texas Tech go off the board. Those 2 guys going ahead of him at that point, I thought maybe he's going undrafted. What this reminds me of right off the bat, a lot of shades of Quinn Ewers from last year where you knew he was talented, had a lot of experience. It took until the end of the 7th round for him to go off the board of the Miami Dolphins. But you saw Quinn Ewers be relatively impactful in year 1 with Miami, as the Tua thing kind of fell apart. He wasn't living up to expectation. Quinn gets a shot to play a couple games and, looks like a capable starting quarterback. It wasn't anything exciting, but you think for 7th round value, it's not too bad. And so I'm happy to see Garrett finally go off the board. Like you said, the upside is tremendous. He shouldn't be there at pick 249 with that arm, one of the best arms, that I've ever seen really in person. And the fact that, obviously I have some bias, like you said, with the LSU connection, but, I would have probably considered taking him, even above, say, Carson Beck and Drew Aller, who went, all the way yesterday on day 2 in the 3rd round. Beck, of course, to the Cardinals, and then Aller, of course, to the Steelers. There was a time, right? That's what's so fascinating about all these quarterbacks, Rick, is especially, I guess, Drew Aller, Cade Klubnik, and Garrett Nussmeier, who have all been drafted. There was a time during the 2024 college football season that, you thought that those guys might be the first overall pick, any 3 of them. And seeing kind of how they've fallen now in this draft, over a year and a half removed from that season, very interesting. Can't say that I would have expected that order at all. But yes, good board. You have to imagine that, there's some greater concerns about his health that have allowed him to slip to that spot. I know that they found I believe it was a cyst in his spine on top of some of the stuff that he had been dealing with last year, going back all the way to last summer. Let's be honest, this guy's been playing hurt for a long time. He's not the only quarterback that's had injury problems, but you do wonder how much that's really impacting him and how it will impact him moving forward. But yes, quite an interesting pick all the way at 249. You wouldn't have expected going into the day that he'd still be there with just less than 10 picks remaining.
No, and to your point, I thought Brian Kelly severely mismanaged him back in August with the
absolutely,
right?
Absolutely.
Then the torso re-aggravated the patella, and now we're finding out.
It's an interesting discussion, right? Because Garrett Nussmeier played for the first 2/3 of that season here at LSU, and then the second that Brian Kelly was gone, there was an immediate pivot over to Michael Van Buren, who is now the quarterback at USF. And, it just makes you wonder, was Brian really forcing him out there? And, when you see him slide this far in the draft, you think, well, how many playing through? We knew about something with his back in the summer when he was shut down officially in the fall. They said it was an abdominal thing. Now they're talking about a spinal cyst. These are all kind of in the same area, right? But are these the same injury? Did something get worse because, had him playing through it? It's tough, right? And to be honest, when Michael Van Buren played those couple games for us, the difference in play between him and Nussmeier this year specifically was not that great. And so I thought, maybe we could have just played it safe and had Van Buren, be the starter from the beginning of the season. And obviously that would have garnered a lot of attention in the media, probably negative, most of it. We would have been looking at that through a much different lens, but it's just fascinating to see how all that's, turned out. And personally, I was hoping that, maybe Garrett Nussmeier would have declared for last year's draft and we wouldn't even be here right now having this conversation or problem, dilemma, whatever it is. But yeah, interesting nonetheless.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, it looks like he'll have at least a year to get healthy and get right, because they did get Justin Fields during the offseason. So now Garrett Nussmeier is going to be buried on the depth chart. I'm thinking they just redshirt him and stick him on the practice squad and see how it all pans out. But man, that first contract, he's going to be under the Chiefs for 4 years, and who knows? I mean, Patrick Mahomes did get hurt last year, so you never know. But we shall see what the future holds for Garrett Nussmeier.
Great place to learn. You've got Andy Reid there. I mean, what else can you really say about the fit?
True. Evan Willsmore joining us here on the Day 3 NFL Draft Livestream, along with Rick Serritella. We'll get caught up on some of these picks here. 246, the Denver Broncos select Miles Scott, the safety out of Illinois, somebody I had a chance to talk to down there at the Shrine Bowl. Versatile, could slide down, play some nickel back, so a versatile backup there for the Broncos. Quintavious Hutchins, the edge rusher out of Boston College, a little bit undersized. Might have a little bit of an uphill climb there, making the roster. They did select Gabe Yakis. They have Harold Landry, but edge rusher was a need, and New England was very well heavily represented at that Boston College Pro Day. Carson Ryan from BYU, the tight end, kind of an H-back, undersized tight end, will play an H-back role, can move pre-snap motion. Had a chance to see him at the All-Star game. Great hands out of the backfield, too. And then Nussmeier, 249 to the Chiefs. Rayshon Benny out of Michigan, who I think was the Senior Bowl defensive MVP, but definitely brings some pedigree there for the Baltimore Ravens. Seems like a Baltimore kind of selection. And then we've got our second international prospect by the Philadelphia Eagles in U.R. Bernard, the defensive tackle, who I'll look up in the draft Bible. We got the IPP prospects in here. Anybody there that you want to talk about, Evan?
Yeah, well, U.R. Bernard just came across the screen. That's the guy I actually had notes on. I didn't really have any notes on anybody else in these past couple picks that you just went over. But yeah, Bernard, what a fascinating story. I talked to Mark Dolgarian about him, who, works for the NFL IPP, congratulated him really on all the success that, this kid has already had and been getting, obviously, crazy numbers that he was able to put up, athletically. Very clear that this is a gifted athlete. Now, about as raw as they come. But if there's anybody that's had success with IPP players, it's the Philadelphia Eagles. And just in general, we all know that Howie Roseman knows how to draft. Like anytime I see an Eagles pick that maybe I don't agree with, maybe it doesn't make sense, I'm like, well, I trust them because they have a process, and very rarely do those picks not work out. I will say, Cole.
Well, Jordan Mailata worked out, didn't he?
That's what I was about to say with the IPP. I said, listen, if any team, in the NFL has had success with these international guys, it's the Eagles, because guess what? They took Jordan Mailata, who was this Australian Samoan rugby player. I want to say he was drafted. I mean, that must have been 2019, maybe. It's been a couple years now. He was really the first guy that kind of sparked all of this interest in the IPP, but it was a very similar position. Late 7th round, the Eagles took a flyer on him. That guy developed into, one of the better starting left tackles in the NFL. And so, listen, U.R. Bernard, could be a guy at a premium position as well that they develop. Has a long way to go, needs to be coached up, about as raw as they come, in the draft. But I took some notes on him just because I was very interested to see if a team would actually spend a draft pick on him. Obviously the upside is incredible, but complete lack of experience. It's such a gamble. But again, the Eagles have experience doing this. I think that's a great fit, and obviously wishing the best for him.
Yeah, U.R. Bernard, and this is one of the new features in the NFL Draft Bible this year, the International Pathway prospects. We had Seydou Traore come off the board earlier. Now, U.R. Bernard, the defensive lineman, 21 years old, out of Nigeria, 6'4.5", 306, did not play sports growing up at all. Says he was always too shy to try out for sports. At 16, a friend introduced him to an opportunity to play basketball for his secondary school since he was so tall. He felt like he could eventually help his family by playing basketball and maybe go pro. So he modeled his game after Hakeem Olajuwon for his footwork. Not a bad guy to emulate. Played school club basketball until he was 19 years old in 2023. Only started lifting weights 3 years ago. So to your point, Evan, very raw, developmental. Size and strength has always been genetic. won the 2024 competitive lifting contest in Nigeria. He deadlifted 661 pounds. So this guy's got incredible strength. And I love these international guys, man. Participant in the 2025 NFL Cairo camp, also the 2024 NFL Nigeria camp, which is going to lead me into your question there, Adams, was ineligible for the IPP after 24, but originally noticed by a football coach in Lagos while he was playing basketball in 2023. His coach then connected him to a 3-day football camp in Nigeria, and he had no prior football experience at all. So he was noticed by Osi Umanora, who spearheads the International Pathway Program. And after that, he said he was felt unprepared initially, had trouble picking up the techniques, but has since then committed to physically and technically refining his game. And he has been chosen for the International Pathway Program. And Adams Exploit says, how does the IPP program work? And this was something that was kind of a slow rollout by the NFL. Initially, I think they used to rotate it. When they first introduced this program, they used to rotate it, and so they would take turns and shift divisions. One year it would be the NFC East, then it would be a different division. Then they started going to 2 divisions, and now we're up to the point where every team in the National Football League can carry at least one International Pathway Program prospect. It does not count against your roster, does not count against the practice squad. So it's almost like a freebie spot, right, where you can just keep a guy like they did with Jordan Mailata, try to develop him, see if he can hang around and catch on. And this is part of the NFL's big push to grow the game internationally, right? They want to have an international game every week of the season eventually. I think there's 8 or 9 of them scheduled this year. And so in order to do that, they want to have every NFL organization carry at least one International Pathway Program prospect. Now, I will say this. It's rare that you see these guys drafted. And you mentioned Mark Doldrin, who's done an incredible job. I had a chance to catch up with him in Indianapolis at the Combine. He said, Rick, I spoke to him several years ago when I was at the NFLPA Collegiate Bowl because I wanted to invite some of the IPP players to the All-Star game. And at the time, this is probably 4 or 5 years ago, it's like, hey, Rick, you know what? These guys just aren't ready yet, and we don't want to get them out there and overwhelm them too much because obviously communication, learning the playbook could be a little bit difficult. So we didn't want to put them in a bad light, but now you're starting to see the Seydou Traores invited to the East-West Shrine Bowl. You're starting to see these IPP guys, some of them with collegiate experience. Now you got Uar Bernard with 0. I mean, he's just really new to the game, and so we'll see where they goes. But anything you want to add there in terms of the IPP, Evan?
Yeah, I mean, it's just been great, to see the development of that program. Like you said, there was another player, Seydou Traore, today that went off the board. Now, he had played collegiately at Arkansas State and Mississippi State, so a bit of a different situation, already had that exposure, through U.S. college football. But, yeah, I mean, that's why I like talking to Mark. I like hearing about what he does, going to these camps, going all over the world, into these places that nobody else used to go and think that, that there would be football players. I mean, I was joking with one of my friends because, he has a buddy from Kazakhstan who visited last year. And, this kid was like, 6'6". I mean, he looked like he could be a starting left tackle in the NFL tomorrow. And it kind of gets you thinking like, I mean, if we just send people to these countries, like there might be a couple guys here and there that, already have a ton of physical attributes, have been doing something athletic throughout their lives. And so, yeah, I mean, it's not as crazy as you think it is when you see a guy like Uar Bernard go off the board, be a draft pick in the NFL ahead of guys who, again, have had tons of collegiate experience where he's had none. He's never played football, period, right?
Yeah, so yeah, basically they are practice squad players with an exemption, essentially, right? Adams Exploits there in the chat room. And, this is going to be an interesting development. And, this is what they're doing now, Evan. They're having these showcase camps in different countries and kind of, almost like the Hub Football Camp. Hey, who stands out? Who goes on to the next round? Who's going to go to the Super Showcase? And there's layers to this process. So when it's all said and done, I mean, they're literally going across the globe and trying to find untapped, big body, athletic players. And, you know, I can promise you there's more Jordan Mailata's out there. We just have to uncover them. So,
yeah, this guy might be the next. And keep in mind, you know, you look at edge rushers, you know, those flexible guys, that's becoming an incredibly valuable position. Look at that dude, Odafe Owe, for example. I'll just throw it out there. Like, that guy got paid, what, $100 million to go play for the Commanders, and most of that was off maybe a month's worth of tape, you know, with the Chargers at the end of last year. I mean, it's just those numbers are going up and up. I think, you know, part of the reason the Eagles maybe take this kid is because they lost Jalen Phillips, and that's not somebody that they wanted to lose, but obviously commanded a premium there in free agency going to the Carolina Panthers.
Very interesting stuff. Evan Wilsmore, the director of personnel for the Vegas Nighthawks, defending Indoor Football League champions, joining us here on the live stream and close out the coverage. A couple picks to catch you up on. You know, Keyshawn James Newby is a guy from New Mexico, also going to the Eagles at 252. And he really flashed. Undersized, very agile, good movement, can pull out the spinorama. And he caught my attention. Again, I'm always studying the one-on-one trenches during the All-Star game circuit. Keyshawn James Newby put a couple spin moves on. He's got some great athleticism, but again, little undersized, give you a little bit different dynamic with Carter and Jordan Davis there. So the Eagles going a small school prospect out of New Mexico. And then 253, the Baltimore Ravens select Evan Bernstein, who I believe was a small school prospect, transferred up from the FCS. Our good friend Juan Lozano is actually the agent there for Evan Bernstein. So congratulations and shout out to him. Nice. And 253, Evan Bernstein to the Ravens. Deion Burks, unbelievable. He's lasted this long to the Colts at 254, the speed burner from Oklahoma. We'll talk about that in a second. And then 255, Michael Dansby out of Arizona. But Burks, to me, you know, you mentioned it, I think, earlier, like you can't teach speed. And Deion Burks, I think, ran a 4.28. Didn't have a ultra productive season this past year for the Sooners, but has been productive in the past. Any thoughts there on any of those guys or Burks?
Yeah, I mean, you know, listen, I would expect Burks to be off the board by this point. You know, another smaller speedster SEC guy. I mean, you saw Zachariah Branch go in the third round of the Atlanta Falcons. You saw Brennan Thompson from Mississippi State, you know, go off the board to the Chargers, which, by the way, I felt like that was 100% Mike McDaniel, you know, getting his little, you know, guy that can cut and do all sorts of things, right? Just burn you with speed. Yeah, Burks, I'm a bit surprised. Maybe it's just because those other two guys, you know, went higher than expected. Maybe they were supposed to slip and kind of be bunched together. But yeah, the fact that, you know, we're only whatever it is now, 3 picks away from the draft being over and he was still on the board, that is a shock, you know, given some of the production and upside. But to be honest, when I watched Deion Burks, he didn't really move the needle for me. I kind of had him like as a mid-tier guy. Again, I'm just like, you know, what makes you special? And there was a couple of other specifically receivers in this draft that I thought that about too. Like, for example, Antonio Williams, he went to the Commanders, just didn't really see the fit, you know, being a pure slot, obviously ton of skill and experience. But if I, you know, was the Commanders, I would have much rather had Ted Hurst, you know, the big outside guy from Georgia State, ton of production, you know, can play in the slot as needed as well, which gives you a bit of flexibility. But yeah, Deion Burks, you know, good to see him get drafted. I certainly thought he was worth a pick, but you know, I'll be interested to see, you know, is that one that we look back on and be like, well, geez, this guy's producing a lot for a 7th rounder, or is it kind of one where, you know, yeah, he's small, not really moving the needle for a lot of teams, and then, you know, we kind of move on to the next phase of receivers, perhaps.
Yeah, and Bernstein started off at South Dakota State. I knew he was a small school guy, finished up at Northwestern. Northwestern head coach David Braun. I was telling a pro scout the other day, and this isn't a knock on Evan, who we were thrilled to get into the program. He has exceeded expectations. What a credit to Evan just in terms of being able to make that adjustment and jump up from the FCS to the Big Ten. It all started with a great approach in the winter, great spring ball, great summer, great fall camp, and that's exactly what Juan Lozano was telling me about him. Just a great kid all around and just tough, gritty, and should add some depth. He's a Raven kind of player.
I'm just glad someone got drafted with my name. That's cool.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. All right, so the Denver Broncos are on the clock with the final 2 selections. They have made their choice at 256. and they're going to announce the final selection here in just a minute with the 257th overall selection. We're now 7 hours into the live stream. So, hey, if anything, can you smash the like button and give us props for being here for 7 straight hours? We appreciate the love and support. We're going to close it down here soon. Dallin Bentley, the tight end out of Utah, goes to the Denver Broncos. I believe this is a double down at that position. If I recall, they did select a tight end earlier in the day. It's been a long day. Yes, Justin Jolie from North Carolina State. Now they add Dallin Bentley. Obviously, they have Evan Ingram there as well as Adam Troutman. So the Denver Broncos, again, we've talked about it, more and more teams using 12 and 13 personnel, Evan.
Yeah. I don't have too many notes on Dallin Bentley. Again, another guy that could have probably gone, a couple picks earlier, just like we talked about with Deion Burks. But yeah, Broncos doubling up at tight end. Everybody sees what Sean McVay has done with the Rams. I'm sure if you're Sean Payton there in Denver, an offensive-minded guy who's done some great things in the league, why would you not want to take a page out of that playbook? And I was excited for them earlier about Justin Jolie. I thought that's a guy, some people were kind of back and forth on him. I see him as a guy who, for these 13 personnel systems specifically, where you need to be a pass-catching tight end, I think that he has some upside. And, you would imagine Dallin Bentley gets into that mix somewhere as well. So, yeah, good pick. Looks like we're down to the last pick now already. That's crazy.
Yeah, unbelievable. We're winding it down. We appreciate all the chat room people. The Bull Era says, great job today, everyone. We appreciate you coming over, Bull Era. Adams Exploits, great job, Rick and crew. Thank you, Adam. Did you talk Wisniewski? You missed it. Our guy Will Donahue was ranting and raving about Cole Wisniewski and what a steal.
It's a good one to the Eagles, too. I mean, Howie Roseman, we can't give him enough credit.
Yeah, you got some thoughts there on Cole Wisniewski?
Not too much. I mean, really just that I had not seen a mock draft without him in it, right? I mean, he was, all over the place. And I think that, you talk about, a school that's just had so many picks and so much success. Look at Texas Tech. Their general manager over there, James Blanchard, has done a phenomenal job, managing talent. They've had so many. David Bailey going second to the Jets. Just all over the place, man. That roster was stacked. Even their quarterback, Baron Morton, got drafted, right? So, just excited to see that. And, good for their program. I know that Texas Tech has garnered a lot of attention, in the college football world for kind of implementing that pro system, with the way that they evaluate and bring guys in. I'll tell you what, clearly it's working because they've had a lot of guys taken tonight.
Yeah, a little bit.
Murdoch, Mr. Irrelevant. Yeah. He was going to be somebody I talked about as a UDFA target, funny enough, in my notes. That's funny. Was literally going to bring his name up. I kid you not. Him and Tyron Montgomery, who I don't know if you've talked about him already at some point today, but.
Yeah, no, we did. And I'm going to get to Red Murdoch in a second. Just the last follow-up on Wisniewski. A little bit of stiff hips, but played linebacker. I think he's going to play safety for the Eagles. He's just all over the field. True nose for the football. Tackle machine. Combine snub. Miraculously did not get an invite to Indy. I don't know how that happened. But, all right, the final selection is in. You gave us a little tease. Red Murdoch, who I just love. From the Buffalo Bulls, goes to the Denver Broncos with the final and 257th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. Go ahead, Evan. Take it away.
Yeah, listen, Red Murdoch, super productive guy. It's crazy to me how Buffalo has these linebackers in the pipeline. Last year they had Sean Dolick, who went to the Rams as a UDFA. I thought the production – again, hyper-productive guy. Thought there was enough there to get him drafted. Clearly the athleticism, I think, turned some teams away. But I'll tell you, I was very excited to see him go to the Rams. And he actually made the team as a UDFA last year immediately onto the 53-man roster over, I'm forgetting his name, but the kid from Ole Miss, the linebacker that was taken in the 6th round last year. Sean Dolick was able to take his spot. So Red Murdoch, going here with the final pick, potentially a guy that could crack that roster in Denver. I think that that's fascinating. Again, just – super productive group of 5 kid. Love seeing the draft end that way. You can take it away with the rest in terms of some more potential.
Hair on fire. And you know what I love? This guy just makes plays, Evan. He's all over the field. He can get after the quarterback, off ball, on ball. But here's the thing that stands out to me. This is not by accident. He set a new NCAA career record all time. 17 forced fumbles. Are you kidding me? That's unbelievable. 17 forced fumbles. This guy has a knack for creating turnovers.
Just always at the ball. That's what I saw when I watched him. I'm like, the guy, even if he's not looking at the football, he just knows where it is on the field and he's ready to make a play. And in my opinion, draft good football players. That's a skill that should get you drafted, being at the football.
142 tackles this season, 13.5 tackles for loss, 5 sacks, 6 forced fumbles, 2 fumble recoveries, 3 pass deflections, 42 games in his career, 364 tackles, 39.5 tackles for loss, 9 sacks, 17 forced fumbles. I mean, this guy is all over the field, and I don't think at 6'2", 232 pounds, I don't think you can end the NFL draft a better way than we just did with a linebacker named Red.
Yeah, I like that a whole lot. I'm kind of surprised by that. I mean, here I was sitting. I only had real notes on a couple of guys, like we talked about, Uar Bernard, Red Murdoch. Both of them get drafted in the time that, I've come onto the show. So fascinating to see that. Again, the only other guy that I really had notes on as a potential, again, intriguing UDFA target, late round guy. Maybe you've already talked about him in the 7 hours that you've been streaming today. But, Tyron Montgomery, one that generated a lot of intrigue. We talk about these smaller school guys, lack of experience. I mean, everybody's heard about Tyron Montgomery's story at this point. Played at Lamar, then transferred over to John Carroll, Division III. I think he's only played football for 3 years. It's a fascinating tale as to how he came around. I was out there at the American Bowl and everybody was like, hey, you got to go watch this kid from John Carroll. And, I wasn't blown away with the athleticism, but, man, oh man, some of the stuff with those routes. I mean, I thought, he was making himself some money at those all-star games. And I know you were down there with me for that one.
Yeah.
That was a really, again, intriguing storyline. And then obviously got called up at the Senior Bowl. I haven't seen this much intrigue about a D3 receiver since that kid. I think it was Wayne Ruby from Mount Union, who ended up signing as a UDFA with the Jaguars and then had a cup of coffee in the CFL with Saskatchewan. But, hopefully Tyron Montgomery finds a home here as a priority UDFA. And again, it's a fascinating one. I thought when he tested again, the athleticism wasn't great, ran, mid 4.5s in the 40. I thought, that might not get you drafted from D3, but clearly, again, made himself some money. He's going to go somewhere, going to be in a camp, and hope he keeps tearing it up. You love storylines like that.
No doubt about it. Evan Willsmore here, closing down shop as we wind down our 3-day live stream coverage. We've been here for the duration. We somehow managed to make it to 7:10 p.m. Eastern time. We kicked off today at noon. Certainly a personal record for my longest all-time stream, although we've had some pretty long ones in the past, Evan. This has been a lot of fun, and I'll tell you what we'll do. I'm blind to the Twitter and social media, so I don't really have, this is when the free agent frenzy begins to ooze out and pour out, and I love talking UDFAs. I know you do too, Evan, as well. So what we'll do, we'll hang out for a little bit. If you guys have any UDFAs that you see or you want us to talk about, feel free to drop them in the chat room. And while you're doing that, I did, want to talk about one item that, I can now talk about that we wrapped up with the draft. And I do apologize because I am in the book and I got a copy of the book during the draft mayhem. And again, it is literally 15, 20 hours a day from January to this day in order to get this draft Bible together and do all the, not so many bells and whistles, but just all the content that you guys see. But the first thing I'm doing starting tomorrow, now that the draft is in my rear view mirror, is going to read your book, Married to the Game. I really appreciate, I did read parts and pieces and sections of it, and really appreciate the shout out, Evan, and appreciate you sharing your story because you've been through a lot of trials and tribulations. You have a championship belt under your young scouting career already in the indoor football league. I know the best is still yet to come, but tell the listening audience a little bit about the book, some of the things you've experienced and have endured. You can get it over at Amazon right now.
Yeah, no, thank you, Rick. First of all, you appreciate the shout out, for the book. I will say it took a long time to put together, but then at the same time, that was only 6 months. And when I was talking to other people who had published books, they were like, well, actually 6 months is on the shorter end. I mean, usually it's 9 months or a year. Like, you take your time with that. But I was very motivated to get that done. You know, I was working a couple hours a day through the fall, started in September, had it done at the end of February, and then got it out, you know, within a couple days at the beginning of March. And yeah, you know, like you said, you already covered a lot of the, you know, major bases. It's like, just talks a lot about, you know, kind of my journey through football and through life. And I guess the main reason I wanted to publish a book, even at this age, you know, I get asked a lot, like, you know, because I'm in such a unique position and I balance so many different things, right? I get asked a lot, you know, well, how do you do that? Like, how did you get there? And I get asked it so much, I just thought, well, maybe if I make a book and people can read that, I won't have any more questions, right? So, you know, I put that out there. I mean, of course I did it for more reasons than that, but, you know, I put the book out there, and, you know, of course I'm always interested to, you know, hear the feedback, see what people think. I tried to include just a lot of, again, different stories and angles of things. And there was some stuff I left out, not because I didn't want to, but because it just didn't come naturally. But that's the other funny part too. I mean, you read the book, and my dad read it actually. And the first thing he told me is, he goes, man, you know, I'm just amazed at like how many different people are in this and how many, you know, kind of stories that you've woven in. And I go, well, what's funny is that I probably could have had 3 times that amount and the book would have been 500 pages, but then we would have been spending too long and I would have gotten sidetracked and life would have had me carried away, as it does, you know, for some people with these projects. But again, I was determined. I wanted to get it published. I've achieved that now. You know, it's been successful. We've gotten over the hump, and I'm very fortunate to see, you know, what's come of that, right? You know, people, again, reading it, taking it in. It's a very big accomplishment for myself. I can say that much. So
yeah, no doubt. Congratulations to you, man. I'm excited to dig into it. Married to the Game, available on Amazon. Go check it out. And Evan's a inspiration to a lot of people in the scouting community. And like I said, the best is yet to come. Remember the name. You heard it here, maybe first on the live stream if you're just tuning in for the first time to the show. And so we're uncovering talent on the field. We're uncovering talent evaluators off the field. And that's what we do at the NFL Draft Bible, baby. So speaking of one of our scouts, Dom Ambrose is in the chat room, says your guy Tyron Montgomery heading over to the Tennessee Titans. They started with a bang in Carnell Tate. They ended with a bang in Tyron Montgomery in the undrafted free agent process. Any thoughts there, Evan?
Interesting. I mean, yeah, listen, the Titans, you know, they're in need of a lot of things. Fortunately, they addressed receiver first in this draft with Carnell Tate 4th overall. But when I watched the Titans last year, I thought, man, I don't know if there's a team in the league that, you know, had more roster deficiencies. Like, it's a good thing they Dickey last year out of Florida, and he was a rookie Pro Bowler because he was helping Cam Ward out a lot more than I think a lot of people expected. And so just continuing to get help for, you know, the young quarterback, I think is a good thing. And yeah, nice fit. I mean, again, this is going to get real crazy within these next couple minutes because you know that
the frenzy is on.
Guys, during the 7th round, we're already, you know, agents were on the phone. It's already actually, I was watching the ESPN broadcast and they had Eli Heidenreich, the draft pick for the Steelers from Navy, kind of that, you know, diverse running back, receiver, whatever he is. And he was literally, you know, sitting there, you know, at the desk telling all the guys like, hey, I actually had a UDFA deal in place already, but then the Steelers called and they were like, hey, we're going to take you. And that's what's kind of funny about the 7th round is there's so many moving pieces. Everybody gets all excited about those first 32 picks on night 1 because they have the most fanfare and the media attention. But I think, you know, day 3, people are running around like madmen, especially, you know, guys on the team side, the personnel, and then obviously guys on the player side, the players themselves, but then agents, other representatives, you know, even potentially references too, right? Like college directors and, hey, what do you know about this guy? It's like everything kind of gets woven together on this day. And I think that's what makes it beautiful, right?
Yeah, no, the 8th round is fast and furious, and we continue to get some updates here. So it's interesting because I've been keeping tabs on the NFL transaction wire, which I know you're always following, Evan. I didn't see too many transactions this week. I did notice one. Will Grier signed with the Carolina Panthers. I said, oh, that's interesting because they just acquired Kenny Pickett. They have Bryce Young. And now I see they're adding Haynes King, the Georgia Tech quarterback, goes to the Carolina Panthers on an undrafted free agent deal. So Carolina trying to find their long-term solution. Maybe it is or maybe it isn't Kenny Pickett, but it looks like Haynes King will come in and compete with Will Grier for the number 3 job.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, Haynes King, reminds me a lot of Taylon Green in the sense that he's raw, and that you have questions about, like, obviously you think that he has a high ceiling, but can he actually get there? When I watched Haynes King in college, I was always impressed by the running ability, but the passing game left, some things to be desired. I think, there would be some great plays, and then there'd be some ones where it's like, that's it's a tough look, and obviously when you look at the way Georgia Tech's season kind of panned out, they were not great in the second half of that year. At least, to my memory, if I'm thinking about the right team. But just going off the top of my head, Haynes King, again, very dynamic athlete. You hope that he could stick around on a practice squad. To me, he's somebody that becomes like a package player in the NFL. Like, you bring him in for a snap or two in a situational position and just kind of have him do his thing. When he runs, it's very he's got a certain stride to him. It's not in the way that some of these other quarterbacks run where they look, I guess, confident doing it. And that's not a slight on Haynes King. I just think that when he's out there with the football, it's almost like Forrest Gump. It's like run, Forrest, run, right? He's got this very athletic stride, in my personal opinion. And I don't know, maybe potentially somebody wants to use that in the NFL. In this case, it seems like it's going to be Carolina. So,
yeah, maybe a possible Taysom Hill kind of comparison there, Dom, in the chat room. All right, one more for you, Evan. I know you have a game coming up here in about an hour and a half for the Nighthawks. But let's talk about Kyron Drones, since he was down at the American Bowl. A little bit of athleticism there. Flashed a couple years ago. Didn't have the great season. Now, the Green Bay Packers lost Malik Willis. Clearly, Jordan Love is entrenched there. Desmond Ridder is on the roster, a former, I think, third-round pick out of Cincinnati, formerly of the Falcons. Kyle McCord, a former draft pick from the Philadelphia Eagles, also on the roster. And now they add Kyron Drones as I guess, an extra camp arm, and we'll see what materializes there. But flashed a little bit down there at the American Bowl, so we'll see how he fits there in Green Bay.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I know I saw a report the other day that Kyron Drones had, maybe it was a late 30 visit with the Packers, and I hadn't known of any other visits that he had taken. I saw that, pop up on Twitter or wherever. Yeah, Kyron Drones, a guy that just kind of, I remember going into 2024, there was a lot of hype about, Brent Pry and Virginia Tech, and you kind of thought that Kyron Drones would be this quarterback that ascended, and it just never really happened that year, right? Like, again, that was the year when you had the Garrett Nussmeyers and the Drew Allers and the Cade Klubniks of the world really start to ascend, and Drones never got to that level, and neither did Virginia Tech. Now, Virginia Tech had some decent players during that time. But Drones, to me, it's an interesting one. I actually didn't know if he would get – I mean, I thought he'd be, his ceiling was a UDFA. I thought maybe he was a rookie minicamp. To be honest, I thought, more CFL or UFL for him, which still could potentially be in play down the line. I know that he was on Toronto's neg list in the CFL at one point, although I believe in taken off, but could be a target for, these alternative leagues. I don't necessarily view him as maybe like a long-term practice squad guy. But I don't hate it, right? I think that there was a lot of potential at Virginia Tech that just never got tapped into. I look back at, I think it was 24, the game against Miami. There were some real flashes there where I thought, together, that then maybe he's, got a case to be a draft pick somewhere in some class, but it just never really happened that way. The chips didn't fall in his direction. But yeah, one to keep an eye on, in terms of the future. I think, maybe it's more uncertain than a guy like Haynes King that we talked about at the quarterback position, who might have a longer leash in the NFL. But definitely don't hate Kyron Drones. I think that there might be something there. It's just about getting that out of him that we haven't seen yet. You hope, again, that his best football is in front of him, and he's going to Green Bay with Matt LaFleur. Definitely like the fit right off the bat as well. So.
All right, very good. We're winding down our live stream here. Evan, I can't thank you enough for hopping on and spending so much time with us, especially since you guys kick off against the New Mexico Chupacabras in about an hour and a half. You guys rattled off 3 wins in a row. And tell the good folks home a little bit about the Indoor Football League, the Vegas Nighthawks, where they can go watch it, and what you're doing over there with the IFL team.
Yeah, of course, man. Like you said, Nighthawks, as we're sitting here tonight, if you're watching the stream live, we play against the New Mexico Chupacabras. We're 3-1 right now, looking to get to 4-1. You'll find the games on either Yahoo Sports Network or Overnight. Overnight is a streaming service. I know that This game is an overnight exclusive, so I think it's $11.99 a month to go watch that if you're interested. But then any games on Yahoo, which, there's a couple every week, it's split between that and overnight. The ones on Yahoo are free, and they have a great team of broadcasters.
Yeah, that was a big deal, man. I like what they
huge
did
deal.
there.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Will Blackman, a couple other people, that are doing the games now and actually going around in person. Real emphasis on trying to get the actual visual product up to a standard, because in years past the teams had done it independently. There were some issues with the broadcasting where you'd have bad audio or bad graphics. There'd be a delay. We're just trying to make it more professional. Yahoo has been great for that. I think ultimately they will be a great bridge, where we can kind of prepare ourselves for what we need to be to get onto an actual, say, live channel, because Yahoo Sports, as good as they are of a product, I mean, you still have to go, online to watch them. It's not like I can put on YouTube TV, for example, and get the game right then and there. Although I do think that we are trending in that direction. Like I said, Yahoo Sports is getting us prepared for that just level of professionalism and display that you need to be on TV, which, it's, for some teams, it's been lacking these past couple years. But, everything's pointing up with the IFL, man, overall, in Vegas. You had mentioned it at the top of the show, I think, but won the championship last year. Very fortunate, to be a part of that, get a championship ring. I would take it out, but I've got it tucked away right now. It's quite a piece, I will say. Got it done by Jason of Beverly Hills, who, does a lot of the Super Bowl rings nowadays. They just got appointed to do rings, which is really cool. Nice to see them getting some good business in that sense. But yeah, very fortunate to be a part of that world-class organization, world-class staff. We've done things the right way, really built it up. I can say that, having been the director of player personnel for this team, I've got a nice portfolio of guys, not just, that have played for us, but for example, we had 3 guys that signed with us this offseason who ended up, going to the CFL, actually 4, I believe, CFL and UFL, before, we were able to even get our hands on them. And so I think that speaks a lot to the platform and what this is really about. And when you talk about the draft and player development and these guys that go late, sometimes a guy just needs an opportunity to play and get more film. A lot of the guys that you see that go on day 3 or that are undrafted, there's just a question about, maybe it's their character or their ability or scheme fit. They just need a little more to kind of get to where they want to go. And in the IFL, we've done that with a lot of these guys who, went undrafted, or maybe at an NFL camp at best, but a lot of time it was just rookie mini camp, invite, or street free agents, guys who never touched the NFL who still might have played at, some top programs at the Power 5, I guess Power 4 now, and then Group of 5 levels. There's a lot of diversity there, man. I've loved doing this for the past couple of years. You can probably sense the enthusiasm when I'm talking about it. I could talk about this for several more hours, although I know that it's been a long day for you, and we should probably be getting wrapped up soon. But no, man, very fortunate to be working for this team and this league, and I'm excited to see where the future takes me. I feel like I've got so many more players that I have to help, and whenever the draft comes around, that's immediately where my mind goes to is, okay, where can we help these guys, who didn't get that look right away? So again, very fortunate to be doing that, and yeah, it's been fun. Been a lot of fun these past 2.5 years.
I'm excited too. It's a fun league, the indoor football league, and I love it. A lot of fun, points on the board, explosions. No team is ever out of it. Some great comebacks. And that was a thriller, that championship game last year. So
don't remind me, man. It shaved about a decade off my life. So hope that if we get there again, it'll be a bit easier. But no, it was definitely fun for those watching.
Yeah, man. Well, you're a stud, Evan. We appreciate the time. Thanks for hopping on. I'm sure we'll be in contact both on and off the stream. So
absolutely,
nothing but love, my man. Thank you so much.
Of course, Rick. Appreciate it. And best of luck to you throughout the rest of the process here. I know that, like you said, the 8th round is still going to continue. So I'm sure you've got your work cut out for you.
Well, the process is about to come to an end here in about 2 minutes. So
there you go.
Thank you, my man.
For today.
Yeah. Love you, brother.
All right. Love you too, Rick. Bro.
There he goes, man. Evan Wilsmore, an inspiration to us all. And so thankful for having him hop on. And so thankful for all of our 1,000+ listeners who are still hanging out here as we approach the 7.5 hour mark for our day 3 marathon live stream coverage, huh? I mean, let's give it up, shall we? I mean, where's that applause button? I'm going to give myself a pat on the back like a Brooklyn Brawler back in the day, man. It's been fun, though. I love talking football with you. Adams Exploits, thanks for chopping it up over the last 7.5 hours now, Adam. So remarkably, I kept my voice. I hope I kept the energy. We brought a lot of guests today, didn't we, with the revolving door? I can't thank everybody enough. And, that's going to be about does it for the 2026 NFL draft process. It's been a 365-day endeavor. Again, we're already knee-deep on the 2027 NFL draft. Make sure you go pre-order your copy of the 2027 book. Don't miss out on this bad boy. It's going to be bigger, better, and better even next year. And just shout out to the staff, the support team, all the listeners. Shout out to my mom. I know she's been watching the draft all 3 days like a maniac. She doesn't know anything about football, so always appreciate that. We had Oceana kick off the day one live stream coverage. And, man, I just can't thank everybody who's allowed me to kind of make this all happen. It requires a lot of sacrifice, a lot of hard work, a lot of networking, a lot of traveling, a lot of passion and love for what we do. And like I always say, the football universe flows through my veins, all right? And that's why we are year-round coverage of the NFL draft and everything pigskin. We will talk IFL, we will talk UFL, we will talk CFL, we will talk anything that involves a pigskin. So, man, well, usually I say this is my least favorite time of the show because I love talking football with you, and I always hate to depart. And believe it or not, a little bit of me is a little bit upset we got to sign off here. I didn't know how this 7.5 hour live stream was going to go, but it was fantastic. I had a pleasure doing it. It was very enjoyable. The work is not done yet. I still have some obligations still left for BostonSportsJournal.com. I'll be covering some Patriots stuff there. I also have to finish up the Lindy's magazine stuff that Howard Balzer's been cracking the whip on me for. We'll also be putting out some 2027 Hot 100 list, 2027 mock draft. Our 2027 NFL draft coverage is already rolling and bleeding over at allaccessfootball.com. And yes, Adams Exploits next Saturday, the NFL Draft Watch recap show. We're going to recap all of our 20 hours of live stream coverage, and we'll have good old Russ Landy back in the saddle each and every Saturday, 10 a.m. S. Bombeck, 5419. Great job. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, brother. Dom Ambrose, who joined us earlier in the show. Thank you, Rick, for the 3 days and all that you do. Thank you for everything that you do, Dom. And he's been keeping track with our internal big board tracker with every pick of the draft. And can't thank the Draft Bible staff enough. We had Will Donahue and Jarrett Regal today. Lauren Davidoff, also a contributor. We kicked things off with David Del Cole to start it. We also had the Hula Bowl executive director and Todd Worley. If you missed any of our coverage, we had the American Bowl executive director and Scott Phillips. We just had Evan Wilsmore join the program, a revolving door of guests yesterday. We had Chrissy Freud, I think, the quarterback analysis. Bo Marchant checking in, who's down there in Pittsburgh right now as we speak. And day one was an extravaganza, wasn't it? We had the legendary Howard Balzer celebrating 50 years of covering the NFL. We had Brian Baldinger on, as well as Russ Landy for the day one coverage. So I am Rick Serritella. This was our 3-day live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL draft. Make sure you smash that like button on your way out the door. Subscribe for all of our new show alerts. We'll be back 1 week from today, live 10 a.m. Eastern. Make sure you keep it locked over at allaccessfootball.com. And like I always say about this time, buckle up, hunker down, and that's a wrap, everybody. We'll be back next week. Thanks for tuning in, and thank you so much for making this happen.